Mark Kohler is a tax attorney and author, and really works on helping Main Street America understand taxes. So with me, David Fagan from Top Talent, also Mark Knoller. Great to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
So let's talk about President Biden's budget proposal, where he wanted to rein in these mega Roths, which I'd never heard of before. But so what are those, and do you think that's a good proposal?
Oh, no, it's for Main Street America and what we see coming down the pipe with Social Security and the surplus there, it's really devastating. Yeah. But for those that don't know, Roth IRA is simply a tax deferred, but actually tax-free account. So it's kind of a sister to the 401k we're all familiar with, but you can invest it in anything you want. It grows tax-free, comes out tax-free. You can leave it to your family tax-free, and they have 10 years to pull it out. Yeah. The mega Roth is if it gets too big. The government's like, go ahead and invest, but don't be too successful and be a sheep. We want to make sure we'll take care of you. It's a little scary. So we really see that the Republican-controlled Congress is going to rein that in. They've already said debt on arrival. It got killed in the Build Back Better plan as well. And Americans should feel confident. Keep investing in your Roth. Keep helping your kids invest in Roth. Grow it, build it. It's the bedrock of good tax planning for retirement. Okay. It really is.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah. And you talk about alt assets, and you've even brought that up a couple times. So maybe explain that a little bit more to everybody watching. What is an alt asset? What are the different vehicles that maybe qualify as an alt asset to you?
Well, you bet. This is how these mega Roths came about, is because people just didn't invest in Wall Street. I'm kind of here in the belly of the beast here at NASDAQ. They may not have me back after this, but alt assets are anything you invest in that are alternatives to Wall Street, stock, bonds, and mutual funds. And this is what Peter Thiel did back in 1999 with $2,000 in a Roth IRA. 20 years later, 2019, it was worth $5 billion. He invested his Roth in PayPal and Facebook, and we can do the same. That's the beauty of this. It's the American dream. Yeah. We can celebrate retirement and saving by investing in alternatives, hard assets, real estate, notes, small business.
Yeah.
My
Crypto,
Roth can
NFTs.
invest in your son's small business.
I mean, there's tons of different alternative investments out there. It really gives you a chance to kind of diversify too, like your retirement. Now, there's also a shortage of accountants, right? I mean, I feel like people are so confused I'm confused by taxes, and I cover this stuff. What can be done about that? Why is there a shortage of accountants?
Well, it's sad. The accounting industry really is on fire. And I know that sounds a little dramatic to say, but over the last 10 years, student enrollment in the accounting degrees is down by 9%. And then alternative, in the last 2 years,
Loomland.com is an ethically made and eco-friendly furniture website. And with me is Natalia Bandole, who is the founder, and also David Fagan of Top Talent Agency, co-hosting with me. So let's start, Natalia, with you. Tell us how this all came to be, Loomland.
Loomland started as an outcome of a different business. I was opening a children's museum at that time, and I bought furniture and equipment for this beautiful 10,000 square feet place that I was about to rent. And 2 days before we signed the contract, COVID lockdown happened. So at that time, I didn't sign the lease. The business didn't go forward. And I found myself stuck with the furniture that I had no purpose for. And so I decided to sell it online because I couldn't ship it back. And that was the beginning of the Loomland furniture selling journey.
What a pivot. That's a great story.
Yes.
I did some research. I mean, the story is even more impressive than that. I mean, you came from the Ukraine, you didn't speak English, you were cleaning. And I mean, it's a pretty impressive story how fast and how far you've gone with this. And I know you're saving the planet and helping kids, but I guess I'll ask the tough question. Doesn't everyone just care about cheaper stuff?
That is true. People do care for saving money and for cheaper stuff. For furniture, though, furniture comes with lots of hidden costs that many people don't understand. Yeah. And at Loomland, we uncovered those costs. So let me back up a little bit. So when I decided I was going to sell furniture on purpose, I did my research, and I wanted to find an angle that would help Loomland succeed. I studied the market, and I studied consumers, and I wanted to see what is it that people like. Throughout that process, I discovered this very devastating impact furnishing industry is doing on our environment here in US and across the world. And we have just one world.
Yeah.
I saw there was a chance for me to make a difference. So I started focusing on sustainability. And, Steve Jobs once said, crazy people believe they can change the world. Mm-hmm. It's the crazy ones that make the difference.
Yeah.
So I felt there was a way for me to make a difference. And I focused on sustainability and focused on bringing products and brands from those companies that actually support the environment, not harm it. And so that's the direction the company is taking.
Yeah. And you have something called a Loom Lander. So what is that exactly?
Loomlander is a community of people who believe in what we do. They're big-hearted and like-minded people who support our direction, who understand the true cost of furniture. They're, in essence, they are customers. They buy furniture. And through us, you see there's a multi-level how we support our environment. Yeah. So Loomland in its core, by selecting to work with sustainable and eco-friendly manufacturing processes, we preserve our environment. So there's this next phase when Loomlanders make a purchase in our store. On our behalf, we contribute to big projects such as UN-led environmental projects for cleaning the oceans, which is Plastic Bank, or reforestation, which is Earth Lungs. And then there's even a third layer of donation that company does on our Loomlanders' behalf is that when we then allow our consumers to pick where they want to donate. We give them the option. On their behalf, we pay towards, for instance, feeding 70 children in Kenya, in their schools.
Well, it makes a lot of sense when you say it. And there are a lot of companies looking to get more socially conscious and, people before profits. So why don't you think more companies do what you're doing?
I think many companies want to do that. I'd like to believe best in people.
Okay.
I do believe also that smaller companies that started business in the past few years focus exactly on that, and they're more focused on sustainability and environment. Larger companies, it's harder for them to change the direction. It's quite complex. The logistical approach is very complex. It's like Titanic. It's beautiful, this gorgeous ship that you saw the iceberg, but it just couldn't turn in time because it was too big. For larger companies, exactly the same, because they need more time. And unfortunately, it's the largest companies that make the most damage to our environment.
I just saw their ad up on the NASDAQ billboard too, Jane. You have to check that out.
I will. So thank you so much, Natalia, for coming in. And thank you, David.
Thank you for having me.
Dr. Ari Sofer is the CEO of Simple MD and the author of a new book, Prescription Strength. And with me also David Fagan. Great to have you back here at the NASDAQ. Yeah. And let's talk to you, Doctor, about, we've been hearing a lot about these weight loss drugs, Ozempic, Wegovy, and all of those. Explain what's going on there. Is there a difference between the FDA-approved weight loss medications and the ones that are offered by the different companies? Explain that.
So it's a good question, and they are a class of drugs. Really, we like to call them the GLP-1 or glucagon-like peptides, which is basically a drug that's been around for 20 years, or a class of drugs. Really safe, used really well with diabetics, and has this nice side effect of weight loss. And we've seen that, and recently the new part of it is that it's been used in people that don't have diabetes for that side effect of weight loss, or for the specific effect of weight loss. And it's really changed the way we're viewing weight loss and weight gain and obesity in general.
Yeah. Well, and I saw that Novo Nordisk, which is behind Ozempic, I believe, right?
Yes.
Is now the largest company in Europe because of this drug. I mean, that literally just happened, and it surpassed, I think it was LVMH. So it's clearly some interest in these drugs. So,
Well, and they're in the headlines everywhere now. And Wall Street Journal just did an article titled "The Debate is Over," right? And it's basically not about willpower. It's actually about biology. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so that's been sort of the mantra at Simple MD, something we've been talking about for a while, where really in the past we don't think that people failed diets. It's really, at the end, diets failed people. And it's really a biologic condition, meaning obesity is a biologic condition, and it needs a biologic solution. So the solution that has just sort of come about is a very safe one. It's been studied for 20 years in another population, and now that we're attaching it to weight gain, it is incredibly powerful and something like we've never seen before in medicine.
Yeah. Now, you have this new book, A Prescription Strength, The Physician's Approach to Effortless Weight Loss. So tell us about that.
So the idea was, I'm sort of the son of educators. My parents were teachers, and I enjoy teaching along with my day job as a cardiologist. So in the end, I've written a couple of books. One was on mitral valve prolapse, talking about how that actually can be described to people a little more simply. And then came the Mediterranean diet, which I get questions every day. Hey, doctor, I'm seeing you as a cardiologist. What's the best diet? So we wrote about that. Well, when these drugs started coming out, and I started realizing the power they have to, essentially nearly or completely cure a person's obesity, I said, well, I got to sort of declutter that a bit. And we wrote a book on the benefits of these drugs and the team approach that it requires for an individual to really succeed. It's really, no one should be doing this alone. And so we started with a book to help people understand it a little more simply.
Kind of lay the groundwork, so you can start with that. Now, there has been some talk of your company, SimpleMD, perhaps replacing Weight Watchers, or maybe these weight loss drugs replace Weight Watchers. Where does Weight Watchers fit in this whole ecosystem?
Right.
Your company as well.
So companies like Weight Watchers, Jenny Craig, these other companies have been doing a good job through the years of calorie counting. And really with these drugs now on board, it's almost the opposite. You almost have to remember to get enough calories. So the old way of kind of calorie counting that has really not worked so well. In fact, sort of as soon as we started all calorie counting, there was an increase in national waistline. So it doesn't really work in the long term, but these drugs really do work, and the calories that you're counting are just to make sure you have enough to maintain the kind of protein that you need so that you don't lose muscle mass, and make sure that you're as healthy and learning new habits along the way. So we think SimpleMD's really poised to put that team together and shift a little bit how we're dealing with weight loss as a nation.
Yeah, and these new medications, everything that you're prescribing is kind of best combined with an eating plan. What's your favorite eating plan? I don't want to use the word diet, but what's your favorite eating plan that you want to combine that with?
Right, that's a great question, and we do have to change some of the things that we've been doing. So when you turn down, I actually lost 50 pounds myself, and it was, for me, effortless. I felt like the noise in my head, the food noise, was turned down. So I could subconsciously or consciously eat a bag of potato chips, no problem. All of a sudden, I didn't want to eat that bag of potatoes. I could have a couple, no problem. We've all been trained by our well-meaning moms to finish our plate, right? That's ingrained in us as children, and then we become adults where maybe we shouldn't be finishing our plate and we can't stop. Our set point's altered. So what these drugs really do is they come in and they change that food noise. They turn it down a little bit so you can leave half a plate. You can not have the entire bag of chips. And all of a sudden the weight starts to come off because the food noise goes down. And if we change our diet along the way to a more proper Mediterranean style diet, which the American Heart Association, the American College of Cardiology all promote, and we talk about it a lot in the book and have lots of fun recipes on the SimpleMD site, so that we can, sort of live a better lifestyle, but it's much easier to do once the food noise is turned down.
Once you don't grab for the chips and cookies and all that stuff, and it really starts at the grocery store, I feel like, what you buy.
Mediterranean food diet combined with things like Ozempic and Mounjaro. Things like that.
Mounjaro, Wegovy,
They've actually have studies showing that when you're just on the Mediterranean diet alone, your GLP-1 levels, the correlation between these medications and the Mediterranean diet are very high. Combine them together, even higher. So that's why it can't just be take a shot and go away. You have to consider these medications, work with a team, either your doctor, which we at SimpleMD are able to coordinate the care between the doctor, the coaches, the pharmacy access, because there's a shortage of these things right now, and there's going to be for a while because everybody is realizing the benefits. So we have to combine all of these things into one place, and that's what the SimpleMD platform is designed to do, so that care coordination with the team, so no individual does this alone.
Great.
Okay.
SimpleMD.com.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Sofer, David. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank
Doctor.
you, guys.
Newcom is using neuroscience research and patented technology to help us reduce stress and sleep better as well. And who couldn't use that? So the company has recently launched a more affordable and easier to use consumer subscription. With me is David Fagan, a publicist and also publisher with Top Talent Agency, and Jim Poole, who is the president and CEO of Newcom. So I'm looking forward to talking about this. I was just telling you, I'm always trying to reduce my stress levels. So you've got this patented neuroscience technology. What is the science behind it? Tell me what it's all about.
The science is designed to basically manage and regulate your human brainwave function. So today you wake up and you're a little tired, you have some coffee, all it does is increase your brainwave. Stress is a faster frequency. So Dr. Holloway, the quantum physicist, spent 20 plus years inventing a way to use neuroacoustic software, physics and mathematics, underneath music, put on headphones, and it paces your brain slower into what's called alpha and theta. So it's in the sleep architecture, but it's not deep sleep. So you levitate in theta, and when your brain is oscillating at a certain frequency, your body is healing, your cells are restoring. So we're using really advanced physics that you can't hear. You hear music, but all we're doing is slowing down your brainwave and allowing you to down-regulate your stress with limited effort. All you have to do is give us time.
Okay. And headsets, right?
And headsets.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So you guys have been through quite a change. You've restructured things quite a bit. Had a lot of professional athletes, had a lot of celebrities. It was not easy and somewhat exclusive to have access to your technology, but you've gone through a change. Tell us about that.
Newcom launched in 2009 as a highly regulated FDA Class 3 medical device for $6,000. So yeah, it was exclusive. We worked in the medical community for years, but then people started going to doctors, having surgical procedures using Newcom instead of general anesthesia and saying, hey, what was that? So in 2015, we started seeing a shift. 6 years we spent trying to figure out how to transition from a Class 3 complicated medical device to a consumer product. So in the last year, things have changed incredibly. For example, we used to have about 9,000 customers. Military, doctors, celebrities, pilots using our product for 10 years. In the last 13 months, we have 91,000 customers because we lowered the barrier to entry, we lowered the price by 99%, but more importantly, we made it easy.
Yeah.
If something's difficult, it's really difficult to make it a habit.
Yeah.
So the challenge for us was always simplify, 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 make it more affordable, and a lot of patience, a lot of hard work, and we did it.
So you have a diverse group of customers. So explain how diverse they are. What are all their different uses and needs?
Some of the best work we do is with stage 4 cancer. So you're diagnosed with a terminal illness. Maybe it's not terminal, but when you're diagnosed, you're so consumed with fear and stress, it's accelerating the depreciation of you. We're not curing cancer with Newcom, but we're allowing the body to relax, restore, and get good quality of sleep, which allows the body's resilience to improve, lowers your inflammation, improves your immune health. That's amazing. Professional athletes. We've been working with 54 professional athletic teams since 2011. They are not monks, but they are highly stressed. They are using their body and their mind to perform at a very high level. So every day they're using this in the morning to restore their circadian rhythm, but they're also using it after they perform to reduce inflammation and allow them to recover. So we call it expedited recovery without drugs. Same holds true in the military. We've been working with Department of Defense across the Department of Defense, from Border Patrol to the FBI to Special Forces for 13 years. Same thing. Highly stressed environment, have a target to do, your life is at risk, you have to make split-second decisions, and stress will get in the way. We help modulate that. So there's a lot of power to it, but what I've learned is of 8 billion people on this earth, Not one human I've met in 14 years is managing stress well. And the key here is this. The external stress is different. You live here in New York. There's a lot of external stress.
Oh, yeah.
But the physiology of your stress response is identical to yours and identical to mine. The physiology is the same. The external stressor is different. So we're all in this together. And this technology doesn't manage your stress. It resolves your stress right at the midbrain. This is a really important technology at the most poignant time. As we know this, we're kind of falling apart. And we were kind of falling apart before COVID, which accelerated this feeling of uncertainty, anxiety, fear. And we have a technology that resolves it.
Yeah. So what is the future then for the company? I mean, will the product be available? How can somebody find it? How can they get access to it?
So for 12 years, we were a single product entity, NewCalm, designed to restore, recover, improve your sleep quality without drugs. 9 years ago, we began research on deep sleep, 8 years ago on Ignite, and 7 years ago on Focus. So in July, we launched our 4th product. We've quadrupled our product portfolio in 13 months. What we now have in the palm of your hand through an app is the opportunity for you to upregulate or downregulate, like a dial, your brainwave function. If you want a deep sleep, you put deep sleep on in your bedroom, it brings you down to 0.5 hertz, puts you to sleep. You want to restore, recover from jet lag, or you're just having a tough day, NewCalm. You want to focus and do well at work, 15 to 20 hertz, headphones, work, and then Ignite is for accelerated activity. So we've built all of this so that you don't have to go get a Monster Energy drink or an espresso at 4 o'clock. You just put headphones on, and it drives your brainwave. So it's amazing to me what Dr. Holloway invented, and it took us 32 years to get here.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds very interesting.
And there's a lot of big events that you guys are getting out to, too. I mean, Grammys, ESPY Awards. What are some of the other ones you're coming
Toronto
up
Film
with?
Festival, the NFL Hall of Fame, the Super Bowl, the U.S. Open, the Golden Globes. Everybody has stress.
Yeah.
And everybody wants a solution, especially that's not drug related.
Wow.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Well, thank you so much, Jim and David, and for explaining NewCalm.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yep.
All right. Day 4. Why not?
Woo!
We are here with the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. We've just had an amazing lineup. Lisa Nichols, Sharon Lecter, Jack Canfield, Jeff Hoffman.
Yes.
I mean, I was trying to quantify this the other day. Like, if we took all the people who have been in this broadcast and we added up all the books that they had sold, I mean, we're well over 1 billion. Of course, we get a healthy start with Chicken Soup for the Soul with 600,000 copies sold.
Yeah, I feel like that helps a little bit. I feel like that helps a little.
Yeah, that helps. But I mean, all these people sold millions of books. Been on every network, every station. I mean, everything from Oprah to the Today Show to Good Morning America. We've got people that have been knighted, people that have won the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award. We got people working with the United Nations. I mean, just fun stuff, big stuff, making an impact locally, internationally. So without further ado, let's add to it. Let's add to the fun.
Let's do it. Come on. Let's start the day.
We've got Augustina coming up next. She's a little bit new to us, and we're really excited to be representing her and working with her and having her here. I'm almost you want to talk about an overachiever. This is somebody who's just done it all and done it all for a long time. She has been licensed and practicing almost as long as I've been alive, Isabel. Okay, like that's how far back it goes. She is an honorary award winner of the Who's Who among women in e-commerce. Okay, she has been an industrial expert in industrial psychology, starting that career in 1979. She's had shows on places like Voice America, World Talk Radio. I mean, the list just goes on and on. I mean, she's very highly sought after. She's written tons of books. Some of her books include The Power of Slow Living. Kind of feels like the NewCalm topic, right? Power of slowing down a little bit. Power of Slow Living is one of the books. Power of Mother Nature, The Magic of Existence, Insights of Northern Latitudes. That's kind of interesting. She does live in Iceland, so that makes sense. 7 Steps to Surviving and Thriving. 7 Steps to Surviving and Thriving. Yeah, she's got a massive online presence. You can see her on YouTube. You can see her. I mean, you can just Google her, and she's just going to come up all over the place. I was having some fun with that again this morning. We'll drop her website in here, but she's really big on just freedom and helping us remember how to harness our intuition and take our life to the next level. So, without further ado, we've got Augustina here. Augustina,
Hello.
you look much too young to have done so much, my friend.
Hello, Isabel, and hello, David. Thank you for the introduction. I feel really chuffed you saying that. But yes, it's true. I've done these things, and I'm 71, and I'm just starting. So you will see me for the next 25 years, as long as my health stays as it is today.
Yeah, you seem to be doing all the things to put all the odds in your favor. So I would bet on you. If you're a stock, you're still on the rise. So I would bet on you. I would invest in you for sure.
Thank you.
With doing so much, and in some ways the world hasn't changed at all, and in other ways the world just never stops changing. What are you working on now? Like, what are you most excited about now? What are you looking to do in terms of innovating the world in which you're in now?
What I'm looking at is spirituality, because I believe that we need more spirituality. As a licensed psychologist, I came across that very apparently. And then I also started to get connected to shamanism. So I'm an apprentice in shamanism, meaning that I like to understand how the old traditions kept people going thousands of years ago. And today my conclusion is that we are disconnected from ourselves, our environment, and nature. And we need to reconnect again. And that is the next step in what I'm doing. And my mission here in this world is basically to help people to connect to spirituality and themselves, so that they find the core in themselves, that they can actually do whatever their mind sets them to, as long as they feel free and as long as they look after their health.
Something I want to know as well, when people are working with you, there's a lot of noise out there, and I feel like we've really covered this over the last few days, especially with social media and influencers. They're not really making you feel things except bad about yourself, and so that can create a lot of internal noise, and we stop listening to our own inner voice anymore. So when people are working with you, what are some of the ways that you kind of help them cut that out so they can start reconnecting with their core values, with their center, with why they do what they do every day?
I describe it that they need to learn to stay in the eye of the storm. And one of the things to stay in the eye of the storm is to stay grounded, connected to the earth. Literally visualize yourself seeing the light coming from above through your body, and then roots coming from your sole of your feet and your palms that go into the earth, and those roots go into the center of the earth and connect to a crystal. You visualize that way you are grounded. When you are grounded, you have this enormous feeling that even though there's a noise around you, it's not disturbing you the same way, because you are literally anchored to the earth. And then in my program, Life Navigation, I add on to that more methods so that people feel that they are staying in their heart space. Because when you're in your heart space, you are within your own energy. You are not hearing the energy outside you. But all of this has to do with frequency. You literally start to understand your connection to that. Because in psychology, we are more and more understanding in neuropsychology that there are more issues than what we think we get from cognitive psychology.
Yeah.
Like the brain and etc.
Yeah. By the way, I love hearing your voice. To you, we have the accent, but we love your accent. I feel like I'm talking to a real Viking over there. You got some Viking blood.
Thank you. I like to believe my English is okay, but I realize that it depends on whom I'm speaking to. If I'm speaking to someone from UK, they don't complain. But when I'm speaking to someone like in Africa, they keep asking, "What? What did you say?"
That's fair. That's fair. Look, I personally think some distractions can be good, but I want you to tell us what's the difference between a good distraction and a bad distraction? Because some people are, and a lot of people are distracted in a very bad way. How do we know and maybe self-regulate the difference between, okay, this is a good distraction to maybe get my mind off something, and this distraction maybe goes too far and is unhealthy?
I turn it around. I turn it to stop trying to control things around you. Mm-hmm. Be in the flow. Stay in the flow. Because when you do that, you reduce the misuse of your energy trying to control something you cannot control. And then if you have a distraction that is not so good, it's okay. It's okay. It's just only for some time and then it's gone. So don't waste time on that. Okay, it happened, but I just move on to the next one. So in a way, by cutting your losses all the time, you are creating more energy for you to focus on the things you want to. So it's okay to, being human, just being ourselves, because that's a human condition. We do make mistakes. That's okay. That's a way to learn. But it's not something to worry about or fret about. Just let it pass, and just move on.
I like it. I like it. Well, look, you've done so many books, and I guess you're rewriting, one of them, and you've created so much content. I asked this question a little bit before in terms of what's next, but I'll be more specific. Is there another book in the works? Is there another program in the works? Like what new things are you creating and inventing for the world?
Yes, I thank you for asking. I just finished a beta test on my life navigation program. It's a program that actually was created in 2005, and then it has evolved just with me. And now it has these factors inside the spirituality and shamanism. And then on top of that, I wrote a book, The Awakening of Ausator, about my own journey into spirituality. And I am now in the process of creating another book, but that book is just 1/3 on the way. So you don't see that yet.
Okay, I like it. Now you've been in Iceland, and I know that you've traveled to some places like South Africa and some other places. You're not doing a lot of traveling, right now. The world's a little crazy for you.
Yeah.
But where do you hope to go next?
South Africa.
Oh, okay. Well, all right, we nailed it. So
that's where my heart is. I have this extremely strong sense that I recognize it. So I believe that I have some sort of connection to it from previous lives. But having said that, I'll tell you something. I've been traveling all over the world. I'm 71 years old. So, in the 70s, I was an airline stewardess. And I was actually flying with people from Kano in Nigeria to pilgrimage in Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
Jeddah. So that is the kind of background. And then I'll tell you is another thing. I was on the last airplane that flew out of Lebanon in the civil war that started in 1970, 6, 7.
Yeah.
10 minutes after my plane went out, they bombed the airport.
Jeez.
Yeah, exactly. And on that trip, I was, amongst other things, in Thailand, and I saw these fugitives, boat fugitives from Burma.
Wow.
Yeah, and came across a boat that where the dead bodies were floating in the sea.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm trying to say is that having that opportunity to see these things in the world gives me this notion that I don't want to see any more war ever again. And I was born in UK, my parents are Icelanders, I was raised in Germany, and my father, he was an airline pilot, and he was very adamant to make sure that we would know as many nations and as many people from different nations and understand them, because they were our family. And I find that is one of the strongest nuggets I have with me in life, that whenever I meet someone, they are just a cousin of mine. They are not further away. We basically all are removed only 6 times. Anyway, the whole 8 billion of us. Meaning that what is important to me is also important to you.
Yeah.
If I gain and I have a win situation, I have greater gain if you have a win situation as well. So working together, a win-win situation, that is exponential power for all of us.
Yeah.
And we have so much to give. And actually today, in these times, we have the opportunity to rewrite the rules, because the old rules are gone, and we have the opportunity to write the script. And it's very important that we do it in a positive way, with love and from the heart space. And the more we think like that, the more creative we get, and the more we understand one another.
Love it. Yeah, you've got a lot of people commenting as well. As soon as you said South Africa, that's where your heart is. I know some of the people in our community are like, without even seeing any of their comments, they're like, oh my goodness, you just lit some people up. You just got them so excited. One of those people is Melanie Soloway, who spent a lot of time there. And we've got a trip in Kenya, as you know, to trip in October to Kenya. But next year in February, we have a trip to South Africa.
Oh,
and,
great.
And Melanie Soloway, she's a big part of that. It wouldn't happen without her. So she's making all these comments here. I put one of them up on the screen. South Africa! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! We're all from Africa. Cradle over hand.
Exactly.
See, there you go. So
yeah,
you've got a lot of people that are chiming in here. Craig Bruce, he'll be on our trip to Kenya, and has done some really cool stuff with us as well. He's listening in. Angela Kay, as you know, she's a big fan of yours as well. Love is the light of the world.
Oh, I love it.
So anyways, lots of comments, even a few questions. One of the things that people are understanding is because you've seen so much, maybe you can tell some of us that haven't been doing this for as long as you, and when I say doing this, I mean, trying to change the world and make it a better place through our gifts and our talents and our abilities. What kind of change have you seen specifically in the world of psychology? Like, what was one thing that they ingrained in school or kind of taught you that over the years they ended up saying, you know what, maybe that's not so true. Maybe there's another way to view this. What are some things that maybe used to be considered cold, hard fact in science that now maybe new research, new beliefs has changed, from the 70s, 80s, 90s to where we are today?
There's one word for it I see, is compassion. Because when you have compassion, it means that you are listening. And in the old days, it was very often in these sciences, in health sciences, that the doctor knows best, and that people were not really asked. Today, it has turned around. People are more asked. They're more sort of empowered to be part of the solution. And with my clients, when I speak to my clients, I always have them involved in the process of the method we are using, and ask them, what is your feeling? Where are you at today? And I also show them I do tests every session, so they see exactly where they are at in their stress levels, in their depression, in their anxiety. So they start to be co-creators. So at the end of the day, who's the psychologist? It may be my client, not me. I just sort of guide him through, but the work is his. And they need to do the work for it to work out, because if they don't remember the methods later on, and I won't be around.
Yeah. So people find, I love that answer, by the way, but people find things that we like take for granted, they find very fascinating. Why don't you drop a little bit of what you just said? Why don't you restate a little what you just said, or something new, but give it to us in your native tongue. Give us the native language here. We want to hear you speak that.
Samkennd eitt af því mikilvægasta sem við höfum í dag. Og því meira sem við sýnum kærleika, því sterkara verður sambandið og samvinnan. Translated, compassion is one of the strongest things we have today. And that helps us to cooperate and understand one another and create love.
You know, Isabel, when I'm listening to her, even though I didn't understand the words, I could still feel something. Like I could feel it inside, right? Even though I didn't know what the exact words are.
Yeah. Well, Augustina, thank you so much for being with us today. We still want to give you the final word before we bring up our next guest. For anything else you want to leave our audience here on the Inventors and Innovators broadcast.
Thank you. So the last, I would like to say, well, allow yourself to trust your intuition, listen to it, and trust yourselves. Because when you listen to your intuition, you're listening to your best friend.
I like it. Thank you so much. We look forward to having you on more of these and seeing you do more interviews, news interviews, TV interviews, and bringing you via satellite if necessary.
I love that. I like that very much.
All right.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Isabel, and good luck to you. Your program is fantastic, and I've been following it for the past 3 days, and I'm really chuffed to be amongst those brilliant people that you've been inviting. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you bet. You're definitely one of those brilliant people, brilliant and beautiful people.
Yes.
Let's bring up another
Tanya.
Beautiful friend here.
Oh, I'm not sure if the camera's not working.
Next? Okay. I was getting ready to bring up Roosevelt.
There's Tanya.
Okay.
There she is. Okay. We're going to bring her on up. Hello.
Hi there. I'm so excited to be here with you guys.
Yeah, it's great to have you. Great to have you. We have heard a lot about you. You're a little bit new to us, so this is a little bit fun because I'm going to be learning like everybody else. But from what I've read and studied, you are definitely an innovator and an inventor of systems and methods and ways to do things. So we're excited to learn a little bit more about that. When if you just like overheard someone talking about you and they said, yeah, Tanya, she's really innovating things. She really created some cool things. And you didn't hear anything else. What would you guess would be the reason that they would be calling you an innovator?
I feel like that's such a great question, David. Thank you for posing it from that perspective. I feel like I've always been ahead of the game with everything. I have this insatiable curiosity. I think that's how they would describe me. Like I'm always dabbling. Yesterday, someone at one of our I was hosting a luncheon, and she's like, "You're a powerhouse," and it's like, I love being everywhere at the same time and learning new things and seeing the vision before it arrives to mainstream, if it makes sense. being involved in crypto in 2017 before, everything, like everyone was having their doubts. The first Airbnb I ever stayed at was in 2007, and it wasn't even, getting started.
Wow.
Instagram, I was posting there. I wish I would have continued with Instagram in 2012, but I decided to get off of social media. So like things like that, it's just like, oh, that seems really interesting right now. I want to go explore it and play with it, experience it, and then go share it with everyone else. Like my findings, like, oh, I discovered this. Now my newest and latest thing is AI. I'm like just fascinated. I've been involved in AI for the last 5 years, even before ChatGPT, with other things of AI. But yeah, I love learning. It's the eternal learner, and wanting to see how does that fit into our future as we step into our visions and our dreams and things that we want to pursue.
Well, you're like a crystal ball over there, Tanya. You saw Airbnb early on, you saw crypto early on, man, those are some good examples. That's exactly what I was looking for. You nailed that question. So now that we know that you're such the crystal ball and we're already kind of getting into AI, what are you looking at right now that we're going to be talking about a year or two later? What do you think?
This is fascinating. Another one that came up and how I'm here and why you don't know me, but you know me through Adora is the Diva Network. Like I've seen the vision with it, and we do have several colleagues here. Dame Doria was here, Craig Bruce. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so excited to connect with everyone here. What I'm seeing a year from now. AI obviously is going to keep on continuing. They say that AI is doubling its knowledge every 3.3 months. And by a year, it's 16 times more knowledgeable. 5 years, it'll be 1 million times more knowledgeable of what it already had, like everything that it's pulling of all the data. And at the same time, I see a lot of people being fearful, like, AI, I don't know if I want to do it. It's taking away all these jobs. I feel like it's a little bit kind of like when the internet came out back in the 90s and people are like, now, websites and e-commerce and all those kind of things, like we couldn't see it. Now it seems so natural to us, or almost like when the smartphones came out, but we just don't remember. It's so part of our daily day-to-day function, like none of us can live without our smartphone next to us, and so, but we don't remember, like if we go back in time, like, what was that feeling that first time that you had a smartphone in your hand, like that you could do video, that you could listen to thousands of songs instead of the iPod, So to me, I feel like that's where AI is going. It's either jump in or you are going to be left behind. And I'm teaching some of this to my clients right now, just like, fascinating. They're 50 plus, I'd say the average age, 50s and even the 60s. And at first they were a little bit hesitant. And now I keep getting texts every week, like, oh my God, I just discovered this with ChatGPT and Italy, like how much they're loving it. So we'll see where it keeps on going. And I do think swinging back to the Diva Network, of the importance and the power, because AI is not going to replace us. I think it's a way of how can we adapt with it. And I think the power of connection and these kind of things, because that's what AI can't do. I mean, yes, it could do a fake video, of you, David, of me, put our, our avatars and maybe host a whole summit. But what differentiates us from AI is human connection. And we're craving that so much more. So I think it's how can we find ways to merge both of those worlds, of like what AI can do for us and technology, and how can we bring the humanity of all these things and what we're craving as humans, and how can we connect together?
So there's a new band called Velvet Sundown, and the Rolling Stone just did a big piece on them, Velvet Sundown. They've been only out for maybe a month or two. I think the first month they had almost like 1 million views just on Spotify. Well, just as of today, they just released an article Rolling Stone did. I just shared it on Facebook. But the band, 100% AI. All their music, all the hits, everything. And I was like, it's happening. Like the one thing says like, we're never going to be able to be as creative as us. They're not going to be able to have the life and soul that we have. Well, guess what? Now, all of that being said, Tanya, some person had to go and create that. And it's interesting, that person who did that, it's a fascinating article. The person that did that said, to me, it is a new instrument. Like some people play the guitar, some people play the piano, some people are learning how to play AI. AI is the way in which their creativity is manifesting that art, right? And so it's crazy to think that now we can create art with AI. But again, AI never would have done that had the person not gone in there and say, I want this kind of sound and I want to be like this and think of songs like da 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 da. And I want, but by doing all of that, Velvet Sundown, and we're going to see it more and more. I remember a couple of years ago, one of the pictures that won the National Geographic photo contest, after it won, somebody came out and said this was generated by AI. You know, I don't want to do too much on AI. We've had a lot of AI talk here, but Tanya, I'm going to throw out one last thing to you, just because you're a fun person to talk to about what's coming next, and because you see everything else. I don't know if you saw this, but China just started mass producing the first flying cars.
No, you're ahead of me, David. I haven't read this yet, but I'm excited to research it.
Yeah, they look kind of like this hovercraft kind of thing with different propellers, and it's kind of like a little Mini Cooper with some hovercraft, wheels spinning.
How high though? Like how high are they flying? Do you know?
I don't know that.
You don't know.
I don't know
Oh my
that.
God. As soon as I get off, I'm going to go look into this.
So flying cars, we expected that a long time ago. Like, why are we behind on flying cars here? But now we got flying cars.
That is insane. Oh my God. That is
okay. But more about you, Tanya. We got you on here. What do we need to know about you? Like when people come to you to solve problems, and I know you're a go-to person for a lot of solutions that different organizations like the Diva Networks, relies on and leverages. Why is that? When they come to you, what is it that they want from you most?
I think one of my superpowers is connecting people. I can see like, oh my God, I just met David and he's into this or that. And then I just met someone else and I'm like, how can we connect them or how can they collaborate together? That's one piece. And then the other one is because how do I leverage my curiosity and my learning, because I do dabble into all these different things and I'm constantly learning, new courses, new classes, new mentors, new everything. I like the best way to learn something is to teach it to other people, right? And there's always going to be people that know more than you, that are a couple steps ahead of you. And then there's people that are a couple steps behind that want to learn those things that you're learning. So I feel like I have a great capacity to discern, like all the new information that I'm learning and pass it along to other people. And I know there's always people that can benefit from that, as well as I also know that I'm not the expert because there's always others that are much more advanced than I am. But I'm very good at teaching, at passing on that information, and then connecting and creating communities with people too. It's just, I love connecting with people and see how can we collaborate? How can we partner up? What can we do together? Problem solving again. My background early on in my career was in New York City. I was an art director. So I solved problems for, multi-million-dollar accounts like Starbucks. We did campaigns for Starbucks, for Nabisco, for AT&T, for Samsung. And so problem solving for those huge corporations, besides everything else that I've been learning throughout the last 25 years, is what's, given me like, how do we merge all of this together and, serve it? And so we can all fulfill our own potentials and reach higher levels, basically.
Perfect. Well, I'm going to introduce you to somebody right now. We're going to put this super connector into play right now. This is Roosevelt Williams III, and some of the biggest events we've put on in San Diego have been with him. And his next event is at the San Diego Convention Center, September 12th. And I feel like you two need to know each other, but Roosevelt, he's been with us in Kenya. We've put on big events together. We've just had a ton of fun together, but he has a big heart, very involved. Like every time I turn around, this guy is on, like he's Mr. San Diego. Like the guy should run for mayor or something, so he needs to run for something, political office. Roosevelt.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, Roosevelt. Meet Tanya. Tanya, meet Roosevelt.
Tanya, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've been fascinated, with your segment by you being ahead of the curve. I really appreciate that. You have to be forward thinking, and in this case, I would say forward thinking. I really appreciate that. It's very innovative. Thank you, David.
Yeah.
Thank you, David, for the intro too.
Yeah, you'll have to connect. Roosevelt's always looking for talent. Sometimes we try to push some talent his way, make the introductions, but he's always looking for talent. I feel like you two need to know each other. Tanya, where are you based out of?
I am currently based out of Santa Fe, New Mexico for the next 2 weeks because I am in the middle of a move to Bali, to Indonesia. I will be living there for the next 2 years. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. So what's taking you to Bali?
My daughter got into this incredible school. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. It's called a green school. It's rated in the top 3 most sustainable schools on the planet. It's all made out of bamboo, open, no walls, open air in the middle of the jungle. And we have families from 48 different countries coming to join the school. And this has been a dream of mine. Talk about visions. For 13 years, I watched a TED Talk. So that's why these kind of interviews, the format, how we're doing it, you never know how it's going to impact someone. Yeah. I watched a TED Talk 13 years ago about this school. I didn't even have a kid. I looked over to my husband. I'm like, too bad we don't have kids because this school looks amazing. And one day I'm going to go to Bali, even if I don't have kids. And now we were in the middle of looking for middle schools for her. And the idea just popped into our head. I'm like, why don't we just go to Bali, go to that school in Bali and pick up and go experience this? So in 2 weeks, I will be leaving.
Roosevelt, what do you think your wife would say if you said, hey, honey, let's take the 2 kids and let's go to Bali for an open air jungle school?
Wow. Yeah, she'll be willing to go with me. She'll travel with me across the world. But I know there's a lot of preparation into that, and you definitely have to have a plan in place. So I'm excited for the follow-up, Tanya. You have to let us know how it's going.
Thank you. I will. I'll definitely keep you posted.
So Roosevelt, tell us about your event, September 12th. Tell us about what you're up to. We'll keep Tanya on for a little bit longer because I want her to hear this from the creator himself, from the founder himself. I know we're excited to be there.
Yeah, so being an innovator, being a creator, I've been able to identify a problem and provide a solution. Here in California, especially in San Diego, it's the second largest school district in California. They're not teaching students career college curriculum, and so our youth are actually falling behind the curve. They're focused on AI, but they're missing the OI. They're missing original intelligence. So BizCon is a solution. Okay. BizCon is a solution for that. So we're bringing high school students together, early emerging entrepreneurs, and also established entrepreneurs together so they can be able to use their original intelligence to be able to provide solutions for problems in today's society. So BizCon is focused. It's a conference, a business conference at the San Diego Convention Center on Friday, September 12th. It's our 4th year. We're on the mezzanine level, and it's a high elevation so individuals can come together and think bigger, think broader, taking these young adults into an environment to discuss business trends, discuss metrics, most importantly, provide educational, instructional, entrepreneurial content. This year is going to be extra special because we're having a pitch competition for ages 14 to 21. They can come and engage and pretty much pitch to a panel of industry experts to win a grand prize. And because we're going to have seasoned entrepreneurs there as well, we're also having a pitch competition for that level as well, where you can come and pitch your business ideas, sort of like a Shark Tank. I got this idea from Top Talent, the founder, David Fagan. We're calling it a dolphin tank. We got to give David his credit. It's going to be a dolphin tank for entrepreneurs to come and pitch to CEOs regarding biotech, who's an innovator, and we want to give them seed funding to fuel ideas. So again, that's bizcon2025.com. You see on the website, and come get involved. We have speaking opportunities available. We have vendor booths available. Come network with the best and the brightest. This is our 4th annual year, and it's all about providing educational, entrepreneurial education. Because as you know, there's no school to be an entrepreneur, especially for these young adults. So we put them in the room and we share our failures and our shortcomings, and we're able to relate to these young adults and build a trust there, and also learn from these individuals as well. So it's exciting times. You can go to bizcon.com to get involved, or you can give me a call directly, 619-665-3031. The more the merrier. Bring your problems, because we're going to have solutions.
That's amazing. I love hearing that. And my head's already thinking of what people to send your way.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, I say, bring us your problems. Just don't bring us your complaints. So anyone that has a problem, send us our way, because we solve problems, but we don't solve complaints. But this is an opportunity to come to America's finest city, come do business. Our goal is to make this the business mecca. Every September, our 4th annual year. And David, we just ran the numbers, and we're gearing up to about 900 registrations this year. So it's booming. Wow. We have a partnership with Unified School District. We're busting the students in to make sure we have butts and seats. And we're launching our $10,000 grand prize next week. So we have $10,000 to who gives the best pitch, and that's also putting butts in seats. So we're really excited for our numbers this year and our business infrastructure, because the ultimate goal, if I must say, is we want to have a graduating class every year that goes through BizCon. So now they're businessized, and one of our partners, U.S. Bank, we're giving the individuals that attend a business bank account. So we're giving these individuals the tools, the resources to be successful in the 21st century.
Love it. Thank you, Roosevelt. Thank you, Tanya. Tanya, I'm going to give you the last word since we brought you on first. What's the last thing you want to share with us before we let you go?
Stay connected, stay tuned, continue listening to all the different speakers that are here, because you never know what message you need to be hearing at this point in time. You have no idea if it's the beginning of a connection. Maybe you're going out to San Diego with Roosevelt, you have no idea what the gift is in these 3 days that we've been together. And just stay tuned, follow your intuition, and see what shows up, and then share with us. Share in the message, like, oh my God, I listened to this particular speaker and I got inspired to do X, Y, and Z, or it opened up the doors to this other thing.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, Tanya. I look forward to getting to know you better, getting to know you more.
Same here.
We're going to come out and stay with you in the Bali jungle. I've been to Thailand 3 times in the last couple of years, but I have not made it to Bali yet.
We should do something there. We'll stay connected, because even like with the educational component, Roosevelt, like maybe there's something there with the kids, because it goes from kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade, and they have a different way of education. And so there might be something there. I look forward to continuing the conversation with you guys too, and see what else might show up.
Thank
Absolutely.
you, Tanya. That's amazing. I feel the synergy.
Yeah. All right, Roosevelt, we're going to give you the last word now. What's the last thing you want us to know before we let you go?
I would say, again, the 10 most powerful 2-letter words in the whole world. And the 10 most powerful 2-letter words in the whole world is, if it is to be, it is up to us. It's up to us. We have, what we need within our society. It's time that we stop standing on ladders and start utilizing them. Individuals always, have problems or concerns, but in our sphere of our relative fear, our 6 degrees of influence, we have what we need, and it's us. This is the time. It's no other place like the now. And if not when, then who? So stop standing on ladders. If it is to be, it's up to us. I like to say that love is free and hate is expensive. In business, you're unable to be emotional. Everyone's a friend. Everyone's a friend, and continue to use your imagination, because when you do, you can fly like Peter Pan. You just have to harness that gold that's in your soul, and we have it. Look at us now. So I want to thank you for that last word. Stop standing on ladders. Stop taking a teaspoon to the ocean. We have what we need. And most importantly, I would say, David, I want to encourage everyone to stop begging on the gold mine. It's up to us. If it is to be, it's up to us. So thank you for the opportunity, David.
Well, we got Augustina saying it's up to us. Thank you for that notion, Roosevelt. We've got Justine saying, Roosevelt, I am such a fan! Exclamation point, exclamation point. Melanie Soloway, count me in. Together we rise. Anyways, I could go on and on. Craig Bruce is saying some great things about you. So many people are weighing in here. Here we go. Craig Bruce, Roosevelt Williams III, such an inspiring, visionary community leader. He's following in your footsteps, Roosevelt. He's coming to Kenya with us this October.
Oh, he's going to love it. It's wonderful. As soon as you touch the ground, the soil is going to talk to you. In Africa, I want to let everybody know, they don't have dirt. They have soil. It's so rich. So, Craig, I'm so proud of you and so excited. You're taking the journey.
Yeah. All right. Now here's what we're going to do next, Roosevelt. And this really isn't fair. So I'm going to acknowledge this right now. This isn't fair. All right. I'm going to bring up Simone here and Justine. Now, here's what we're going to do. And I thought about bringing up one at a time, but I thought let's bring them up both so that the numbers are a little bit more equal here. But Roosevelt, we need to sell Justine. And I'm going to use that old-fashioned word that people are uncomfortable. We're going to need to sell Justine and Simone on Kenya. You already started. It's not dirt, it's soil. It speaks to you. What else do we need to say to them? Let's pitch. Let's throw hard.
Of the stars. The stars. When you want to reach for the stars, they're right in front of you. And you'll be surprised. They're the individuals. They're the people that you're gonna see, because they're shining bright from within with that spirit. And just by that service, and by able to listen to the stories and embrace the spirit, the culture, you'll be embraced with that. That really is good ethics. And good ethics is good business, because you'll be going to Kenya, you'll get character, you'll get the culture, you'll see the community, and you'll become more conscious. So I tell you, you got to be in Kenya this year. It's like none other. And I will say, being unbiased, the Top Talent Agency has everything rolled out very smooth. It's very smooth. They make everything very easy. It's really a first-class experience, and it's very something special. And ask me how I know, because I've been and I experienced it. So I highly recommend it. It's unforgettable, trip of a lifetime, and I highly encourage you to take advantage today.
All right. We got Roosevelt, the pitch man, on a Saturday. This is on a Saturday. Imagine him during the week. This is at the end of the week. This is a Saturday. He's in off hours. This guy's on.
I think I can add some. I think I can add something to your pitch, because I did go to Tanzania and I haven't been to Kenya yet. And I really want to go. They told me, why is a banana shaped the way it is?
Okay.
Why is a banana, which they eat all the time, as you guys know, they make banana soup.
Right,
bananas are literally everything, right? Why is it shaped the way it is?
Please share.
Okay. Well, I guess because it was leaning towards the sun, but they told me at the Mashambra Cultural Center that it's the shape of a smile, which is the smile from within that all our brothers and sisters in Africa have. And I think
Roosevelt's gonna like that. Roosevelt's gonna be sharing that one again. You just spoke Roosevelt's language. He's working that in.
I wanted to add a little more to your sales pitch, and so
that's right. Yeah. Justine, I did learn that roses are royalty in Africa.
Yes,
I did learn that. So just a 5-second story. When I went to Africa, I gave everyone a rose. I gave everyone a piece of Roosevelt. So when you go, I highly encourage you dig deep. to see what you can share, because we live to give. And if you're not giving, you're not living. So give them, when you go, give them a piece of you.
Roosevelt, it's working. Tanya just posted, I'm sold, Roosevelt. I've had a pull towards Africa. So you did it. I don't know if they get a free toaster or anything like that, but like
maybe a free rose. A free
Damn
rose
it.
at least.
Yeah, I
right?
mean,
Okay. This rose for you.
She's
you know,
interested.
I just have to shout out too, because I met Roosevelt because he came onto one of your events, David, and I reached out to him virtually because I was so intrigued by him. Again, David Fagan, Social Velcro. And then we started a conversation, and then at Diane Strand's event, also your event, David, the DigiFest, Roosevelt walked in the door, and I'm like, I already know you, right? I didn't know you were so tall, and you probably didn't know I was so short. But you know, this is the beauty of what Tanya was talking about. So I just wanted to say it again, that these events, these super connectors, they really work. The ripple effects of all of us meeting and making a change and making a difference in the world. It's really very moving. So thank you once again.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I met Roosevelt at the Big Festoon. Remember the conversation that we had at the Big Festoon? It was wonderful meeting you.
Absolutely. It was very authentic. It was like, you know, we were related, and, you know, we spoke for about a good 30, 40 minutes, but yeah,
it
a great
was one of the
connection.
longest conversations that I had that day. Yeah. I definitely felt your spirit. I definitely felt your authenticity. I was like, yes, this gentleman I will be keeping in touch with. Absolutely.
And
So
the feeling is mutual.
So I'm going to make a big announcement here. I'm going to sneak in a big announcement. I didn't tell anybody about this. I'm probably not going to say anything about it again for a little while. But first of all, little steps back, not too far step back. I don't want to lose momentum here. Just stick with me. I love to write. You know, words are my superpower, right? I've done political speeches. I've done web copy. I've written best-selling books. I've ghostwritten, you know, New York Times best-selling books. I've written movie scripts. One of my movie scripts has been greenlit, and it's been my dream to not only write it, but to direct it, produce it, and even star in it. And one of the fun things that I've wanted to do is bring in all these people from the speaker world, like a James Dentley and a Lisa Nichols, and give them all roles. And just so you know, Simone has been casted opposite me in one of the lead roles in a film. She's been through the script, rewrites are being done, but we are going to be putting together. What do you think of this, Justine? Am I blowing your mind right now? You're like, what, David? Why did you not tell me this?
You know, I'm getting in on that. That's so exciting. I'm so excited to hear that, David. I believe it will happen. I do believe it will happen.
You've heard of workshops. Roosevelt, you're going to like this. Instead of workshops, I've created some speaker, actor, play shops where we're going to play around. We're going to put you on stage. We're going to put you on camera. And we're going to give you the Lisa Nichols Broadway effect. We're going to give you the Lisa Nichols Broadway experience. Okay. So stay tuned for that. But since I've got all this talent on here right now, we're gonna make some innovations here this year, real fast, real soon.
Yes, Mr. David Fagan is innovating in real time. I heard that.
I think that's the info in the infotainment right there.
Yes.
Yeah, transfotainment, infotainment. Transformational entertainment, transfotainment. Lisa Nichols, we give credit to that. I think she even gave credit to somebody else for that originally. But yeah, we got some fun things in store. So it's great having you guys on here. Check out bizcon2025.com at the San Diego Convention Center. That's Roosevelt's next event. He hired me and fired me and hired me, and I'm in and I'm out. And he gives me time though. He gives me time. We're supporting it as best as we can. I just hope that when Roosevelt's like president, you can tell this guy's going to be president someday.
I know, right? Totally.
Yeah. When he's president someday, I just hope he lets me like come mow the White House lawn or something like that.
I'll be chief of staff. David's going to be chief of staff.
Oh, chief of staff.
All right. That's a good idea, actually.
I'll lead up communication. That sounds great.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to let you, Roosevelt, go. Justine, will keep you and Simone here for just a second. We're going to bring up a few more people here, but we're on day 4. And I was contemplating, is 4 days too much? Is 3 days too much? You know, I love to experiment, right? We all got to be a little bit of a mad scientist when it comes to our business. And, you know, so I always love to experiment. What do you guys think? Weigh in here with me just a little bit. We're on day 4. You guys are listening in, you're jumping in, jumping off. I don't expect everybody to be here 4 days, but, you know, people kind of catch it. We broadcast it through social media. Why? Because everyone's always checking their social media. So they hop on and they see that this live broadcast is going on, and they see people like the two of you, or Jack Canfield, or Lisa Nichols, or Sharon Lecter, or all these cool people, right? And they tune in for what they can. And then after this is all filmed, you know, goes out to Binge Network, and maybe it's on Bloomberg TV or things like that. What do you think, Justine, Simone? What do you think?
I think it's been just right. I think the 4 days has been a just right amount of time for everyone. The interviews have been strategically timed very well. The production behind the scenes has been spot on, because just by watching, it's been really smooth. And I would say, like, the second day, I was more so an audience member, and I came away from that day with my brain having the tingles. It was just, there's been so much information and so much heartfelt and soul-led experiences and stories, and so much inspiration that is so relatable. That's the key right there. When you talk to innovators and inventors, sometimes their stories and what they've invented seems so out of reach for the everyday person. But hearing the journeys and the stories and what these people have overcome in order to be innovators and inventors, they've been so relatable that people just watching can see in themselves, well, maybe I can, you know, bring forth that idea I had, or maybe I can be my greatest self and bring forth that idea that I have. It's been perfect. I loved it.
Yeah. And I think if you'd asked me, you know, last week and I was looking at 4 days, I would have thought, I don't know, like, I'm not sure. But like everything else I do with you, David, I come in and I'm like, I can't, you know, I tried to just watch. And I'm like, no, I had to go backstage because I wanted to be, want to share in this, like you said, Simone, this, it sparks something, and there's a relatability, and then there's a, hey, if you can do it, I can do it. It's sparking a bigger, like a movement. And so I think it's been all right. And you have staged out. I got life happening here. You have staged out the speakers in such a nice way, such a really good way. So
So what you're saying is we don't need to go a 5th day bonus day. I appreciate that. My team will be very happy to hear that.
Yeah, I think 4 is just fine. I think 5 might be a little bit too much for the brains to keep going of the production team. So 4 is perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Well, great. We love having you guys here. Yeah, it is tricky when you're trying to use words to explain the experience. Words are very powerful. I'm a big fan of words. It's my business, but nothing can replace being somewhere, like on the ground, in the space, with the people, feeling the vibes, and even over a screen, you know, is something that is hard to explain beyond the words. I mean, reading books, it's amazing. But Jack Canfield brought this up yesterday. You know, you talk to young people, where are they getting information from? It's not from a lot of reading. It's from a screen. And so we can try to get people to go where we want them to go. Nothing wrong with that. But it's better if we go and meet them where they're at.
Yes.
Do we want to try to drive everybody to a certain place, or do we want to go hang where they are? Do we want to go inspire, you know, where they are? One of my mentors, Diana von Wellenitz Wentworth, who spoke at the Big Festoon Top Talent Hollywood event. We've been working with her for 12, 13. She just wrote her latest book and probably her last book, Expect Magic, right? And one of the things that she told me a decade ago that's always stuck with me is that she always wanted to build the playground that everybody would want to play on. right? And she wanted it to have the best merry-go-round. I don't even know if they really even have those anymore. The best swings. Nowadays we got zip lines and rock climbing walls in our playgrounds. But we wanted to have the best playground that everybody would want to come play on. And when you build that, and I think that in a sense, that's what these broadcasts are. They're a playground for some really cool people to come play on. Top Talent Hollywood is just a really cool playground that everybody can come play on. I would say the same thing for the Diva Network.
Yeah.
Right? The Diva Network, it's a playground that Adora Crystal Evans and Christine Kern, that they're building, that everybody wants to come play on. So how do we build that playground? Facebook was just a massive, successful playground. Instagram, massive, successful playground. YouTube, massive, successful playground. So what's the next playground that you're going to create? For Roosevelt, it's BizCon 2025, his 4th annual expo and conference at the San Diego Convention Center. That's not a small place.
No.
It's not a small place.
And I think bringing those things up, and even what Tanya was saying, it really is important that we span this connection, which is why the virtual stuff works so nicely, because we're not just meeting virtually, then we're meeting in person. And the desire becomes even stronger to, get in a room and hug each other and really connect and really be vulnerable when we make these kinds of connections. And we can see, like the fact that Tanya's going to Bali, I'm going to Bali in March too. And I'm already we've already been talking about, let's do, I've got something going on there. Let's do something right before it. How amazing, right? How amazing that I met her here virtually, and I'll probably meet her in person over there. Right.
Yeah. Love it. Love it. All right. I'm bringing up our next guest here, Lady Jen Duplessis. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
Oh man, we're doing amazing. It's been a fun Saturday so far. High energy, no pressure or anything, but this has gone really good up to this point, Jen. This has gone really good.
Oh, great. Thank you.
You can handle it. Oh my goodness. I'm
going to be just fine.
I've never seen you do anything less than over what was expected. I've never seen you do anything less than more than what was expected. So we've got Simone Fairchild on here, been doing some guest co-hosting with us.
Great.
Actress, guest co-host, writer, producer. We've got Justine here, Justine Reese. She has done everything from Tanzania to voice coaching to movies and film and speaking, and a part of the Diva Network. I mean, I got 3 women here that are all just a bunch of overachievers. And then we bring in Lady Jen Duplessis, who honored us by writing the foreword for our latest anthology book, The Wild Genius. So we did Women Gone Wild, we did The Wild Life. Now we just did The Wild Genius, which is all about free spirits, rule breakers, marching to the beat of your own drum, disruptors. Yes. And we thought, who better to write the foreword than Lady Jen Duplessis? So thank you for honoring us with that as well.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. So there's kind of a quick look. Everybody who gets this book has some free gifts from me. Please go to Amazon, get this book now. Send me the receipt. It'll say, at the end, you can just do like a little screenshot on your phone. You can do a screen. Send that over to me. And we're going to be giving you some really cool stuff, including some free tickets to some upcoming events, a chance to join us in Vegas, some of my courses and kits. Knowing Jen, she'll probably want to throw something in there as well. She has all kinds of goodies. So check this out, The Wild Genius. We're already getting some good blurbs and testimonial from the news and the media. But Jen, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Just delighted to spend time with everybody. Let's do it.
Part of the reason why I kept Simone and Justine up here is because in addition to all these things you do with business owners and strategies and, getting things done and helping people, grow their financial success without sacrificing their personal life. You grow their financial success without sacrificing their personal life.
Yeah.
I said that twice in a row there for a reason. In addition to that, you've had a ton of success in different things, including podcasts. And now you've saw a need in the world, and now you are innovating the marketplace by solving a big problem that a lot of people have. Tell us about that problem and tell us about your solution.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, and asking me to share this. You and I had the conversation last week, and I was like, "Oh, should I do this or that?" And I'm so excited to talk about this. Yeah, I've been podcasting for 14 and a half years now. And I know that podcasts have been around, I think, 16 or 17 years. So I'm one of the veterans in that. And we are the longest running podcast in the mortgage space, which is where I first started doing podcasting. But now I have 3 podcasts and a television show. And, I love podcasting, but I don't like podcasting just because I like talking to a computer and to people on a camera all day long, right? So the problem that I saw is that there were so many new entrepreneurs that are being told by gurus to get on a podcast, start a podcast. You have to get there to get exposure and credibility and whatnot. And yes, that is true. However, I want guests to be able to create a new revenue stream that they can utilize those funds to grow their business.
Nice.
Okay, may I?
Yes. You may.
First of all, Lady Jen, again, David, I met you in a room, I think on Jeff Hazlett, which I only met Jeff Hazlett because of you, David. Everything gets back to David Fagan for me. I've already figured it out. And Jen and I actually exchanged. We have some texts that we exchanged because you were curious about the Tobago trip. So podcasting, I have a podcast about voiceover, but this whole idea of really being able to monetize a podcast, it is so elusive to so many. And a lot of people say, just get out there, do the podcast, wait for that money to come. What do you say to that, especially if the podcast is organically growing without a whole lot of marketing? I am so curious, you having done this for really on the cutting edge for so long.
Yeah, well, my plan here is to disrupt the industry, disrupt the podcast industry. And so I'm doing this through a certification. Now, I know a lot of people say, well, I've been coaching for 30 years and no one's asked me if I'm a certified coach. So some people that will fall on deaf ears. However, as a podcast host, I want podcast guests who have been vetted. Okay.
Yeah.
They've been vetted. And so we call this the certified podcast guest designation, and they will get a certification badge, so that hosts in the future will say, are you certified? Because if you're not, you can't be on my show. Because the only reason you want to be on my show is to get exposure and increase your influence, and you don't have an intention or a strategy to derive results from being on the show, because we all don't want to be spending our energy there, right? So I see challenges before, during, and after as podcast guests. And so this isn't about advertising. It's not about having sponsorships. I've been doing this a really long time.
Yeah.
This is specifically about having a strategy that creates the opportunity to have a relationship with the host beyond the podcast, a relationship that provides opportunities as opposed to simply hoping and praying that you get leads.
Right.
And if we look at statistically, there are 350 million podcasts out in the marketplace today.
Wow.
Of which only 11% of them go past 20th episode. So if you're a novice podcast guest and you're talking to someone who's hosting, the odds are they won't ever get past the 20th episode. And who's going to be listening to you?
Interesting. Okay, right. So with the goal in mind, for the person who's going on to guest, what's the strategy? And when you say certification, explain a little bit more about what you mean by certifying.
Well, we're going to certify them. Yeah, we're going to be certifying them, testing them, doing mock interviews with them to ensure that they're clear and concise in their descriptions, that they're not like this on the camera.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Right. I mean, all kinds of things that they're going to be doing. We're going to be working on language patterning, which of course I learned from David, and I know other things too. We're going to be working on the language patterning. So the certification is going to make them the best of the best as a guest, so that they will be asked time and time again back to shows, so that they have more opportunities to work with not only the audience, their leads that they may be able to, they may get from that, but also working with the host. So it's not about being on the best podcast that has the most following. It's being on the correctly aligned podcast where you can create a strong relationship with the host so that you can create that revenue stream. And most people don't know how to do that either.
And do you think it's important as the podcast store to be creating the assets as part of your sort of structure to give to your guests so that they have some things to go out and post and use? Yeah. Are you a big fan of that? Or
I totally am. Let me ask you this question. Have you ever been managed by a horrible manager?
Oh, of course. Right.
Okay, so
I get fired because I can't work for horrible people. So
right. So what we're talking about here is the guest taking the reins on their future and not relying on that host.
Right.
To provide them with follow through, to provide them with enough exposure. We're taking the reins and saying, this is my responsibility. And so I'm going to, before the podcast, I'm going to do some things that other guests don't do that will highlight and shine a light on the host and themselves. And then during the podcast, how we tell our stories, sound bites, mottos, acronyms, learning techniques, the lead magnet, which everybody's doing it incorrectly. So we're going to share with them a better way to do that. And then most importantly, the post podcast, because I don't want to be on a show. I don't want to get prepared, fill out the forms, get prepared to be on a show, close the show, and then get ready to receive graphics and images and a few little tidbits, and then only share it once. I want to be able to capitalize on that for years to come. But I most importantly want to look at the host and say, how can we support one another in our efforts? What is your program? What are my programs? Where are your stages? Where are my stages? So we can expand the opportunities from that inconsequential 20-minute talk.
Interesting. So I'm curious because I'm thinking about the podcast that I do is called the Voiceover Pod. So it's really supposed to be all about voiceover. But I always like to stretch the boundary because I feel like if I give you a great voiceover talent, then I want to talk about how someone else helped someone, voices of diversity or voices of spirituality. And I like to sort of like juxtapose those things. And it's done, it's organically, it's done well. And I'm sort of I'm just curious, like, what would you say to me as somebody who's growing a podcast like this, that's kind of a niche podcast that's got some places to move and shake?
Yeah, I mean, what we all should be looking at is that in this particular example, we are the nucleus of our business, right? And so what are some other people and products that you could be bringing in there into that podcast that would serve the listener of that podcast? Because people will be attracted to voiceover, right? Voiceover, they'll be attracted to the voiceover piece of it, but there are other pieces to it. There's a tech side to it. There's, okay, I have a voice, but do I know how to speak properly? There's, everything around us, the background here, right? Which, I happen to be in a hotel because I'm at a wedding this weekend. But, there are peripherals that we need to be looking at. I call it the ... method. Don't ever go on a podcast and go, done on a podcast. Next, right? So now what? And then what can we do? I'm going to give you a big secret that I only give to my clients.
Ooh, listen up, listeners, listen up.
Big secret that I'm going to give to my clients. One of the things that I do as a host is that every 6 months, I invite the 26, right, half the year, the 26 guests from each of my podcasts onto a mastermind. Because I don't remember someone that I interviewed 17 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And they don't remember that they're since that 17 weeks ago, they've been on a podcast 3 weeks ago and they want to introduce me, but they can't remember that either. So what I do is I bring everybody together and we do a big mastermind so that we can cross-pollinate all of the guests on the show. And during that period from the 17 weeks ago that they were a guest and the 3 weeks ago that they were a guest, they will run across a host who would be interested in having me on their show as well. So that's what the purpose of it is. So that has been able to push out the exposure for a really, really long time. And they get to come back every 6 months. So every 6 months.
I love this. So every 6 months, you invite your guests back. So it's sort of another way of connecting, right? And you probably remember, oh my God, I liked you so much. And then just like we were doing, oh, I met Roosevelt here and da 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 da. I love that. That was a big gift.
Yeah. And that's great for the host, but I'm going to be proposing that for the guests. Don't wait.
Oh, so they're doing it too.
Yes. So people that will get this certification, I'm going to share with them how to maneuver that and 2 more other special things and how to maneuver those things to continue to get more, just squeezing as much as we can out of every single opportunity that we have on a podcast that results in not just exposure, but opportunities to have those joint ventures. I'm just going to say this. I hear leads all the time. I'm looking for leads. That's why we're on podcasts, right? We want the exposure so we can get the leads. But if we're so focused just on leads, we're missing all of the other opportunities to joint venture, to be part of programs, to have their program part of my program, to speak on stages, to go to retreats together, to be content creators. We are missing the boat. And all of those pieces is what's created a 7-figure business for me, just in podcasting, not my coaching, not other things I do, just in podcasting.
Well, that is really, really incredible. I don't think I ever really only look for leads. I think because I love to talk and I love to meet people and I love to share and coach. And so it's interesting, but I think you're right. Most people that's the mindset.
Yeah, not you as a host. Not you as a host. You want to give, right? You want to give.
Yeah.
I think those that are being told to go on a podcast so you can grow your database, so you can get more leads, so you can get more leads, so you can get more leads. And that's where it stops.
Yeah. No, this is great. This is such great information. Now you have to share how we find you and
yes, please. And this has been great. Thank you guys so much. Lady Jen, it's always lovely to see you again. Yes, please share with the audience, how people can get connected with you. And we want to give you the final word before we have to move on to our next guest. But thank you so much for being here on the broadcast.
Yeah, thank you so much. The best way to get in touch with me is jenduplessis.com. Just go to my website. There's contact information there. That's the best way. I promise we'll respond to you. And I'm going to leave you with this. Live your legacy while you're building it.
I love that.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Podcasts are legacy too. That's the other thing that, that evergreen is so good.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Please connect with Jen. You are not going to regret it. We'll have more of her in the future, but for now, we'll have to say goodbye.
Farewell, Jen.
And I'll bring up our next guest, Barbara Drady. Hello, welcome to the broadcast.
Hello. Nice. Thank you. I'm delighted to be here.
Thank you so much. Part of the Inventors and Innovators broadcast, we are spotlighting people that are inventors, innovators, or creators. So please share which one you are.
I think I'm all three.
Oh, I love it. Okay.
Yeah. So I've created a method that connects my clients to top media outlets like CNN, Fox News, Forbes. And I've created it in a very unique way. I have connected with over 600 media people on a personal basis. I've invited them into my home and shared a meal with them. So you take them to the best restaurant in town, you pay a huge bill, they say thank you very much, they shake your hand and they walk out the door. You bring them into your home. They hang out with you in the kitchen, give them a glass of champagne while you're putting the finishing touches on the meal. They sit down at your dining room table, they chat, you laugh, you get to be friends, and they hug you when they leave, and you're friends for life. So I have over 600 media people, journalists, editors, bookers, producers, who I can reach out to and ask them to help me get my clients' information out there, their personal information and their message. And I am so confident that I can do that and do that well, that I guarantee my clients are featured on a minimum of 300 sites or they don't pay me. So that's what I do.
I just want to know, how do I come over for dinner, first of all, and have this?
Anytime, Justine, where are you?
Well, my mind's going. When you created that idea, did you think you were creating something, or were you just sharing your?
I had, in 1999, I had an opt-in email list of 78,000 people with a 65% open rate. And I didn't even know that was good. I just knew that I could sell anything I put in my newsletter. And then I think you'll remember that 2 planes flew into buildings in New York and everything changed overnight. My email list was basically Silicon Valley and financial. I was in the wine industry and I lost 75% of my list overnight. Wow. So I needed to find a way to reach out to my audience, and I tried press releases and, they worked. Sometimes they got published. Sometimes they got published where that meant nothing. Mm-hmm. And I hired 2 women to teach me social media. And at that time it was Twitter. And at first I hated it. So I put a timer on my desk and forced myself to stay long enough to establish relationships. And then I got into it and had to put a timer on my desk to get me off Twitter. And I became the Twitter queen. I was so clever and I was having fun and I was connecting with a lot of people. But at the end of 18 months, I'd sold 0, zilch, nothing. So I had to find another way. And so I started reaching out to the media. I was in the wine business. I was in Northern California, about an hour outside of San Francisco. Mm-hmm. So it was easy to get people to come for a meal. And it was always, lunch was 4 courses with wine, dinner was 6 courses with wine. And they'd sit at the table and every single one would look at their watch, because we were still wearing watches back then, and say, Barb and my husband, John, love this, but we need to be out of here an hour and a half. 4 hours later, they were still sitting at the table. So I have people that I can literally pick up the phone and call and say, I have this client and I just think you're going to love what they're doing. Yeah. And I managed to do this on 8 different platforms. So
that's incredible. Something I want to ask you is, when it comes to talking with the media, connecting with the media, taking advantage of certain opportunities to get spotlighted like that, what's some advice that you give to help people stay authentic? Sometimes people want to be flamboyant or talk themselves up or kind of become a character in a way, because they think that that's what will attract more fans and followers. But how do you help them stay on message?
It is getting more difficult as AI is putting more and more and more content out there. It's hard to stand out. And part of that is definitely being yourself, being consistent, and being everywhere. Because Isabel, you may be a Facebook person, somebody else is an Instagram person, somebody else is a TikTok person. So you need to be everywhere. And then the trick is you take that information, and if you look at Inventors and Innovators, you show where you've been. So you do that on your website, you do that on every email, it's at the bottom. Any place somebody just said, "Can I come to dinner too?" And she's headed to live in Bali. How about I come to Bali and do dinner for you, Tanya? That sounds great. It's consistency and sharing your message over and over and over again. So the situation is very simply, if you're not visible, you're invisible. And if you're invisible, you're a secret, the best kept secret in your industry.
Yep.
And
which nothing kills a message more when you are the best kept secret.
Exactly. Secrets don't build businesses.
No.
So that's and right now it's no longer enough to be an expert. Experts are everywhere. You have to be the go-to authority. And that's what I help my clients do, so that when somebody's looking for a good attorney, somebody's looking for a chiropractor, somebody is looking for the best restaurant in the area, you have to come up first. You have to be on the first page. People have to find you. And it's getting tougher. So you got to put the information out there again and again and again.
And what are some of your favorite outlets? Like we were talking earlier, or maybe it was you that just said this, I've heard often, like, you don't have to be on every single platform. Like when I even teach for voiceover students, because you can reach out to so many authors. This was not available when I started voiceover, right? I had to go to a casting office.
Right.
Now we have a lot of agency in ourselves, but we have to be, prepared to do that. So I always tell people, well, if you like LinkedIn already and it, stay there. But there is this overwhelm of feeling like I have to be everywhere. What is your suggestion to that with your clients?
Unfortunately, right now you do have to be everywhere, Justine. That wasn't the case before AI became what it is.
Right.
But now you do, and all of the CEOs of the big ChatGPT and Claude, but it's got another name company that it is, says you need to be everywhere. And what I have is a system that I have built so that your message gets put into 8 different platforms and is everywhere. And you can obviously build that. It takes a while. It takes the system. And it takes techies, because I'm not a techie at all. But fortunately, I have tech people. So it's becoming more and more and more difficult. If you're looking for clients in a small area, you can be on LinkedIn and reach out from LinkedIn or Facebook. But if you want to be recognized as the go-to authority, you got to be everywhere.
Yeah.
It's
And
just,
I think you touched on something really important as well that I want to go back and really point out, especially for a topic on the Inventors and Innovators broadcast, is delegation. You don't have to be the expert in every single little thing, but if you find that expert, if you find someone who can come onto your team and take care of the thing that you can't do or you don't have the time to learn, do that. Your time is better spent somewhere else.
you have to. Someone said a while ago, if you are finding something challenging, hire somebody who plays at it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think you can tell from the gray hair that I was not born with a computer in my crib. So I have had to learn an awful lot, and I continue to, but I hire people and then say, okay, explain how you did that, so that I at least have an idea of it. But I never could have built my system myself. And it's part of the difficulty. AI can help a whole lot right now. AI can create all of these different stories, but you have to get them to the right people.
Yeah.
So lots of meals, lots of cooking.
Well, lots of meals, lots of cooking. It's that saying, like, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make it drink. You can show someone all the answers, but you can't make them apply them to their daily lives.
Exactly.
Everything evolves. Your business has evolved. Natural events, major events in the world go on, and you have to shift with things. For you, at one point, it was 9/11. We also had COVID. We have all these different things that are coming around where you have to shift with the market, because people they'll still have fears. They'll still have scarcity mindsets. They'll still feel like they have to put on a performance in order to really attract attention. But what is the next step? What is the next evolutionary step that your business is going to take, so everyone is able to see that you are evolving, you are keeping up with everything, not just with the teamwork and delegation aspect, but what can we expect next?
This is going to become more challenging. And we initially, I used no AI. Everything was written by my staff. I have 17 writers who are 1099. Thank you very much for the 1099 ability. And then as AI progressed, I kept thinking about using it. And then Neil Patel was the first one who explained that he'd done research and found out that things that are written with AI and humanized, so working together, are best picked up and rewarded on Google and all of the other possibilities. So we went back to our system and we've built in AI. There's still human attention to everything. And we're putting together AI also. We're also finding that once a month, which is what we started with, is no longer enough. And we have a number of clients now who are sending out a campaign 5 days a week. So 20 campaigns a month. And they're very quickly being recognized. But you gotta be ahead of the curve. It's pretty amazing. If you want to be the go-to authority.
Yes. It's not just being the best in your field, it's being the best marketed. Whether you're a dentist, you're a lawyer, you're a doctor, you're an entrepreneur, you're a business owner, you're a publisher, you help people get connected to the media. It doesn't matter that you're the best in your field, but it's how you're the best marketed. And what's the best way to do that? With an authentic message.
Exactly. You have to be recognized. You have to be known as the best. If you know it, that's not enough, unfortunately. So Yeah, you get to, and you don't have to have 600 people in your corner. Get to know a few journalists or editors,
Yes,
or podcasters. So start there and connect with them. Start to follow them. Start to send them little messages.
Yes, and thank you so much for bringing this up, because that was going to be my next question: is what are some ways people can start to organically start making connections in the media? So you're already covering that. I've heard, reading other people's articles, emailing them and giving them feedback, saying, "Hey, I read this and I like these points. Be specific. Don't just be, oh, I read your article
and it was lovely.
Good. It was lovely. It was so nice." No, give bullet points, give feedback.
Exactly. So, and you do that over a period of time, and hopefully they respond to what you've said. But eventually, when you reach out to them and say, I have this very cool thing that I'm doing, I'd love to send you an article about it or bullet points about it, they know who you are. It's not a cold email.
Yeah.
So LinkedIn is a really good place to do that. On their websites, really, really good to respond on there, because an article is written and there's always places for opinions. So do it for them where they get the kudos for it, and make friends, because that's the only way you're going to be picked up, published, not picked up, published and featured, on the right sites. So
when someone starts to work with you, what level do they need to already start being at? It makes sense for them to already have an established business, established product, course, things like that. But do they already need to have a massive following? Are they just now putting focus into the media? Should they already have a little bit of a media experience background? What level do they need to be at when they start to connect with you?
They need nothing in terms of history, in terms of background. In fact, newbies are really good for us, because they let us do it instead of tell us how to do what we know how to do.
the glass and its level of fullness type of deal.
Exactly. I mean, occasionally I fire a client because they're telling me how to do my job and I know how to get them what they need. But I don't like to do that. I like to talk to my potential clients up front. Ideally, they already have an established business. They're in the, probably to be able to afford, top tier, they need to definitely be making mid six figures, bottom tier close to six figures, because it's an investment, and it's a year-long investment. It takes a little while, depending, obviously, if you're top tier and you're 5 days a week, happens really fast. But you don't, I don't want anybody to be giving me their last dollar. It's because it takes a while to make things happen. So you need to have a marketing budget. But if you're spending money on advertising, take that budget and let's do it this way, because it works much, much, much better.
Yeah, it's one thing to have ads on, Facebook, Instagram, other social media platforms where you're placing cold ads that you're trying to have exciting copy for, have inviting videos and images for, in the hopes that those will lead to conversions. But when you're working with the media, with an established audience where they know the kind of content they're already going to consume, that's going to match what it is that you're already doing, is going to make a longer of an impact versus a short-term ad run.
Exactly. And the cost of advertising is going through the roof, guys. I mean, if you've taken a look lately, it's scary. Yeah, so is going to the grocery store. What can I tell you? But advertising has gotten very, very, very costly. So once you're established and then you put out an ad, you get an ROI. Without it, it's hope and pray marketing. You know?
And that doesn't really go far nowadays. It goes well with the, you know, my best wishes, thoughts and prayers, things like that. It doesn't really do so much. It's comforting words, but that's all it is. It's just words. It doesn't lead to anything else tangible.
Exactly.
Yeah. So after someone gets featured in the media, is there any kind of follow-up program that goes on after that? Graphics, social media clips? Is that something that you do as well? Or is that something of a different kind of delegation service?
We do some of that. We educate our clients as to what to do with those things. And many of them can, through AI, take bits and pieces and put it here, put it there. We're already covering all of the social media. I think all of them. I don't know if we're in Reddit yet. We're heading there. If we're not already, we're not already there. We will be soon. But you're spread out. You're on TikTok and Instagram and Facebook and LinkedIn. So you're basically everywhere, and you can pick and choose and run things again in your emails and take clips and put them out there.
Yeah. What has been the most challenging experience you've had with a client? You don't have to name names because this is going to be broadcast to a lot of different places. So we don't want to put them on the spot. But what has been the most challenging case where you still turn around and made something work really, really well for them?
I was going to tell you about my most challenging client that I fired. Never mind.
Oh. And guess what, people? We can fire our clients. It just makes the dinner conversation a little awkward. Go ahead, Barbara.
So I'm in the process of working with a client who has a huge vision. The vision is so exciting. And we'd been doing two media campaigns a month. And we realize now, and we are in the process of going to five every week. So it'll be 20 a month. With just the 2 a month, we were getting a little traction. He's written a book that will be coming out soon. He's starting a movement. And I heard earlier about healthcare. He's starting a movement on going back to healthcare, regenerative healthcare, and how you can heal yourself with the help of exosomes and all the good stuff.
So it's a lot of science and a lot of jargon that needs to kind of be cleaned up and simplified. I'll use that terminology.
Exactly. And so we're having some fun with that. We will be launching his daily, in the next week and a half, and we've already got tons of information, and it's really exciting. And then he has a mission to overall. So he's got, the company is called Cure, Kure. And so that's all of the medical things under that umbrella. And then there is a incredible mission to build a campus for vets and first responders that will be very much like St. Jude, and it will bring regenerative medicine to the vets and first responders. And it's incredible that it's a $1 billion initiative, but we're going to get it done for him. So we got 15 million last week, so we're good.
Well, beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Barbara, for being here. I'm going to bring on one of my other co-hosts, Simone, here in a moment, but I want to give you the final word before we start to slowly transition over to our next segment here on the broadcast. But I want to leave you with the final word.
Thank you, Isabella. Thank you for having me here. So, final word. Expertise is no longer enough. You have to be the go-to authority, and you can do that by reaching out to the media and building relationships. And if you need my help, visibility-360.com.
Beautiful, beautiful. Barbara, thank you so much for being here on the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. Definitely reach out to her, find out more about how she could potentially help you with your marketing endeavors. She won't take your last dollar. She'll make sure that you are a great fit for her and her programs.
Thank you. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Simone, we're on day 4 of the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. How are you feeling? Oh my goodness.
I'm feeling energized. I'm feeling invigorated. I'm feeling inspired. I am feeling such gratitude to be here. I've been thinking about that part every evening, to be in the space with such incredible, grounded and well-rounded people. Like, I'm so absolutely grateful. I just love you guys. You guys just live from your hearts, and it's just so refreshing to be around. So thank you for being you. Thank you for having this platform. Just thank you.
Absolutely. Doing things like this, spotlighting people who are really making an impact. I'll even go back to what I was saying to Barbara, is that it's all marketing. It's all leveraging. It's using every single platform that you can to get the most out of your message. It's one thing to be the best in your field, but it's a whole other ball game. It's a whole other field and level of experience when you are the best marketed, where people know you, where your reputation precedes you. So I love doing things like this.
Yeah. One point that she made that I really, really, really loved was that she works with newbies. What I find is when you're trying to get yourself going, when you're trying to establish traction, a lot of times you're throwing spaghetti up against the wall because you really just don't know what to do. You don't have the experience. You don't know who to reach out to, who to trust. But as long as you have a little bit of funding there, like a marketing budget, she'll take you on and she'll lead you through. I really love that, because you don't find that with many experienced coaches of sorts. Like they want to take on people who are Fortune 500 or like have massive success already. But what about the little people? What about the newbies? And she takes them on. I really, really, really love that.
Yeah. And I definitely have another caliber of respect for someone who will go out of their way to make sure that their potential clients are thoroughly vetted. It's hard to fire a client. I think everyone's been there at least once, or they've really, really thought about firing a client. But when you can thoroughly vet them to make sure that you are the best fit, and I'll be the first to say, I've turned people away and said, you're not needing my programs, but here's someone who does, because they also do this, and this that I don't do, that you are specifically looking for. So instead of me trying to fake it till you make it, which sometimes it is necessary in the beginning, so you can really establish your grounding. But when you're able to really make sure that you are a good fit for the long term, because it's a relationship, you're going to be in each other's lives for a very long time.
Yeah. And in doing that, you're having the humility to realize that you can't do everything for everybody. and
Yes.
you're allowing yourself to bless others. So if someone else can do the job better, then why not pass them along and help them, establish that relationship that is going to carry on and do so well forever and ever and ever. And then that person who was referred to this incredible relationship is going to refer more and more people back to you because you bless them with such an incredible, collaboration. So it's a win-win-win all around.
Well, let's start transitioning over to our next section, but I love having our conversations with you, Simone. I'm gonna start bringing up our next panel because we are launching a book. So I'm gonna start bringing up some of our people. The Queen Bee, Danny Wallace.
Hello.
Hello, darling. Hello. I'll bring up Sarah Davidson.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Danny. Nice to see you again.
Hello, my
darlings.
Bring up Julie Olson.
Hello.
Angela Lee. Hello. Welcome.
Hello. Oh my goodness. I'm getting the goosebumps, ladies. Oh my goodness. There's so much wonderful energy on now. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, you are so welcome.
This is like a power lineup.
Ladies,
I'm here
let's
for
not.
this.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I love all the feminine energy. It just feels so good. Sorry, David, Arthur, everyone else. But it's just so nice for us all to be here. Powerhouses of our own industry. I'll bring up Jessica Sheehan as well.
Here she
Hello.
Hello. Oh, this is great. What a great looking group. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good evening.
I'm surrounded. I'm surrounded.
Covered on all
Totally
sides.
surrounded.
Get 'em.
You know who's running the controls now.
So ladies, before we really get into it just yet, so we're here talking about the book, The Wild Genius. Well, something I want to share with you right now, as of this morning, it is a #1 new release for women in business.
Yes. All right.
Congratulations.
That's great.
So congratulations, ladies. Now,
momentum.
we're just doing the launch. It's a marathon, not a race. So if you're watching this, support the book launch by going on Amazon and getting your copy today. It's only $1.99 US.
Only
Easy.
$1.99.
Only $1.
Okay.
This is great. Yeah, so The Wild Genius. Look, we've done a lot of books. We've created a series, Women Gone Wild, The Wild Life, which Justine was involved in. And the latest iteration is The Wild Genius. And this is all about, free spirits, people marching to the beat of their own drum. It's for all you disruptors who are genius in your own areas, in your own industries, your rule breakers. You guys, oh my goodness.
I thought it was for wallflowers. I didn't realize what I was getting involved in.
Oh no, you definitely wouldn't be in the room, Miss Queen Bee, if that were the case.
But we want to get some of you sharing a little bit about what your chapter is, so people that are listening, they can kind of get a flavor of the book. Let's get some of our Brits involved who are many hours ahead, and the sun will be setting soon.
Yeah.
Sarah Davison, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you wrote about in The Wild Genius?
Oh, I love this book. It's been absolutely great fun to be part of it. So thanks, guys, for inviting me in. And Jessica, it's been fab working with you as always. So my section is all about how you can take your power back. This is my business I created to help people, so nobody has to feel the way that I felt when I was going through my breakup and divorce and coming out of a toxic relationship. And just being in the flow and knowing that I absolutely love what I do every single day. I think that's something that I love. And what we do is we empower other people to take their own power back so they can they can fast track their healing as well, just like I did through my breakup. So yeah, that's my mission. And kind of pioneering a new industry. It didn't exist before we came along, even though every single person here probably has been through a breakup. Every single person on the planet goes through a breakup. There wasn't a toolkit. So that's what we created. So yeah, that's what my section in the book is all about. So inspiring people to do the same.
Nice.
And it's wonderful that you share your journey along the way, these, the stumbling blocks that you had, the things that you went through. It's often in hindsight that we can see our path, right? So as we're in the middle of it now, and one of the great things about this book is that it's helping people to be inspired now with wherever they're at and wherever they're struggling or where they're stuck. So there's a lot of people I know, Sarah, that get so much out of your wisdom and the work that you do with divorce and breakup, and you're changing lives, you're healing people, you're healing. We can't say healing, you know what I mean, but in the way of like helping people to heal their hearts. Okay. I don't want any big industries after me for saying healing, but anyway, you know, in the way that you work with people to get over breakup and divorce and to restabilize. So you're sharing a lot of wisdom here. Tell us real quickly, who are some of the people that have really inspired you on your way to finding your genius and finding this work?
Well, I think friends and family inspire me. My mom and dad, they've been married for like 55 years and happily. So that was always it is possible. There is a way forward. You can do it. I just wasn't very good at it and picked the wrong person. So that's obviously something that we talk about a lot in the book, in the chapter. But lots of people have inspired me along the way. You know, I think because I've coached hundreds of thousands of people around the world, their strength has always inspired me. I've seen people who've gone through the darkest times and have been on their knees as I was and have picked themselves back up and carry on. But all the self-helpers in the industry that I grew up with and learned with, and Tony Robbins, I had the pleasure of working with him for many years and training with him and traveling around the world. So those guys really inspired me decades ago to sort of keep mind and know that you can overcome anything. But that was really, my divorce was when I really put it into practice. So I guess, yeah, my self-help, so my group that I grew up with, but also the people I coach, my son, I mean, dealing with the dad that he has and being such an incredibly kind, empathetic child, you know, just every day. So yeah, I'm grateful for my friends and my team. I couldn't do them without them, and your team. I think you're all amazing. So you all hold each other to that higher standard, and I think that's really important in life.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you on this. And I know we've got a couple other book projects for you in particular that are in the works. So we're very excited about that. You know, I think you're speaking a lot of hope to a lot of parents who maybe are worried that, you know, I've got this toxic ex or this ex is not so great. Your kid turned out great. So you're speaking that hope out there. And
yeah, you need one healthy parent. That's all you need. And when I put those posts out on Instagram, I get so much response to that, because I think people need to hear that sometimes. Like, yeah, we may have made a bad decision who we chose to marry, but ultimately it's not your fault, and you will get through it, and you can help your kids to go on. And this can be a valuable life lesson. So, you know, there's always hope. You just got to dig deep and use the tools that are in the book. So you got to get the book.
Get the book.
Get the book. Gotta get the book. Thank you so much, Sarah. Danny, why don't you tell us a little bit about your chapter?
Hi, what a lineup to be on this evening. First of all, like, it's been the most incredible few days just watching like Inventors and Innovators, but being a part of this book has been such a joy. And for me, one of the brilliant things about it is this intersectional experience. For all of the contributors come from such a variety of different backgrounds, like, to add that into the mix. It's not just, you know, a book full of women. You know, Craig's in there, and there's so many different types of people in there, and that really centers, for me, really like aligns itself with my values. And the chapter that, you know, that we've created for the book here is charting the story. I'd like to think that hopefully is inspirational for people. So 14 years ago, I was homeless and experienced domestic abuse. I had 2 children under the age of, you know, 3, 4 at the time. And what I've created over the course of that time, I swore if ever I was to survive that situation, I'd spend the rest of my life in service in some way, shape or form, helping people take up space. I know what it's like to be excluded. I know what it's like to feel fearful of taking up space. And so the chapter that we've created for this book is about the story of how we've created the Big Festoon. And the Big Festoon is an event that I run over here in the UK. We landed it together with top talent in May, just gone. It was a raging success. And it's so lovely to see those of you, you know, that attended, like here, even on the panel as well. It's so lovely to see to see how we can come from nothing and create something that is meaningful and purposeful and good, intrinsically good, in a time when things feel difficult and things feel horrible and we feel very disempowered. If we look at what's happening in the world politically, if we look what's happening in the world socially, sometimes a lot of us will sit there and go, gosh, what can I do? And so hopefully the chapter that I've created about creating the Big Festoon, which is a joyfully inclusive, enthusiastically and joyfully curious about other people, bringing your stories to the stage and sharing them in a way that is centered in thinking about our success and the fact that success is safe. You know, we can create that for ourselves. Being able to bring that raw story that is mine to an anthology of equally incredible stories has just been a joy to behold. And, you know, the Big Festoon is one of the fastest growing business and personal development events here in the UK, soon to be, you know, one of the fastest growing over in the US as well. And to just be a part of this is phenomenal. So I just want to say thank you.
Oh, wonderful, Danny. Now, of course, the Big Festoon, the movement that you have, people may not know what that means. You do talk about it in your chapter. Danny is known as the Queen Bee, Danny. And your chapter, of course, is titled The Queen's Genius. So being from the UK, a little play on words there, sounds like the Queen's English, but the Queen's Genius. And so you can all check out Danny's chapter and learn more about that. And to festoon is to come together and to build and to show each other where to build. And how to build. That's what bees do. And that is why we have the Queen Bee, Danny. So really love your movement. And I'm excited to meet you at the next Big Festoon and the Top Talent in Hollywood that's going to be in December. So I know that you were over here and it was such a big success in May, like you said. So definitely want to check out Danny's chapter. We've got so many great contributors to this book. And of course, everyone that's in this book is contributing about their path, how they found genius, how they're living in flow, finding the zone. What is it like to find the zone? How do you stay there? And then also the chapters are giving tips for the reader about how you can do this yourself. What does that look like for you? So whether they're specifically giving you tips or whether you're learning from their stories, you have both kinds of experiences all throughout the chapters in this book. So thank you, Danny. I appreciate you sharing. And I want to go over here to Julie Olson. Julie, I know you are joining us. Usually you're stateside, but right now you're joining us from, is it Greece?
I'm in Greece, and I believe they say hello in Greek as yasu.
Yasu.
Wonderful. All right. So we want to hear from you and hear about what you shared in your chapter and about your genius and the work that you're doing. So take it away.
Sure. So my genius and my chapter is about my fearless drive to uncover the why and the truth behind challenges, whether it's in health, life, or business. I just thrive on questioning norms, digging deeper, and finding connections others overlook. And I'm really on a mission to shatter myths, uncover secrets and solutions, especially about female hair loss, because it's really a profit-driven business. And right. So I'm a root cause detective, and the chapter goes into my past. I'm just like growing up, learning competition through sports, and just being able to being able to be competitive. And then I like to be called a data-driven health disruptor because my background in the media analytics and research, I can cut through misinformation and really help reveal real solutions. And then just teaching others to have a bit of a maverick mindset, to live boldly, push limits, and embrace challenges as opportunities.
Yes. And I love the way that you share about your path and kind of when you were young, starting out, you know, jobs that you held, and then professional career that you had, and how your own personal challenges kind of led you down a different path. And we have similar kinds of stories in different ways. Yours is really unique in that, you know, it was getting into this, the functional nutrition and helping people with hair loss, but you really were brave to take that entire pivot and change the path that you were on. So that was a huge change for you. And it seems like all of your skills and everything that you learned up to that point, like many of our other co-authors, really contributed to what you were able to bring to your next chapter.
Yes, I hope so. I hope I can help people, you know, be as fearless and just try to uncover the truth around challenges instead of making it a negative, make it a positive.
And instead of, you know, the belief that people have to buy these different, you know, creams and oils and serums and things for their hair, I mean, you're really giving the data, you're giving the science behind it. I know you have different peer-reviewed articles and things that you've actually written, your own research that you've done. What do you want to share about that work?
Well, the latest peer-reviewed abstract I have is on the biotin, really the biotin myth. Biotin is a myth that it helps with hair growth, but no one would know that. And I have 36 scientific references behind that. Will be published this fall in a scientific medical journal. So save your money. And you know, hair growth comes from the inside out, but the beauty and even the pharmaceutical industry don't want you to know that.
They don't want us to know that we've got the power within us for all of the things when it comes to feeling good about ourselves, isn't it, Julie? It's such important work that you're doing, that the constructs around us are designed, especially for women, designed to make us feel terrible about ourselves. And there's such power in our hair for many different reasons. I mean, like especially around hair loss and, you know, femininity and lots of those things. So thank you for that work, Julie. It's incredible. Sorry, I couldn't help myself then. I was got excited.
Well, the myth busting is really fascinating to know the truth behind it. And that's why, you know, Julie is this maverick and she's really busting it wide open because, you know, we deserve to know the truth. We deserve to know that we're wasting our money on some of these things. So, of course, through the book, you can get the access to the authors. There's information to find everyone's websites, LinkedIn, contact information, and to really learn more about what everyone is doing. So I see David's popping on here. Hi, David.
This is great. I don't want to mess with the magic, but I have to do something a little bit differently. We're bringing on Libby Lovejoy, and I have to tell her she's on camera right now because although she was born with vision, she was without eyesight. That's what Libby likes to say. Although she was born without
she needs to take herself off mute. She needs to take herself off mute.
She has vision. Yes, Libby, my friend, how are you?
I am great. I am so happy to be here. And I'm just looking forward to talking with everybody. And please forgive my any kind of noise you hear in the background. I'm actually in the middle of a move. So it's been a little crazy, but I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much, David, for giving me the honor of being here.
No problem. I'll walk you through a few things. Libby even went to Kenya with us. And occasionally she'd be sitting in the bus and as we're traveling all these places and she'd lean over me and she's like, David, can you tell me what you see looking out the window? And it would always just take my breath away for a second. It even kind of gives me chills now. And I forgot like, oh, she doesn't. So we would tell her like, okay, so there's green pastures. There's a lot of goats right now. We've got a cow in the middle of the road, you know, like, and so I'm explaining this to her. So I'll explain a few things to you right now, Libby. So we've got 2,227 different people listening to us on different platforms. Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. And we've got all kinds of beautiful women on the screen with us here. We got Julie Olson, we got the Queen Bee, Danny Wallace, we got Isabel, Angela Lee, Jessica Sheehan, Beth Close. And we're bringing people on and off the screen. But as of right now, there is 8 of us here on the screen talking about the book that you wrote a chapter for, that you're a part of. And they're all smiling big and listening intently to you. I can feel their love for you. Ladies, you feel free to say hi to Libby.
Libby,
hi, Libby.
Good to
see you here.
Hi, Libby.
Now, Libby's chapter is Open to Your Infinite Intelligence, and that's what her chapter title is. And so Libby shares about her journey and how she's used intuition. Libby, you talk about using intuition and how that's allowed you to accomplish so much. Your story is absolutely fascinating. How you taught yourself to sense what was around you even as a young child. Tell us a little bit about that.
So as a young child, I was born blind, and I was raised in a sighted society. And so I had to conform to what was going on, and I had to figure out how to do that. And I would just get around and do things like I never carried a cane or used any kind of mobility aids, because to me, my blindness was just all I knew. I was born blind, and so that was that. And so I learned techniques to get around, but I didn't know how I was doing it or what I was doing, because I've been doing it since I was born. So it wasn't a conscious effort. It was just like me saying to any one of you, you know, geez, how do you do what you do as a sighted person? You don't really know, because I'm guessing, but most people are born sighted. So I developed skills and techniques that I was learning. I didn't think anything special was about me. And then I realized, well, wait a second. I'm doing the same things without sight that people are doing with sight. And that's when I started to get into the fact that I had a special gift, and I was going to be able to, you guys, these people are unpacking right in the middle of my speech.
She's in the middle of it all, just happening around her. It's amazing.
I know. She's just bringing her genius right now, even with the chaos. We appreciate you being here, Libby. Keep going.
Yes. So as I began to realize that I had something different, and I was using different techniques and using different things, I realized that I could teach that to the sighted populace. And so in my chapter, which is chapter 17 in this genius book that David and Isabel and everyone at Top Talent, Jessica, were so gracious to allow me to have the honor to have a chapter, I describe the space of what a person can really go into. Because as I'm sure you ladies up here on stage, I hope everybody's a lady, because I don't think there's any men, but any men in the audience too, we have intuition, and that's how we function. And so whether or not we know that, whether we think we're using our sight or we think we're using our hearing, we're using a lot of intuition, and we're using a lot of our senses together. So that's what I am doing. And I'm just starting out. I've had clients and been studying in the field of mind acceleration for the last 4 years, because I'm sure all of you will agree with me that the first thing we need to do is change our mindset, right? We're not going to go anywhere until our mind decides, hey, we need to make a change. We need to do something for ourselves. And then, so I do focus a lot on mind acceleration techniques, but as we know, it goes a lot deeper than the mind. It's the mind, the body, and our spirit. And so that I integrate that, but I do a lot of work in the field of mind acceleration, which is, getting into a theta or a gamma brainwave state, and being able to synchronize the hemispheres of our brain, and being able to do those things consciously and aware, so that we can make the changes in our lives that we want to make, and that we desire to make. And I've got a lot of techniques and skills, but again, I'm getting started. So I'm in the beginning of this phase of what I'm doing. David and Top Talent has helped me to rebrand, but I have a lot of experience as far as life experience and numerous other things that I've done. So,
and everything that you've done, you're really bringing to the work that you're doing now. So again, like we've been talking about, so many of us start out in our lives and these stories that people are sharing in their chapters, where you're doing certain work, you're sharing your gifts, you're building your gifts along the way. And then there's maybe this moment where things all coalesce together, and know that you're in the zone. So of course, this book, The Wild Genius is raw stories of flow, brilliance, and the untamed life in the zone. So we're discussing that right now on the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. And of course, you can see why we have this panel, and we chose to launch our book here with the Inventors and Innovators broadcast, because so many of the people that are in this book are innovating and inventing, and they're creating, they're changing the status quo. So this book launch fits very nicely with our broadcast here. And of course, we want to just thank our media partners, of course, Top Talent Agency and Top Talent Publishing that has published this book, but also the Washington, D.C. Chronicle, the London Digest, San Francisco Daily Press, New to the Street, and the New York City Independent. So we want to do that. And just thank you from, wherever and however you're watching this. I know this is out on many different streaming platforms. So thank you all for viewing here. And I want to keep it moving here and keep going. I'm going to go over to Angela Lee, and then we're going to get to Beth in just a moment. So Angela, you have a chapter in this book, and of course you are a best-selling, award-winning.
Let me interrupt for just a quick second. I apologize. You guys are all doing wonderful. Libby, I just wanted you to know that there was a lot of comments, and like Abigail Price said, "Oh, Libby, I'm excited to read your chapter and connect with you." Yay. And so there's different things like that are coming in. Simone Fairchild says, "It sounds like what Libby Lovejoy's does is naturally put the brain on steroids. So powerful!" Exclamation point! Exclamation point! So there's people commenting in the background on different platforms, Libby, and I just wanted to share some of that with you as well. There's more of them that I'll send to you later on.
As a most super quick aside as well, a really, really quick aside, I think that for people who have disabilities and for people who have different lived life experiences, to be able to experience somebody like Libby actually paves the way for them to be able to be more present and be more visible and take up space. And I just think that's so, so, so important. And Libby, you doing this and moving in the way that you move. And when we met at the Big Festoon, it was an honor to meet you. And of course, to meet your service dog as well. Even just moving in your space is an education in and of itself. And I just want to say thank you for that.
Oh, thank you so much for that, Danny. Thank
you. And
you.
you actually had a story too. I know that was in an article, Libby, where you trained your own guide dog, right? So you actually trained your own guide dog, which is a huge feat. If anyone has ever had any experience around working with the guide dog and everything that they need to be able to know and to do to keep their human companion safe, training them yourself is an incredible feat. Absolutely incredible.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a challenge, but guide dogs are good because you can tell them to lie down and be quiet, not like kids,
Not like kids, not all the time. Thank you, Libby. Thank you so much for sharing with us today. I appreciate David giving us some of those comments. I know there are a lot of them popping off in different platforms where this is being live streamed right now. So I can't always see all of those. I appreciate David sharing those, and I know he'll share some more with you as well. Absolutely. Okay, so we will keep it moving here. Let's go over to Angela Lee. Angela, you have a chapter in this book, and we want to hear from you. Of course, you're a best-selling and award-winning author as well, and you have the Bella Santini Chronicles, which we can see there behind you. Tell us about what you shared in your chapter for The Wild Genius.
Well, I really shared the journey that was my author journey of starting with a wildfire in Northern California where I lost everything. And within 8 months of that wildfire, I ended up making the choice to choose myself, and I left a toxic marriage. And then 3-4 months after that, I moved to England and lived in Cheltenham, England for a whole year. I didn't know anyone there. So it was just like me jumping off the edge of a cliff and going on. It took 6 years for me to go on this journey of internal healing so that I could be the person I am now. And so basically, my chapter is about when life throws these crises into your life, you have a choice. It can be an anchor that holds you down, or it can be a jumping place where you can grab onto new possibilities.
And you had your gifts sort of inside you for a long time, and you knew they were there, right? But you had to do a lot of healing work after making that decision to make a change before you could really start to bring them forward.
Well, part of the healing was actually writing these fairy tales that teach emotional intelligence. And that was me examining the situations in my life and coming to wisdom from them and then adding that wisdom into my books.
Absolutely. You know, the stories that you share are beautifully written. And in your chapter that you do, you know, the great thing about a compilation book, for those of you who don't know, The Wild Genius has chapters written by all of these different authors. So all of these different amazing humans, all of these experts in so many walks of life and so many different fields or industries are all contributing a chapter in this book, and they're all written a little bit differently. And Angela's, yours is written in really a storybook way. Like you're really writing it. Tell us about how your chapter is written a little differently.
You know, thank you for that insight, Jessica. I didn't really consider whether or not, but that's what I do. I create a story about whatever circumstance. So whether I'm writing an article for the Los Angeles Tribune magazine, whether I'm writing for our Unfiltered Parenting show, which Jessica is a co-host for, whatever I'm writing for, I'm building a story around the subject so that people can really connect into what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so your chapter is written in a way where you're kind of describing a story. A lot of the chapters are written in more of a first person, and you know, people are sharing about their experience and their life. And yours is written in this story, and it's Beyond Mensa, right? Is the chapter of the title of the chapter is Beyond Mensa. And yes. And so really it shares this genius that you have in a literal sense, but then also how you have helped other people to find their own brilliance because you're helping with emotional intelligence. And I used the word healing earlier, so I'm going to use it again. So again, helping to heal the world. And, you know, with the work that you do and what you're sharing about is helping parents to have more resources and to be better equipped to raise emotionally intelligent children. And then being able to see those children to evolve even further and to have more skills with which to parent them and to help them. So that is really making a huge difference in the world. I want to give you the last word to share. Is there anything else that you want to share about your chapter here, Angela?
You know, I just want to say that there are so many wonderful stories in the book. And if you don't resonate with my chapter, you're going to resonate with Danny's or Beth's or Morar's, or, you know, there's just so much wisdom packed into that book. And it's only $1.99 today. So go to the link, get the book.
I love it.
Absolutely.
And they're so easy to digest as well, right? They're so easy to kind of consume, even if it's just like you get the book and you sit down with a coffee and you just kind of read that as part of your morning practice. You get through a chapter a day and you're just going to lift your spirits every day for the next couple of weeks. Like you can't even help it.
Absolutely. Each chapter is very different. There's so many experts that are in this book. We have everything from, you know, we have Donnie Epstein, who works in epigenetics. We've got a beautiful foreword by Lady Jen Duplessis. I believe she's going to be on again here
I saw her
a little
for
bit.
a moment.
We have Dr. Moira Lavelle, who's here with us. Beth Close, of course, we're going to get to in just a second. We have a cinematographer who works in Hollywood. He has a chapter. We have so many different kinds of contributors that are talking about their genius, living in the zone, discovering your brilliance. So I want to keep going here and move along. I see Dr. Moira has joined us. It's great to see you. And Justine's on with us too. Hi, Justine. This has been a great broadcast the past 3 days. This is day 4, of course, of Inventors and Innovators. And we are doing the launch panel for the book, The Wild Genius. And so as we keep moving here, I see David has joined us again. Oh, we've got Lady Jen. We have Shannon. Oh, this is so exciting. This is great for me because as the editor of this book, I've been working with everyone very closely on the chapters and seeing everything come together. It's been a real joy to work with all of you. So this is kind of like a fun little reunion that we're having right now. And of course, David, the man behind it all, he keeps popping in with us, which is great.
just doing some production behind the scenes and getting everybody set up and sending things out. And you guys are doing amazing. Shannon Hughes, you owe me so much money, my friend, for having you as a part of all these beautiful souls inside. You owe me so much. You're indebted to me for the rest of your life, I think.
I knew that a long time ago.
We've been working with Shannon for about a decade, almost a decade. And I think, Lady Jen DePlus's, I think we've known each other since 2017, so probably 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
So as I look around, I see some really cool people. I got to speak at Queen Bee Danny's event, the Big Festoon, earlier this year in the UK. We're going back there this October for the Spooktacular.
Yes.
All of you guys are going to want to be there.
Get over here to the UK for Halloween. We are celebrating it in style.
We did one of Moira's books. She's been in a ton of our events. She's been to Kenya with us twice. We've done things with several of Angela's books and made her a columnist and had her all over the place. I think I've known her for at least 4 or 5 years. Beth is kind of new to our group, but we've already had her on ABC Phoenix and featured in several different articles, and she's working on her book, and we'll interview her next. And Justine, we've got all kinds of big plans, and we've been hanging around looking for things to do together for a while, and plenty of things in the mix. Everybody that's come on here is so amazing. Oh yeah, Justine was in the first one of our other wild books, The Wild Life. There, yeah.
Yes,
that one's in purple. Yeah.
Absolutely. So for Beth's chapter is called Genius Collaboration, Discovering and Celebrating Women's Genius. So I know that you have a great deal of work that you do with women and helping women, Beth, to be able to really transition in their own lives and find the light inside of them, being from broken to bright, I believe is what you do. So tell us about what your chapter entails and give us some teasers about what you're sharing.
Sure. Thank you for having me. And this has just been amazing. The last few days of just, oh my gosh, just so much information and such a wealth of amazing people, and just grateful to be a part of such amazing opportunity. But really, my chapter is all on collaboration and collaborating with women. So for so long, we celebrated the idea of the lone genius, but somewhere, and for me to figure out for myself personally, that narrative of it doesn't serve me, and it doesn't serve most people anymore, of doing it by yourself. Like, really, the real genius, how we show up together and how we can rise from broken places, that we all have cracks and fractures and pieces of us that are our story, but they're not the part that is like defining us, right? It's a choice, as we've heard other people say in so many of the stories in the book. But I feel like it's the rise from broken to bright by linking arms with other women and creating something bigger than ourselves. And that's what I really have lived and teach through my work through Whole Being Broken. Because, because of our struggles, we're more powerful to choose to rise. So I feel like the genius collaboration means personally choosing connection over competition. And it means showing up imperfect and trusting other women with your story, so that, you can believe together that we can be create something bigger than just what one of us can do by ourselves.
We all do well when we all do well, right?
Yes.
Yes,
exactly.
yes, absolutely. It's so fun to see all you ladies here together and such powerhouses each of you are. So, Beth, with your work that you're doing, I know that you're really helping people to see that our flaws are not really something to be ashamed of, but something to embrace. And they're really what help us to grow and help us to become stronger. So you have some different ways that you work with women, and I believe you have some journaling work that you help people to do. So there's some tools that you give as well. Share with us about that.
Yeah, so I've created what I call the Closer Bonds method, and it's truly a method that I walk people through to understanding, and like it's a acronym for C being communication, L being for listening, O for ownership, S for safety, E for empathy, and R for respect. And so like when you create and understand each of those in what I call your 4 core relationships in your life, meaning the relationship with yourself, the relationship with any significant other that you've ever aligned with, your relationship with your parents or your children, and then relationships with everybody else, mentors, teachers, business partners. Those relationships, when you understand how to really walk through the Closer Bond method, you have, it takes you from that perfectionism to more of the brilliance of really the human experience, that you don't have to understand it all, but just by showing up in those relationships, in those safe and empathetic and respectful ways, really by listening and really communicating with clarity, really helps to grow your relationships in so many ways.
Yeah, I love it. I love everything that Beth's been doing. She's even created something called the Close Method. And on the Inventors and Innovators, we're always asking people, what's a system you created, or what's a method you created, or what's a process you created? And all of you on here are doing that so well. And I love what Beth's doing with that. I wanted to switch over to Lady Jen for just a second here. She wrote the foreword for this book. Amazing individual, big heart, constantly serving. I'm sure half the stuff that she's doing in the world to help others we don't even know about. That's just the type of person she is. But I want to give her a chance to talk. She gets asked to be in a lot of books, a lot of projects, lots of films. And so, I'd love for her to share with us like why she chose this project and what she thought about in terms of writing the foreword and being in this book versus so many other things she could do. Go ahead, Jen.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much. It's so great to be with all of you. It really is. It's just wonderful that there's so many geniuses here. I'm sure that's been said several times, right? When you asked me to write the foreword, number one, I was unbelievably honored that you would even consider that. And gosh, what a blessing that was. And then to have the opportunity to browse through some of the chapters that were already completed so that I could write something based on what everyone was writing. What rose to the top for me was that so many of us try to do what everyone else does. And we think that that's genius. We look at Les Brown or David Fagan, right? We try to do what they're doing because we think, oh, they're genius. And really what it boils down to, it's that moment, that awakening of awareness where we all discovered, hey, I'm a genius too. And wow, it still gives me goosebumps thinking about it, because that's what I saw in all of the chapters. And I hope that that's what you all see as you're watching this and listening to this, is that this book will help you identify that same thing of, hey, you know what? They all put their pants on the same way. We all eat the same way. We all sleep the same way. Inside of you is a genius waiting to come out and be flourished and make an impact in the world.
So you guys all put your pants on while you're laying down in bed? That's how I do it.
I used to do that.
It's a big jump off the bed and you pull it, hitch it all up at once, right?
All in one go.
Danny talks about this a little bit as well, Jen. Danny, what do you say about, I'm not going to use your words, but I want to set you up, about the world needing each one of us instead of all doing the same thing, doing different things. What's the way you say that, Danny?
Well, in fairness, there's no kind of one thing that I say. It's that you can't expect to replicate someone else's genius, can you? The wholeness of you, the way that you show up in the world is exactly what the world needs as well as what you need. It needs you. And we were saying like about Libby before, for example, Libby being, impaired from a vision perspective allows somebody else with maybe a disability to be able to experience the fact that other people with disabilities can do what we're doing. It is not just for the people that are able, in inverted commas. So that we all do well when we all do well really is that. It's the rising tide raises all the ships. And what we've got to do is we've kind of got to gather each other in and link arms and festoon. And now I feel like I'm speaking in cliches, and there's so much truth in cliches, right? Like we have to. Bees, when they're building something new, they link arms, they show each other where they're building to. And we need our lived experiences of us in all of our glory. And this book wouldn't be what it is. This whole few days wouldn't be what they are. My event, the Big Festoon, wouldn't be what it is. You working with the people that you work with, David, wouldn't be what it is if everybody was the same.
Right.
If everyone had the same story. If everyone was going, oh, well, I woke up this morning and put the pants on the same way. And like, we have to be different in order for those people that are different to be able to see themselves and take up space, because that is the most powerful thing that we can do.
Yeah, I love it. Lady Jen, I didn't want to cut you off. I want to let you finish your thought, but you're triggering lots of ideas in all of us here.
Right. Well, I mean, again, I think what you're talking about, Danny, is absolutely beautiful. And, the thing is that we all are human. We're all made in God's image. We all are the same. But he put something special in every one of us. And that's what we need to be looking for instead of chasing, attracting, right? Mm-hmm. Attracting people to our genius and shining a light on our genius rather than shining a light on all the other things that we think everybody needs to hear and everybody should, is looking for. And I just think that's super powerful. It's funny. I have a little plaque in my office that says, be yourself. Everybody else is taken.
Yes.
That's awesome. And this book in the dedication, it talks about it is for those who dared to listen to the whisper within, and to anyone who's been told that they were too much, too weird, too sensitive, too wild. It's also for those who questioned the rules and trusted their gut and followed the pull long before there was a plan. So, as you're talking about what you loved about this book, Jen, I love the story that you share about how you had so much success, but you really had to stop and look at what is success and sort of redesign what that looked like for you. Tell us a little bit more and tell the viewers about what you share and kind of your pivot into a greater life.
Yeah. Well, in the forward, I share a little bit about my story, which is the transformation from Jenny, who ain't got a penny, which is what I was called as a little girl, into, who I am today. Right. And it was latent. My whole life was latent with a life of proving. And I decided one day I was going to start living, and start having my own life. So I'm going to tell a very quick story, and you cut me off if you need to, Jessica. But, I remember when I was this cute little 27-year-old, I had a couple babies, and I was in the sales world, and it was primarily men, because I was in the financial services, and I wanted a Mont Blanc pen so badly because that was the definition of success. Anybody who had a Mont Blanc pen. So I saved up my money and I spent $199 to get that Mont Blanc pen, which is now $1,000, right? And I saved up my money and I got that Mont Blanc pen, and I was unscrewing the top, because it wasn't just click, click. We're unscrewing the top, and I would do it in front of my clients, and I would write, they could see it. One day I had used it so much that I couldn't get it undone. So I pulled it apart, right? I yanked it, and I was in front of this client, and I had this this red suit on. Remember those red suits with it squared off and
Power suit, yes.
Yeah, red suit. And it went on my suit. It went in my mouth. It went in my hair. It was in my eye. And I was all over the table, and I was so embarrassed.
Oh, no.
And I thought, this is not success for me. It might be a success for someone else. But it's not success for me. And I thought, okay, what is success for me? And this is where, be yourself, everybody else is taken, is that we have to live our legacy while we're building it. We can't wait for one day when this happens and that happens, then I'll be successful. And so I started living what I call, instead of living a quality of life, which is keeping up with the Joneses, I started living a life of quality, which was choosing to do what I wanted to do, what I needed to feed my soul, to feed my family, not from a financial perspective, but just to be present with my family. And that's what I mean by that transformation, that I talk about in the forward. But I think that everybody is talking about in this entire book, is the realization of that's not what I want. It may be what you want, but what do I need and what do I want in order to make that impact in the world and be, significant for the next generation?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yesterday when David was interviewing, I think it was Jack Canfield, they were talking about significance versus success. Maybe it was Dan Brown, but that was very, that whole section was really impactful. But they were talking about the fact that, having success is something that everyone strives for. But really, when you evolve to a higher level, you start looking around and going, actually, that's not really what it's all about. I want to have a life that's significant.
Yeah.
And so that's what I hear you saying, throughout the book, with your foreword that you've beautifully written for this book, and the chapters and the co-authors are sharing. There's so many different stories that people are showing how they discovered their genius. And it was not easy. I mean, there are funny moments, there are sad moments, there are very raw stories about difficult things that people went through and how they knew that they were then in their genius, how they were in the zone, how they found that flow. And a lot of tips for you all to stay there, to work from there, to live from there. So I'm really proud of this book. I'm really proud of all of you and everyone that's contributed to it. It's such a great book with so many good nuggets and fascinating stories. Thank you again, Lady Jen, for writing the foreword for this book, for being involved, and for being here today and sharing with us. I know that you are in demand in a lot of ways, so we appreciate your time and everything that you've done toward this project.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations. I just saw we were #1 on there. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the first of many. So
Jessica.
we're excited. Yes.
For people that don't know how wonderful the quality of these books are, I've been in several anthologies, and the cover has like almost forgive me, but like a sensual feel. It's like leather.
Yes.
So you guys do, for anyone watching or listening to this and wondering about being an anthology, I'm holding up, this was about the same time last year we did this book. And so I can only imagine how wonderful the Wild Genius is going to be. And I just ordered it myself. But I just want you guys to know to get the paperback too when it's ready, because it's really so wonderful. And for anyone thinking about being in an anthology, it's a great way to begin writing and to have the support from Jessica, from David, from Top Talent. I'm just giving a huge testimonial. If anyone's ever wanted to do this is a wonderful way to get your message out there. And for the newbies who are, newbie writers, this is such a good way to get going.
Yeah. And, I think what's more important, and all of that's beautiful, but what's more important is that every time, and by the way, this is, I believe, my 28th or 29th. I have 5 of my own books, but this is my 28th or 29th book that I have been part of. I love being part of because I get to meet so many people.
Yes.
And when you talk about not being a lone genius and, moving into, the tide that rises all, take advantage of that. We should be reaching out to one another, and watch out, guys, because I'm coming, right? Like, we should be reaching out to one another, right? And seeing how we can help support each other in the endeavors that we're creating in this big bad world. So, for me, that's the best part.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Getting to know the other experts in the book, and also, being amongst all these other experts, it really does raise your own brand as an author, as a co-author. So to Justine's point, it's a great way to get started if you're curious about writing, if you want to be a best-selling author. We do have a lot of fun. And, once you're in the Top Talent family, we love to include you in things. So we're very proud of our books. And I appreciate you bringing that up, Justine, because you did a great job in the Wildlife that we launched last summer, and shared a really fun story. But our books are very different. We are considered a boutique publisher, and we do some very special things with our books that you don't see in a lot of different publishers. And so even if you get the ebook, you'll see what I mean. Go ahead and get the ebook. It's just $1.99. You can get it on Kindle. If you want to get the printed book when that's available in the next week or two, you'll be able to do that. But even with the ebook, it's on the Kindle Reader, so the formatting is not exact, but it's pretty close. You can see what I mean, and I would love to hear your feedback. We have imagery in there, we have tone-setting quotes in there, and we believe that books are really something to experience and not just sit down and read. Now, like Danny was saying earlier, you can pick this book up and you can read a little bit at a time, because each chapter is its own journey. And so it's really fun to experience all these different writing styles, these different stories, the way that people are sharing their stories, not only what they went through to discover their genius, but also the tips that they have for you and how you can tap in and level up as well.
And I'm going to just say it again, because these are things that surprised even me, but I don't know if you can see this, but these beautiful illustrations, like other publishers don't do this, you guys. It was and the quotes, the way you put it together, it was very, it's just unbelievably professional. And I love the idea, Jen, echoing your conversation earlier about the podcasting, that this is a collaboration. Yes. And now we have this common bond of these books, and that's just a common theme on this entire broadcast. So you guys do a great job, and read and write reviews.
Yeah.
Reviews.
Reviews
are wonderful.
Yes. And actually, I want to say on reviews really quickly, the Washington, D.C. Chronicle is one of the media partners on this broadcast. And actually, they're going to do a review of this book. So that'll be in an article and be coming out within the next week or so. And so if you go and buy the book and you leave a comment on there and you give some feedback about the book, that may be featured in the article. So if you want to show your proof of purchase, if you want to email that to us, you can send it to me. If you want to screenshot your comment and your praise and you want to try to get it into that article, it could be fun to be published in that article and have your praise for the book. So you can send it to me. My contact information is at the end of the book with all the other authors in the Access to Authors section. But my email is director@toptalentjv.com. So you'll see that if you get the book, it'll be in there. You can connect with all of these authors and also Lady Jen, who wrote the foreword for us. By getting the book, there is the Access to Authors. That's another thing that we always include in our books when we have a compilation book like this. So you'll have contact information where you can actually reach out to these people. So when you're reading these chapters and you think, oh my goodness, this person is really speaking right to my heart, you can reach out to them, you can contact them, you can work with them, you can find out what it is that they do and how you can get involved in their world. So I want to go over here to Dr. Moira. Dr. Moira, thank you for being here with us. I know are you at home out in Nantucket right now?
I am in Nantucket, and I just came from the spa, so I'm so ready to be a wild genius.
Beautiful. Well, you are a wild genius, my dear, and it's so good to have you here. So we recently launched a book for you, the Mindful Yes Guide, and that was a bestseller here. It was a few months ago. I think it was at the end of the year, if I'm not mistaken. So we also included you in this anthology book. It was so good to have your chapter here. Tell us and tell the viewers what you wrote about in your Mindful Yes and your Table of Life analogy that you use to help your clients and patients.
Thank you so much, David, Jessica. You are amazing. Thank you to all of the co-authors that grace us with their imagination, the beauty, and the soul. For me, this is when we talk about innovators and wild genius. It's all about, for me, to be unapologetically trusting your inner knowing, even when the world isn't ready.
Yeah.
So I have used this opportunity in this book to fuse ancient healing, quantum science, and spiritual truth to help transform what is possible in wellness. I'm an expert in wellness. I'm a board certified integrative and naturopath doctor, and anything about health, it excites me. And when I heard about this book and invited by top talent team and Jessica following up and editing and just follow, and the amount of passion that is in this book, for me, it's just amazing. And throughout this book, I spoke on which is part of a blueprint that I have created, that I have proven over past 8 years working with all my patients all over the world, how you create a sort of balance in your life. And balance is very subjective, but it gives you a little bit of understanding when you understand the different pillar. And I call it, before I met David, the genius, the word genius man. It was a table of life. So we take in consideration the 5 most important aspects of your life. And if you haven't gotten the book, by the way, check it out. It's health, relationship with family and friend, with Lady Jane spoke about in general. Every aspect are important. And I spoke about spirituality, and I spoke about finances, and also how those different aspects in your life in general contribute to create some sort of balance, so you also can understand you're working on yourself. So when you take health, relationship, but relationship is not only family, it's also your friends, but also don't forget love and connection. So we take the 5 pillars and then we bring them together, and then we mindful, yesly saying things in a way that is more integrative. So for me, this book, it is a legacy on building. It's not just about building your brand, it's a soul print. When you have a soul print, you touch life, but you also awaken mind, but you also restore their heart. So this book combines so many wisdom where everyone can find a way to explore the truth. Because as I'm staying here in my genius, you have to go and explore yours, because I can write your genius, as you heard, for you, but you can also be inspired by all of the genius here that are here to just tell you you have something special in you that is yet to discover, that you don't want to go and let the cemetery rob you of that gift. So rob that gift from the cemetery. So that's all I'm about.
That's right. Now, Dr. Moira, you share in your chapter about this kind of crazy journey that you have, if I may say crazy. You were a nun, you were in a convent for a decade, and then your life took a very different turn. And I'm sure as a nun, you would have helped a ton of people, but the work that you're doing now with your clients and your patients that you see, you're changing so many lives, and all those things are rippling out across all of the people that they know and interact with. And that's what, everyone in this book is doing on a different level. But I want to have you share a little bit about how you had this transition and kind of changed what you were doing and the pivot that took you into this new line of work, because you actually had a disease and you were able to, I'm going to use the H word again, you were able to heal and to cure your body. So share a little bit about that as well.
My transition was very seamless because I feel I kept doing the same thing, which is being inspired by helping other people to develop their own GPS. In the Catholic Church, and as in known, what your life, it's a life of service. And my life has been a life of service. Becoming a board naturopath doctor, for me, it's putting my genius to the service of other people based on my disease. I was very sick with autoimmune disease called Graves' disease. And when I couldn't find answers in the medical world, I had to go inside of myself and discover my own genius and say it is possible, even when it's hard. There are possibilities within you that are yet to discover. When you take responsibility for your life, when you take consideration of what you were born with, that body is so amazing. You were born with everything you need within to just inspire the world. So this is the process that I went through, that moving from Graves' disease and that almost killed me, 7 years fighting and not understanding what was going on in my body, and my soul was crushed. So to come now and share my genius with all of you, and also discuss about mindful yes and the wild genius. Oh my God, this is a conversion of, when you take everything, you make it in a one piece. I speak about integrative health, mind, body, spirit, giving a 360 understanding of no part of your body functions in isolation. And when you start taking all the pieces, you connect the dot, then you have a beautiful puzzle that you put together. And don't leave anything behind, because it will affect the other one, the different one that you don't have together. So Jessica, it's been a journey. It's been amazing. It's been consistent. There's no day that I wake up that I negotiate with myself of doing the thing that I don't want to do. I just have to do them, because that keep me in line, that keeps me focused. So that's all this wild genius is about, to innovate, but knowing you have your own GPS system you are following. And while Dr. Teo is following hers, while Jessica is inspiring you with all her genius, she's so smart. She's so heart-centered. When I see Jessica, I always say she inspires me peace. Her tenderness, her caring way. And Melanie is all of the authors that are here are just giving you a little piece of what's inside of you that is yet to discover. So I'm so grateful, so honored with David and Isabel and you and all the team for Top Talent Agency to be part of this journey.
Thank you, Dr. Moira. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. And whenever I get to see you, it always does my heart good. I appreciate you. And I know that a lot of what you shared really speaks to Dr. Tayo and how she has been helping people because of an experience that she went through and her own pivot. We're going to get to Dr. Tayo in just a minute, but I want to go to Melanie next and hear from Melanie. So thank you again, Moira, for being here. If you're just now joining us, this is the Inventors and Innovators broadcast, and this is going out on various platforms. There's over 2,200 people watching on just a few of the platforms that I can see right now. And we want to thank, of course, our media partners, the London Digest, New to the Street, the San Francisco Daily Press, the Washington, D.C. Chronicle, and, of course, Top Talent Agency. So Top Talent Publishing, of which I am a part, we have this book, The Wild Genius, that we have just launched. And so we're celebrating that with some of our co-authors here. And we've been talking to some of them. we're going to keep continuing on that path right now. And we're going to talk to Melanie Soloway. So Melanie, you wrote a chapter in this book as well. And it was such a joy to meet you and to get you involved in this project and to be able to work on your chapter together. So go ahead and share with us a little bit about your journey. I know you went from being a DA, but you really go back to growing up in apartheid Africa and, you know, really sharing from way back then, and then you bring it full circle in your chapter. So talk to us about what you learned and some of the fires that you went through to find your genius.
So I want to just start by saying, Jessica, I love that you're giving me the credit that I bring it full circle. I'm just going to say Jessica brought it full circle as the editor of this chapter. I think Jessica and I met about 2 weeks ago. Like, that's how quick, maybe 3, 2, 3. Like, it was that
it was almost quick. 3. It was about 3 weeks. Yeah.
Okay. And Jessica pulled this together and put decades of a life in a chapter. I am beyond blown away that I am here with all of you, that I am in this chapter with all of you. And I came into this top talent family through Adora Crystal Evans, through the Diva Network, excuse me. And Justine invited me to the big festoon where I met David. My soul was jumping up and down when that man got off the stage. And I literally, I practically accosted him and I was like, you will know who I am, because he said, it's not important who you know, it's important who knows you. I was like, David, we are going to South Africa together, because he had spoken about Kenya. Bringing it back to the book, Jessica, what you did was you put on the chapter of my book a tree. And I'm chapter 13. I was in a marriage for 13 years. And I wrote to Jessica and I said, I'm like, this isn't coincidental that I'm chapter 13. 13 became lucky for me because that was the year that I finally got out of that marriage. Mm-hmm. That seed, that tree that you have, right, reminds me of the seed that we all are. The seed of an apple knows it's the apple tree. It doesn't become an orange tree or a pear tree or a peach tree. The seed of the apple knows.
Yes.
But my soul seed got confused, because as it started to grow into the apple tree that I am, right, it got painted and was told that, well, oranges are better. And so what happened was people started, and myself, first people started, but then I started painting my apples orange. Mm-hmm. And a friend of mine said to me, when I started going through my transformation journey, my friend said, and he said to me, how is it that a soul detector he said, how is it that a lawyer became a soul detector? And my soul answered and said, no. How is it that a soul detector became a lawyer?
Aha, there it is.
That's it, right? And the journey is, and I needed to go through, Moira, what you're talking about, what so many people are talking about. I needed to go through back to seeing what I couldn't see, because there was so much noise and there were so many things that were being painted on me that I started believing myself. And I got away from that apple seed of the knowing of what my soul is. And it was part of my journey. It was part of me coming back home to myself and knowing that I'm home no matter where I am. Rooted in as Roosevelt was saying earlier, rooted in my South African soil. But wherever I am, I'm rooting. And then I believe it was, oh my gosh, I just met so many incredible people. I forget the woman's her name. I can picture her face, who was on early this morning with David, who said, root yourself into the earth and picture ground. Craig, you were asking me yesterday, how do I ground myself? I actually do meditations with Crystal on my body. But if we root ourselves into the center of the earth, where we are truly all rooted, because we are rooted into that soul source. And when we know what we're rooted to, which is ourselves, to the source, the soul, I call it the soul, the source of unconditional love, SOUL. And we're in our states of unconditional love, right? SOUL. When those combine, and then we get around the people that are soul-centered like this, my soul keeps dancing and jumping up and down because I'm in my tribe.
Yes.
I'm with my tribe, right? And for those of people that are watching, I'm not the successful. If you go on social media, you're not going to find me. Like, I haven't even gotten there. I will be there. I'm getting there. But it's what Jen is talking about. Live your legacy as you're, I actually wrote it down.
Yes,
I was
live your
like, oh,
legacy while you're building it.
leave your legacy while you're building it.
Yeah.
I'm in the process of building my legacy, and I'm leaving it along the way, but I'm getting connect. I'm listening to, so that the name of this broadcast is I Broadcast, right? Which is Innovators and
Inventors
Inventors.
and Innovators.
And it's I'm so sorry. I forgot the name of the incredible woman who's not sighted through the seeing, but is completely.
Oh, Libby Lovejoy. Yes, one of the authors, Libby Lovejoy. Yes.
Yes, and we think that we need to see with our eyes. We need to see with the third eye, and it's being called a disability. Her disability is her superpower.
Absolutely.
It's not it's a super ability, right? That when we get in touch with that super ability that each of us have, many times it's actually rooted in what our challenge was. I'm dyslexic. I didn't know I was dyslexic. But my dyslexia, like what Lisa Nichols is the same way, has become more of a super. Yes, I'm a slow reader, but it's given me gifts and in the challenges that I have found through all of this journey that I've been through, so that I can be here in this moment today. But my intuitive intelligence.
Yeah. Thank you, Melanie. We've had so many women. We've had the female power hour for the last one, maybe longer. We're gonna try to work in some of the testosterone. We're gonna try to work in some of the men.
Can I make a quick announcement really quick?
Yes. Dr. Tayo, but yes, go ahead.
So The Wild Genius is now #1 new release for women in business and business leadership.
Great. Business leadership. That's
great.
Awesome. That's a great category. That's exciting. Thank you, Melanie, for sharing. Please check out The Wild Genius, and you can see more from Melanie's story. And I want to go over to Dr. Tayo now and have Dr. Tayo explain a little bit about her journey. Now, like Melanie was saying and sharing with us, sometimes it seems like we're in the wrong place. It seems like we're going through things that are terrible, that we didn't want to experience, that we're totally off track. But then I think you would all agree with me. If you look in hindsight, you can see that what you went through was really meant to be, because that's where you developed the gifts, you found the tools, you found that grit, you found the resourcefulness, you found the skills that you needed to then move forward and to shine your gifts for other people. So I just want to say the trees were not an accident. In my letter from the editor, I explained about the trees, and there are images of trees all throughout the book, but it's exactly like what you were saying. We all have a blueprint inside of us. So I want to go to Dr. Tayo without further ado. Then I'm going to get to some of these fabulous gentlemen that are with us. But Dr. Tayo, please share with us about the work that you do and the story that you share in your chapter.
Hi, Jessica. Thank you very much. And thank you to everybody who's here and the audience listening. This is an important conversation. And that conversation has already driven, the book to, bestseller status in the categories you mentioned. And for the men who are here, you'll be pleased to know, maybe not, that the transition into menopause takes the women from where they are, which I call the second part of their life, the first part being from birth to puberty, then puberty to menopause, which is the second part, to just by the sheer decline of those female hormones, reproductive hormones, into a powerful phase of their life, if they choose to take it, because it's there. But are you ready to really step into the best phase of your life? And realizing that, I'm going to use some metaphors here, including people have been talking about roots and trees. If you squeeze you, when I say if you squeeze me, what comes out? the same thing as if you squeeze an orange, what comes out? Are you living what you are embodied to be? The earth has a purpose for you. When you know what happens, I believe in, divine intervention. You have a life, you have a purpose. You may not know it. If you sit in silence and listen, you will realize that menopause is not a punishment. It's not a disease. It is there for your transformation, to make a woman the best part of her life. And if you look at a lot of the really, really successful women, because I do a lot of study on this, the whole idea is that when you look at Forbes has a list of the most powerful women, 200 list, and a lot of them, 80% of them, are actually women in their 50s and beyond. That is telling me something. It is for those people who chose not to give up, not to fall silent, not to take the easy route and stay in comfort, but who said, guess what? I'm going to get through this whichever way I can and move beyond that place and become the powerful person they were supposed to be. What is their heartfelt? What is their soul purpose? And just keep on going. We may have our goals, but the goals are just out there. It's the little steps we take on the way to that goal, the journey that matters, that makes us into the men and women we're going to be. And so what happened with menopause? I'm a traditionally trained physician who now is going into what could other people will say holistic or traditional or natural or whatever. There's a point to that because I did have a choice. I could have stayed with my traditional medicine, and I did for quite a while, but it didn't work. It failed me as it failed so many other women. But I remember the natural wisdom that is in all of us. And it has, when I went back into my mind, I realized I had used it before and healed myself of something, and then said, this must be the way. And once I decided to let go of my traditional belief systems and those of my colleagues and went full tilt, the results were amazing. So we need to be able to listen to our bodies to get integrated into what the body is telling us.
Yes, absolutely. And you have developed the synergistic hormone balancing system, if I'm saying that correctly, and that's a trademark term. And that system that you've created, you really help women to work with their own bodies and within their own health, not with drugs, no pharmaceuticals, people. And it's about an 8-week program, I believe. Is that right, Dr. Tayo?
It is. Yes, it is. And the whole idea is to realize that people blame genes for everything. Genes are only 3% of causations of lifestyle diseases, of chronic diseases. And menopause itself accelerates aging. So the solution isn't to add hormones when the universe has told you hormones, you no longer need them. You already have 2 or 3 generations. You don't need them. So the universe is telling you don't need them. Why do you want to put that on top, lipstick on a pig? Forgive my French.
Yeah.
Go ahead, David. Sorry.
Dr. Tayo has a good website too that we got to help create and contribute to, but it's Get Your Sassy Back. That's her website. Get Your Sassy Back. I love it. And it's funny, people like Cosmos Dar, he's over here listening, and we'll interview him in a little bit, but like he got in this project like maybe, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 months ago. So he hears people like Melanie like, hey, I just came in here in the last 3 weeks and just did a chapter. This is great. This looks so easy. There's other people that are like, I've been working on this project for 8 months waiting for this book to come out. So Melody's really making it look easy. I think Craig's been probably waiting about 4, 5, 6 months. Yeah. Cosmos the same thing with Shannon. Shannon's like, I didn't even know this book existed till 3 weeks ago. I'm just thrilled to be in it. So it's interesting the experiences that people have. Some of you guys are like, this is so easy. This is so easy to be a best-selling author. Easy. Yeah, this is. And other people are like, oh my goodness, I've been working on this chapter forever. When was this going to happen? But Dr. Tayo, we had her featured on ABC TV, Phoenix, Arizona, on a show very popular called Sonoran Living. It came on right after Good Morning America, right before The View. She's had tons of media, tons of press. We've had her in the San Francisco Daily Press. We've had her in the New York City Independent. she's been in some of these printed magazines, Los Angeles Tribune,
The London
but,
Digest. She was
London
in
Digest,
as well,
yeah,
as well as
international.
Craig recently. Mhm.
Yeah. So you're listening to another profound expert. And I can't say enough about the quality of authors and in this book. So whether you're listening with something very easy to read and get value out of, or whether you were a part of this book, you're all in very good company here. You're in very good company with some great people. And having worked with all these people, I can tell you that, they're all, big hearters. They love to give and serve and share, and they're very approachable. They may not be able to get back to you right away, but you can go to places like Get Your Sassy Back or, thecraigbruce.com. And, you can sign up for a way to talk to them. It's pretty unbelievably easy. You'd be shocked. Shannon Hughes, another very approachable, likable guy. You're in Chicago. I mean, heck, he'll just roll out the red carpet, tell you the best donut places, tell you the best restaurants, whatever it is. And we still got to get over to him as well. But thank you, Dr. Tayo, for coming on. I just kind of wanted to sing all of your praises a little bit.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is really exciting. We've been meeting with co-authors here and allowing you to share about your chapters on the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. Of course, it's no accident that we have this kind of book on this kind of program, because as you read through the chapters, you'll see that these people are innovators, they are inventors, they are creators, they are disruptors, and they're really living that wild genius, as well as giving these nuggets and these tips for the reader to be able to refine that on their own, to get into the zone and to know how they get into the zone. So we've hit number one in a couple categories. The book is on sale for a special $1.99 price right now, just $1.99. You can get the ebook. And this is The Wild Genius, Raw Stories of Flow, Brilliance, and the Untamed Life in the Zone. So as we keep moving forward here, I want to get some of these gentlemen in on the conversation. So thank you for being here, Cosmos and Shannon and Craig. I know some of you have been here off and on a little bit longer than others. So I'm going to actually go to Shannon next, and I'm going to have Shannon come on up here and talk about what you wrote about. And you have an interesting story. All of you are so fascinating. Thank you for allowing me to work with you as the editor on this book, but you're also fascinating. And Shannon, you share about how music played a special part in your life, and then how you've taken what you've learned into coaching. So share with us about what you have in your chapter, please.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. I hope you all can hear me. And Jessica, it's been a pleasure getting to know you over the last few weeks. And I got to meet Craig in Chicago during David's knighting ceremony. That was one of the coolest things I ever seen. And Cosmos, I'm getting familiar with you. It was a pleasure to meet you. There was an old school artist from the 80s named Shannon, and she had a song called Let the Music Play. It's funny you say that because music has played a big part in my life, not just playing the CDs or the tapes or eight tracks, if you're old enough to remember those. But I actually became a volunteer teacher accidentally because I was in a singing group and we were trying to get off the ground, and we needed some voice lessons, and we got taken over to a school and we started taking music lessons, singing lessons, and then the group disbanded, but I chose to stay. I don't know why to this day I chose to stay, but it felt right. And a person I went to high school with was teaching there unknowingly and said he plays trumpet. And I said, I'd love to join the staff. And so trumpet, I added drums and piano to it. And that was in around 96. And so then it grew into seeing over 150 students a week from Tuesday through Saturday. I'd get off work in my normal job, then I'd go volunteer teaching music to kids. And that became very personal to me because I started to gravitate to the kids and from all walks of life, which was great. And it started to manifest somewhere with the parents, because the parents, I'd always tell them, come and sit in on your kids' class. Don't ever ask me, can I? You walk in and you sit down. I don't ever tell parents, well, I need to check. No, I'm the teacher. You come in, you're the parent. You come in and sit down. That's your child. You come in and sit down. And they would be listening to me. And then I would get nuggets like, did you ever think about being a speaker or a coach? I scoffed at it. I said, no, absolutely not. I'm still in my mid-20s. I had sideburns and hair and, still having fun and all of that stuff. But over the years, it got a little bit, it gained some traction because I started doing foundational classes with the parents to teach them how to read music to help their kids and, do their homework. There's math and social studies and all that stuff, but parents don't know how to read music unless they've already done it. I did foundation. So now that's another avenue. I'm speaking in front of a large group of people, and it started to manifest and it started to grow. But then in 2016, my dear friend, her name is Dr. Bounds, she retired at 83. And that was a hit to me because for 21 years, I did this voluntarily. For 21 years, I did this. I didn't know what to do next. But I still remember the parents saying, do this next, do this next. I still didn't think it was the calling. And I will say this, from March to like November, I sulked like I was a grown man sulking because I didn't know. I knew I didn't want to go to work and just go home. I didn't want to go to I didn't know what it was. And then someone spoke into me from Dallas, said, do some videos and just post them. This is before what Facebook is now. And I would just do like a 3 or 4 minute hit, and I would just talk about something motivational because there's enough negativity in the world that just drives me crazy. So let's do something different. So I was talking to the kids or the parents in a positive tone, and then it gained some traction. And then I went to California for a real estate seminar, met a friend on Facebook out of the blue. She introduced me to someone else. She said, do a motivational minute starting on January 2nd. So I did it. And I kept doing it and kept doing it, and the audience came. And then she says, do a book. I said, well, how am I going to do a book? I only use books to prop up my coffee table. How am I going to do a book?
Shannon, you're breaking my heart.
What do I want to do? But the challenge was put out there. And I said, okay, let's do it. And in 2017, I did the first one, but then that led me to David Fagan.
Yes.
Down in Tampa where we first met. And then we go going into 18, and then I started book 2. And then I reached out to David. I said, okay, I need some help doing book 3. And he and his wonderful team, Isabel and everybody, helped me put that 3rd book together. That was a daunting task. I found out stuff about myself that I was shocked and surprised, but I also found out I was stronger than I actually was.
And writing is a journey, right? So if you're taking this journey, and I love how you're sharing, Shannon, about these little nudges that you're getting along the way, because so many times as people are going through their lives, they might miss those little nudges or those little cues, or those things that they go, wait a minute, something you never thought of. And it went from these little nudges to now you're media celebrated, best-selling author. You've been featured in media, magazines, papers. Go ahead. Keep going.
You don't know until you know. And those little passages in our lives, that's the knowledge that you put in your tool belt. And anytime you need it, you pull it out, you use it. So I had to laugh at myself. I said, did I really do all of this? And even getting ready for this book, when I was laughing with you, Jessica, and I wrote the article, and you like, no, there's a little bit more there. And that stuff I had forgotten. And I don't mean that arrogant. I'm like, I did do that. Because at first I remember starting for nothing. Then all of a sudden I'm like, I did do this. And I'm like, wow. And then that just led into speaking events. I got to do some stuff with David and Isabel and some stuff here in Chicago. And then COVID is where I really took off. And I remember doing the article for the Los Angeles Tribune, and the article was entitled, Should I Say Thank You to COVID? And it was not in the way of what it was. It was everybody was at home. So what can you do at home? So it was either eat a lot of food, binge watch, or shift. Now, pull that thing out of that tool belt, the things that I've done. Now I'm doing webinars, and I'm jumping on and speaking. I'm like, I can't believe it. And I started getting clients out of it. And I would literally every once in a while laugh at myself. I'm like, I can't believe I started from, teaching to motivational videos to meeting David to doing this, and now I got clients out of COVID. So you never know what's happening until it actually manifests. So don't block don't block your blessings. You always keep your ear to the ground, because someone's speaking into you. You just got to tune in and listen. And I'm glad I actually followed through on that.
Yeah. Shannon's he doesn't know this yet, but he's coming to Kenya with us. Well, maybe he does know. We've been talking about it. He sent me a whole list of questions I have to answer for him. He's trying to scare me off with his teacher moves of writing essays. He's giving me essay assignments over there. I'm like, Shannon, just watch the video. All the information's on the website. Sign here, press hard, 3 copies. You're good. Let's go. But Shannon, thank you for coming on. I want to make sure we get over here to Cosmos Stars and bring on Greg. But yes, Shannon, you've got a big heart, and we look forward to having you in our community more. You've been gone from it, way too long. We're gonna get Craig here in a minute. He did a lot of interviewing, help interviewing, and co-hosting yesterday with us as well. Did a great job. But let's get over here to Cosmos Dar and
okay, I want to introduce him.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to steal any thunder. You do that. All I ask is when you're done, I want you to have Simone ask him a question as well. And there's a reason for this, but you guys do what you do.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, I'm excited to have Cosmos here. Now, Cosmos joined this project early on, as did Craig. And it was really great to be able to work with Cosmos through the book project and also some other media that we were able to get Cosmos featured in. I've learned a lot. So Cosmos, you have this movement called Extraordinary America, right?
Yeah.
And you are all about financial freedom for the 99%, not those blasted cheeky 1%. So I know that you have a podcast, you have a great website. I believe you're also hosting on a TV show now. Is that right?
Yeah, I was on a TV show recently. Yes.
Yeah. So very exciting. Okay. So I want you to go ahead and tell us about your movement. And you have a great story coming to this country, immigrating. So tell us your story. Give our viewers a little bit of a taste of what you're all about.
First of all, thank you so much for having me over here. I really appreciate it. And for everybody listening to this, I came to America as an immigrant, right? I was an immigrant my entire life and an outsider my entire life. And I lived in Kuwait, which was like a country in the Middle East. And then when I was there, I just saw like how money has an effect on everybody over there. Like, people immigrate to different countries just to like make a living and earn like wages, but sometimes the wages are not enough. So when I grew up, I just saw a lot of people working in like, especially in the construction industries and everything, and they're living hard lives and they're not even earning like barely like $100 a month, right? And I knew that money has an effect on us, and then we have to master making money. Like, we should not revolve around money. Money should revolve around us. But when I came to America, like, I really bought into the ideals of freedom and financial opportunity and the pursuit of happiness. But what I realized on the financial front is people are still living paycheck to paycheck. They're stagnant incomes. There's a lot of inflation going on, and we're not able to match our paycheck with the rise in prices, like in groceries, gas, and all of that. And I wanted to do something about the identity crisis between America's identity of freedom and the reality on the financial front for most Americans. And that's why I started Extraordinary America, which is about the abolition of financial slavery and about financial freedom. And I have like this podcast where I interview people that came from humble beginnings, and then they became 6-figure, 7-figure, 8-figure, 9-figure earners. And then they tell you how they did it. And you realize that there's a mindset and a thought process of how to get there, right? Like, there's a strategy, and the way they think and the way they acted basically overcame their environment. And if they can do it, we can do it as well.
Beautiful. And I love your passion. I'm so excited to have you in this project and on this book. And I want to bring Simone into the conversation now and let her get in on asking you some questions and to hear more from you. Go ahead, Simone.
Hi, Cosmos. Thank you so much for being here with us. There's something that has happened before that you hear about, people who win the lottery. Say someone wins the lottery for like $65 million, and then within 5 years or less, that money is gone. What type of mindset is someone in that allows something like that to happen? I've always been curious about that.
So it's basically like ultimately it's coming down to the scarcity mindset, right? So like the difference between the 1% and the 99% is like the middle class and like the people that are earning paycheck to paycheck, they're now in a scarcity environment and they have a scarcity mindset. And so when they win the lottery, they're still living in that type of thinking and acting. And so if you're in that mindset and your thoughts and actions are like that, you will eventually lose the money because you cannot handle it. So the universe will only give you so much as you can handle, and you have to have like the abundance mindset of like the rich and the wealthy, and then they think in certain ways, they act and behave in certain ways. And when that happens, that for instance, like saving versus consuming, right? Like how much are you like saving, like are you a producer versus are you a consumer? Like that is an example of a mindset where like, are you consolidating debt? Like how are you managing your money? Like these things matter in terms of whether you're going to keep the money or not.
You actually brought up something about debt as well, and I want to ask about that because what I understand is that debt can be used as an asset. Debt can be used as leverage. So, and that's the difference between people who understand money and how it operates and people who don't. Can you touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, I'm so glad that you brought this up because I've actually like interviewed like a few people, and I've actually had a few friends myself who understand this concept of debt. So there's consumer debt, and then there's like strategic debt, where you're using debt to buy assets, which will increase in value over a period of time. So when you're doing consumer debt, you're just it's just like a liability. Like let's say you're buying like a car for your personal expense, or you're buying something, and it's not producing any value over the long term. However, when you use debt to like let's say start a business that will produce an income or a profit, or you're like using it to get like a commodity like gold or silver, which will increase in value. Or let's say, for instance, you invested in Bitcoin when it was at $1,000, and then it increased to like 100,000. Then you pulled out, and that's a huge profit. So that's an example of strategic debt. Like you're taking out money to like do that. And so when you use debt strategically to get assets which increase in value, that's a good thing. But when you're having consumer debt, that's a bad thing, and that's what most of the people end up doing.
Now, that's something that I hear about certain countries, like world powers do. Like China has taken on some of our debt or something like that. That's been in the news lately, and that's a strategic move, correct?
I mean, I would say so on like China's part, but I think like ultimately like on a national level, it's obviously a very complex matter, but it's ultimately unsustainable the way like our government is doing it in a relationship with China, like especially with the tariffs and everything. So in that regard, it's a very complex matter, that's for sure.
Yeah. You guys have been awesome. This whole segment celebrating the book has been awesome. Thanks, Cosmos, for coming on. We've got Lisa Skinner coming up here shortly. We're starting to run out of time. We're going to give Craig a few minutes, but me and Cosmos will say goodbye for the time being and get Craig's thoughts on his book. Cosmos, you were wonderful. We got to talk more, man.
Extraordinary America is the website, right, Cosmos?
Extraordinary-america.com, and you can also find Extraordinary America on YouTube and on our Facebook fan page.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Okay. All right. So Craig, it's down to me and you. Here we are.
You know what? It was meant to be like this.
Yes. Yes. Now you joined this project early as well. And in the meantime, we launched your book and made it a bestseller. So you wrote The Fulfillment Revolution. And your story is really interesting as well, because you were this, high-powered international business running all over the globe and exhausting yourself. So share a little bit about your journey here briefly and tell us about what you share in your chapter. Don't give it all away, but share.
I won't. Well, you know what? Well, first of all, thanks. And I feel a bit like I'm in an episode of Star Trek, being beamed in and beamed up. But it's actually quite invigorating. Yeah, and many of you have heard my story. For 25 years, I led this life of a global business executive, an expat in Brazil, Mexico, 2.5 million miles on one airline, 1 million miles on another, living the life of that everyone says, wow, look how successful this guy is. And Jessica, it was all good until it wasn't. And what I mean by that is at some point, it took its toll on my health, my relationships. And at some point, the doctor ordered bed rest, and my version of bed rest was my laptop, cell phone, and conference calls from my bed. And it was in that moment that I realized that I was living, but I wasn't alive. And that's really, yeah, I was living, but I wasn't alive. And you know, that is so common with a common theme with, I actually think we've heard a lot of that over the last 4 days, right? Particularly with successful entrepreneurs and business leaders. And so the title of my chapter in this amazing book is Beyond the Boardroom, From Burnout to Brilliance. And I wrote this because I wrote it as a challenge to every high performer, overachiever to begin to redefine success on their own terms before somebody else or some situation redefines their life for them.
And if you're just now joining us, this is the end of the panel where we're talking about The Wild Genius. This is a book we're launching today by Top Talent Publishing. And this is The Wild Genius, Raw Stories of Flow, Brilliance, and the Untamed Life in the Zone. And there are several co-authors. In fact, there are about 22 different co-authors, and then a great foreword by Lady Jen Duplessis. And throughout these chapters, experts are sharing how they found their genius, how they discovered how to get into flow, how to live from the zone, and their wild genius. And what I love about your chapter in particular, Craig, is it's one that really gives a lot of nuggets to tell people how they can get in touch with their own genius, how they can live that best life and really turn things around. So you're really giving a lot of value in what you're sharing.
Thanks. You know what? I'm a practical kind of guy. You know, I think being in front of executive teams for 25 plus years, you just can't give them theory or philosophy. You got to give them practical things. So that's the approach I take with my life. And what I found, and I'll just share, I created what I call my Elevate You blueprint. And I built it over the last 10 years in coaching high performers just like me, that there are really 3 areas that we focus on to really live the life that you've worked so hard to build. And those 3 areas, the first area is consciousness. And that's about who you are and how you want to show up every day. And it involves growth, intention, clarity. So let's get really clear. And let's get very intentional about who you want to be and how you want to show up. The second pillar is lifestyle, and that's about how you nourish, restore, and move your body. And then the third, and I would say all of these are equally important, is community. And we've heard a lot over the last 4 days about the importance of community. Connection. And that's really the relationship you have with yourself, the relationship you have with all others involved in your life, and the relationship you have with your career. So there's some, I think, some pretty good tips, and thank you for that compliment about really designing your life, designing your next chapter, again, before somebody else does it for you.
Yeah, you're sharing a lot in your chapter. I appreciate you doing that. And I appreciate you being here to talk about your chapter. And I know that you're doing great work with high-powered leaders and executives. I know that you help people to really redefine what success is and really take the success that's maybe run away from them and really get more heart-centered and get things back on the rails, so to speak. So thank you for sharing with us. Again, here on the Inventors and Innovators broadcast, we've been talking about The Wild Genius, and this is a book that we just launched. So get your copy now. There's a special introductory price of just $1.99. It's already become a bestseller in a couple different categories. So we are very excited. And again, we just want to thank our media partners for this broadcast, not only Top Talent Agency, but also the London Digest, the Washington, D.C. Chronicle, New to the Street, the San Francisco Daily Press. And I think I said them all. Okay. So thank you again, Craig. I know you've been doing great work in interviewing people throughout this broadcast. This is the 4th day. We've got over 2,200 people watching on various streams right now. It's going out on a lot of different streams. We're not even able to see all the numbers from where I sit right now. But we've got a lot of comments coming in from different platforms as well. So I know we've got some other people to interview as we move forward here. And let's see what we've got going on next. Here we go. Hi, Isabel.
Oh,
Hi.
hello. Hi there.
I have been having so much fun watching the Amazon and refreshing and making sure I have all the latest screenshots so we can share them and listening to this amazing panel. Craig, and you, and among all the other co-authors, I'm so grateful and thankful for all of you for the work you've done. And now we're all collaborating in a book together. That's the number one new release.
It is. This is part of your genius, right? Both yours and Jessica's to pull all this together. So thank you guys for everything you do.
Absolutely. It's been such a pleasure. This is really a fun book. I'm very proud of it. Like I said, and like Melanie was saying, I explain in my letter from the editor how the trees are kind of a metaphor for the genius we all have. It has that blueprint. You were talking about a blueprint earlier, Craig, as well, your Elevate You blueprint. But trees have this wisdom, and they don't need anyone's permission to grow.
Right.
They follow the blueprint of their own design, and they give shade, and sometimes there's flowers, and they don't ask for permission to grow where they need to go. And so throughout this book, you'll see the images of trees along with all of the chapters. And we have a really beautifully put together book. We're very proud of it. I encourage you to get it and check it out. Not only are these experts sharing about their own stories and the genius that they found and how they lived in the zone, but they're also helping you to see what skills you can develop and where your genius might lie, because genius is not reserved for the few. It is for everyone. And we all have our own innate abilities that we can tap into. So get the book, check it out. Let us know what you think, share your feedback, leave a review on there. And we would appreciate any feedback that you have on the book.
Thank you guys so much. And I think with that, we have to move on to our next segment. Craig, everyone, thank you guys so much for everything that you're doing. And yeah, you guys need to get this book. I already got my copy. Did you get yours?
I got mine last night and started reading it. Wow. I mean, it's just like, it's really powerful. And so very powerful. Love it, love it, love it.
Thank you. We'll have to say bye for now and bring up our next guest so we can transition on with this broadcast. But Craig, thank you so much. Let's bring up, hello, Lisa Skinner.
Lisa. Hi, Isabel. Hi, Jessica. Hi, Simone.
Hello. Well, welcome to the broadcast.
Well, thanks. Thanks for inviting me. This is really a very special honor.
So with the Inventors and Innovators broadcast, obviously, we're spotlighting some unsung heroes, sung heroes, people that are making an impact with the inventions that they have created, whether it was a program, a business, or something else. We know a lot about you, but why don't you go ahead and share with our audience a bit about yourself and what you created?
Okay. Well, I'm happy to say that what I talk about is not anything I invented. I have a tough job. I educate people about living with Alzheimer's disease and dementia. Mm-hmm. And my first experience dates back 50 years. And I can tell you that story in a minute. I've been doing this professionally for 30 years. And it has been like climbing Mount Everest with a 50-pound pack on my back. Mm-hmm. And I go around pulling people's heads out of the sand and saying, you need to hear this, because people don't want to talk about it. That was my first experience. It's starting to change. And I give credit to the media for that change that I've seen just in the last few years. This is very recent because this topic is now trending a lot in the media.
Yes.
And we're seeing television shows that are actually writing into their storyline, like This Is Us show, where the mom developed early onset Alzheimer's disease. So people are now starting to peek their heads out and go, maybe it is okay to talk about this topic. And it has not been okay to talk about this topic. And that's been my experience too. So I would think of myself more as an innovator than a creator or an inventor, because I am, and I have been for 30 years now, working on revolutionizing, number one, the way people think about Alzheimer's disease and the related brain diseases that also cause dementia, and then revolutionizing the way that we care for people who live with it. And it's taking an entire mindset change. We have to almost retrain our brains and do a complete paradigm shift. And that's why it has been a difficult journey.
And there's a lot of stigma around this topic. I think it's, like other mental health or things that people don't want to talk about. It's painful, it feels uncomfortable, but there's just so much misinformation. So share with us more, Lisa, about how you're helping to spread information and really empower people.
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to rewind back 50 years to my own first experience, my very own personal experience, my first introduction to Alzheimer's disease, because answering the question all ties into kind of following the yellow brick road that I took. So I had just gotten my driver's license. I was a teenager. And I was so excited. My grandma just lived, I don't know, a couple miles from our house. I grew up with her. I adored my grandmother. She was the sweetest lady in the world, plus the best cook on the planet. And I told my mom, I said, I'm going to go see grandma. I want to show off driving over there all by myself. So I did. She answers the door. She invites me in as usual. And we go into her living room and we sit down. And pretty much the next thing out of her mouth was to tell me that there were birds living in her mattress and that they came out at night and pecked at her face. And she couldn't sleep. She was a nervous wreck. She couldn't eat. She was scared out of her wits. And I'm sitting there with my jaw hanging down to the floor. It's like thinking to myself, why is she telling me this far-fetched story? This is crazy. I didn't say anything. Then she starts pointing to her walls and said, you see those rats? You see all those rats running around the house? They're invading my house. They've been coming by the hundreds, by the thousands. Of course, I didn't see anything. And I'm thinking, this is sounding crazier and crazier. And the last thing she told me was that there were these men who were constantly breaking into her home. They were stealing all of her personal possessions. They were breaking open her jewelry boxes and stealing her jewelry and taking them. And they kept coming back. And she was convinced. This is what she said to me. She said, I'm convinced that eventually they're going to do away with me and they're going to just take over my life. So, Lisa, I am constantly in a state of fear and I don't know what to do about it.
Wow.
And this was my first introduction.
As a teenager.
And the thing is, I told my mother I was going over there. She didn't say a thing, not a thing. So I was completely blindsided by my grandmother telling me these stories that were just so out of left field. And the only reason why I didn't contradict her, argue with her, say anything disrespectful is because I grew up in that generation that ingrained in us that you don't do that to your elders.
Right.
It's 100% total respect, even if you don't agree with them. But what I did do was I said, oh, Grandma, this must be terribly frightening for you. I said, I really want to help you with all these things that are happening. So let's start by going into your bedroom, and I'd like you to show me where and how these birds are getting in and out of your mattress. Can you do that? So we went into her bedroom. I threw the covers off. I'm looking everywhere for holes. I looked underneath the mattress. I'm looking every single inch of this mattress over, and I couldn't find any clue. So I said to her, I said, I'm not seeing where they're getting in and out of. Can you help me? Can you point it out to me? And of course, she kind of looks at me and she said, oh, Lisa, she said, they're there. They're just very, very clever. And then I learned later on, after I chose this as my career path, that was actually a very brilliant, masterful response. And I learned a lot of people who live with dementia, they become masterful at covering up what they're trying to get you to believe. And that's what she did with me. So I stayed a little longer. I was really uncomfortable. I didn't really know what to do. And I didn't know why she was telling me these stories. So I went home and I confronted my mother and said, what is wrong with grandmother? And I told her the stories and I said, I just can't believe that she was telling me these stories and she was so convicted to believing them. And she said, oh, your grandma's been diagnosed with senile dementia. That's what they called it 50 years ago.
And she didn't tell you?
She didn't tell me.
Wow.
And then I said, Mom, why didn't you tell me? I said, I was completely blindsided. I didn't know what to do, what to say. I wasn't expecting this. She said, because we don't talk about this. And that was the mindset 50 years ago when I had this first experience. And it's remained that way for a long, long time. And we really didn't talk about it that much afterwards. And then she finally went into a care facility because it was not safe for her to live at home. So since then, I've had 7 more of my own family members live with one of the 200 brain diseases that causes dementia. There are about 200 of them, Alzheimer's being the most common. So that experience has stayed with me to this day. I think about it every single day of how I was introduced to Alzheimer's disease, because it's not something that we expect is going to happen to our family.
Right. Something that happens to other people, right, Lisa?
Yeah.
That's something
And
that other
I would've-
people deal with.
Go ahead. I would have given anything to have been prepared. I don't know how I would have responded if I was prepared, but it would have been nice to have been prepared. My mother just saying, Grandma might be saying some really peculiar things when you go over there. So heads up. But she didn't say that. She didn't say anything. So
sorry, go ahead.
I decided for a variety of reasons, probably because I realized that this disease does run in my family. 5 of those 8 family members are blood relatives, which turns out puts me in a higher risk category than somebody who does not have it in their family. And I've worked in the industry in so many different spaces. I worked my way up to an executive position. And then I went off on my own and started my own consulting business. And I was called over to this client's house. I was referred to her by another client. And I went to their house. She asked me to sit down. And she starts explaining to me the reason why she called me over. It turns out her father had been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and her mother-in-law had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. And she said, Lisa, the reason why I took a chance and called you over here today is because we have been struggling to find information. Now, this is about 15 years ago. We've been struggling to find helpful, valuable, useful, and truthful information about what to expect on a daily basis with both our parents living with with a brain disease that causes dementia. So for the next 2.5 hours, I answered every single one of their questions. Her husband was there too, because his mom had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. And she stops me after 2.5 hours. And she said, Lisa, let's just pause right here for 1 second, and then we'll continue. She says, I just want to take a minute to tell you that you have provided us with more information that we have never heard before, that we have been struggling to find in the 2 years since our parents received these diagnoses. And she said, you really need to write a book. I'd been thinking about that for years because so many people said the same thing. But then what came out of her mouth next was kind of the impetus behind everything that I've done since, including writing a best-selling book. She said, no, I'm serious, Lisa. You've got to write a book. It would be really, really selfish of you to not share with the world what you know, what you've experienced, because people like us, we're desperate. We didn't sign up for this.
So I'm going to start interjecting. We'll let you kind of go for a while. So I'm going to start asking you some questions. But so yes, when someone does want to start engaging with you, start getting that empowerment back, that they're not blindsided anymore. No, it's not a open secret anymore. What are some of the ways that you start helping these family members through this, I'll say, a traumatic experience, because essentially you're losing a loved one as they're still alive?
Yes, that's exactly right. You have to go through them passing away twice.
Yes.
Once while they're disappearing.
So what are some of the ways that you start to work with them? Do they have to read your book first? Do they have to schedule a call? What do the first steps look like?
What I've learned in all the decades that I've been doing this is the place to start is in helping people understand what these brain diseases are doing to the brains of the people who live with them. Because one of the myths out there is that this dementia is exclusive to memory loss and confusion. And that is absolutely not the case. It robs us of pretty much every cognitive function that we have in our brains, our abilities to make logical decisions, to reason things out, to make sound decisions about things, even that may put us in harm's way. Our personalities change dramatically. And these are all the things that people first need to understand and then learn. And this is where the paradigm shift comes in, because the actual way we approach people when they're telling stories, like I heard about birds living in the mattress, is how to effectively respond to, and in that instance, that was what's called a delusion or a false belief. My grandmother 1000% believed there were birds living in her mattress and coming out at night and pecking her face. So how to respond to delusions and hallucinations and all of the behaviors that we see pop up on a daily basis unexpectedly as a result of the damage that's being progressively done to our brains. And this is how
it is the brain. It's not just genetics, but it's wiring that's inside of us that's kind of becoming unraveled, you would say.
Yeah, that's a great analogy. It really is. And so that's really where we need to start, is helping people understand and then know what to expect so you're not blindsided. And then also develop and learn the skills that can de-escalate situations from getting out of control. So, for example, if I had handled my personal experience a different way, like started arguing with my grandmother or contradicting her or saying, this is the craziest story I've ever heard. What are you talking about? That could cause in the person living with dementia so much anxiety and anger and a flood of other emotions that it can escalate the situation into what we call a catastrophic reaction. And that's synonymous with a total meltdown. Now, I didn't know that logically because
but you had a natural intuition of how to kind of handle that situation. My grandmother, she passed away in 2023, so a couple years ago. But for over a decade, 12 years, my aunt was her caretaker because she had Alzheimer's dementia. And she was the matriarch of the family. I remember being younger, and she would own the house. She would own the kitchen. That was her domain. She would get up really early, start making breakfast for everybody, for the whole household, maybe even some leftovers for the neighbors. But then once it came to like that top of the hour, she would just slap her hands on the counter saying, the kitchen is closed. Do you want something? You make it yourself. And I don't really know when I started to notice the signs, but I noticed a lot of that started to go away. So for things like this, I'm going to try not to get too emotional, but what are some early steps, early warning signs that people can start being aware of? Because for some people, it is still a close held secret. Some people are very active and it's like, okay, we have a problem, we're going to fix it. But what are some early action steps that someone can start taking when either they recognize in themselves or a family member that they're starting to show these kinds of signs before they actually get a true diagnosis from a doctor? Like even if they're starting to suspect something.
That is such a great question, Isabel. And it makes this disease even that much more complicated. Most people, and this is a true fact, are not even diagnosed until they're well into their mid-stage. Because the early signs in the beginning stages of dementia caused by a brain disease are very, very subtle. And it's almost impossible to tell in the earliest stages whether the person is experiencing what we call just the natural aging forgetfulness that happens to pretty much all of us. Forget our keys, misplace our keys, walk into a room, can't remember why we are there. And what is blatantly obvious that there is something else going on. And these diseases can live in our brains for 10 or 20 years before we get to the stage where those signs, symptoms, and behaviors do become blatantly obvious. And it makes this dementia world so much difficult for everybody, for caregivers, for family members, for doctors, because we cannot then do early interventions because they're already into the mid stage before it's, really given a name. So
someone's also asking in the audience, how can someone take care of themselves when they had parents with brain diseases and are concerned about it running in the family? What is something they can do to take care of themselves?
There are a lot of things that we can do to minimize our risk, but it's a long answer to that question because there are so many factors.
Well, we only have a short amount of time, so we need a short answer to this one.
Okay, I'm going to say probably the main things that we can do is if you have a medical condition like cardiovascular disease, diabetes, sleep apnea, these are all risk factors that increase a person's risk. Make sure you're being treated for them. There's lifestyle choices. We are truly what we eat. So by not eating ultra-processed foods, processed foods, kind of sticking to more of Mediterranean-style diets, we reduce our risk of developing Alzheimer's disease.
Oh, fascinating. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, regular exercise has been proven to help reduce our risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. But like I said, it's a difficult question to answer in a short period of time because there are so many risk factors that go into the mix that we don't have time today to go through them. But with each one that applies to any individual increases their risk of developing Alzheimer's disease when they turn 65. Does that mean they will? If every single risk factor was stacked against you, does that mean you're still that you definitely will develop Alzheimer's? No. It just means that your risk has become higher. And there are many, many, many things that we can do to minimize that risk. There are 4 risk factors that we cannot change that go into the mix, but the rest of them, we actually can do something about to lower that risk back down.
Good. And I'm sure a lot of people want to know and hear about those things. Unfortunately, we're coming to a close on our time. Have to move on with the rest of the broadcast. But Lisa, thank you so much for coming on today on the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. I still want to give you the final word. Please tell the audience how they're able to connect with you, and please share any final words that you'd like to bestow that wasn't covered.
Okay. There's my book called Truth, Lies, and Alzheimer's. It's available on Amazon and all the booksellers. I also host a weekly podcast, and I have been doing that for 2.5 years, and it is rated in the top 10 global podcasts that are listened to. So even though people aren't talking about it, they're listening to it. And then my website is mindingdementia.com.
Mindingdementia.com. Okay. Well, Lisa, thank you again so much for being here on the broadcast and spending some time with us. I look forward to having you on future broadcasts. But until then, we'll have to say bye for now.
Okay. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you. So I'm going to bring up our next guest. He has a little bit of a bio I'm going to read for him. So I'm going to look off camera for a second. But our next guest is Dr. Eric Zuley, who is a globally recognized entrepreneur, award-winning influencer, and visionary CEO of the Easy Way Network, an elite marketing, media, and tech ecosystem reaching millions, a published innovator with 1 million followers, a marquee Who's Who honoree, and Universal Peace Fed ambassador who connects celebrities, CEOs, and changemakers through powerful TV, digital platforms, and high-impact events. His influence spans business, media, and philanthropy, making him one of today's most impactful trailblazers here on the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. He has been seen on ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, TMZ, Washington Times, just to name a few. He's been on the cover of Hollywood Weekly and over 18 other covers. He is also the CMO and National Social Media Awards and Better Vision for Children, and was given an honorary doctorate degree for having over 1 million humanitarian service hours beneath him. So please welcome to the stage, Eric Zuley. Oh no, your mic's not working. It's okay. But Eric, I love you so much that you gave so many letters to someone with dyslexia. But we're still trying to get some things working on. But I'm just going to keep talking about him for a little bit until he comes back. But I have had the honor of working with Eric Zuley for many years. We've done a lot of work together. I've been part of his Easy Way Network, talking to his community and working well on the ways that we're able to collaborate, not just with the individual products and projects that we have going on, but how we can work together globally. Sometimes these things can work, they feel like overnight, but really we all know that there's no such thing as an overnight success. So people like Eric.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. But
Okay.
people like Eric and many others who are holding spaces so people are able to connect is what broadcasts like this are making entertainment worthwhile. But Eric, welcome to the broadcast.
Well, thank you for having me on the broadcast. I love the name. Inventors and Innovators. And I definitely hit both those categories.
Yes, yes. So why don't you tell everyone a little bit more about yourself? I did read the bio. I love that you gave the dyslexic so many letters, but I think I did okay.
Well, actually, when you use StreamYard, which we're on, it only gives you so many characters. So I was like, dang it. And I'm like pulling out commas and I'm abbreviating things. But yeah, I mean, my name's Dr. Eric Zulli, and it's an honor. I appreciate you guys having me on the stage. Been doing events since 2000. We've raised about 20 million or so for different nonprofits. Born and raised in Orange County, California. And ultimately, we have a company that's a multifaceted ecosystem that helps to super boost and position people's marketing efforts through a formula that we do called power of association, appreciation, and affiliation. And just we have an amazing community. We work in conjunction with top talent and a lot of different partners and collaborators. And I really think that's kind of what it's about, and what we do is we power on a media perspective, a little different than what top talent does, which is more streaming television, social media based, and just interactivity between community and building community has really been our thing. And I'm proud to announce, actually, Isabel, we recently just signed a deal to 60 different syndicated satellite and cable television channels. And we're getting ready to be on Radiate Television, to Roku channel, Tubi, Pluto, all the big boys, on top of our own platform, EasyWay.tv, on Roku TV, Apple TV, Amazon, our app. But really, we're just building an amazing family through an app called EasyWay Interactive. That's kind of like a Facebook or a LinkedIn, but it's more for the 1%ers. It's an invite-only platform. It's not the easiest, no pun intended, to get into it. But yeah, we just love creating impact through stages and through events, and really ultimately taking that and putting it on television to a whole nother level. So our motto is we go beyond marketing.
I love that. And doubling down, you are creating spaces where people are not only able to network with people that are on the same level as them, but also there's some elevation to that as well. So when you're trying to break through that next barrier, you have the support system, you have the ecosystem that's going to allow you to really do those things. Were you always part of the networking world, or was it something you just kind of fell into and then fell in love with and found that you're able to thrive in it?
Well, I mean, when I was younger, I remember telling my dad that I want to be like Dick Clark. I watched Dick Clark, believe it or not, and American Bandstand. Even though I was so young, you still can pull up the I Love Lucy's and the Andy Griffiths and the old stuff, and you could see some of these productions, and I was always very fascinated by like Byron Allen and Dick Clark and people that have a multifaceted approach to them and to what they're doing in production and media. And so I told my dad, I said, I'm going to be like them someday. And now moving forward, I was actually honored as the next digital Dick Clark. And so I pursued and made my dreams happen. And really through a microphone, I built a community, and I've helped so many others. And I really don't think it's about our community and our network as much anymore. It's really about helping create every other community and impact within their community, just knowing that we had a little bit of a piece, a little bit of, a support behind what they're trying to do as far as the impact and influence they're trying to make.
Yeah, I love it. For those of you just now joining us or listening, you are hearing Eric Zulli, Dr. Eric Zulli, being interviewed. Me and Eric go back about 10 years. Some of the biggest connections I've ever made have come through Eric, either directly or indirectly. One of the stories that I like to tell is about meeting Leith Eaton through Dr. Eric Zulli. Several people come out of that, including Steve, a little bit more on him later. But I also met Larry King, one of my heroes. And so you're talking about, one of your heroes and you kind of being the next one. Larry King, to me, was one of my heroes, and I got to have lunch with him several times and work on some projects with him. And that happened, indirectly from you. I met somebody through you, and that person connected me. So I say that to you all, everybody listening, because you're 1 degree, maybe 2 tops of separation when you're hanging out in the Easy Way community or the top talent community or our communities. People say, "Oh, David, you're such a connector. Thank you." But one of my people that connect to me is Eric Zuley. So if you want to meet the coach's coach, the trainer's trainer, the connector's connector, I'll throw Eric into the mix there. And Eric, I can't give too much bigger of a compliment than that. I don't know if you realize how big of a compliment I'm giving you here.
I was already complimented when you came on screen, David, the fact that you're joining me, but thank you so much for the kind words. And I definitely receive and accept that from my heart to yours, because, and I think giving, again, like I said, power of appreciation. Like now I feel appreciated. I'm going to get excited. I'm going to share the heck out of this broadcast, but I appreciate you sharing that story, and shout out to Leith Eaton. And yeah, it's really interesting when you think about, not necessarily who you're dealing with, but who knows who they're dealing with. And then that's actually the domino effect of who they may know that they may know that they may know. And a lot of the business that I've done has really been getting involved in tapping in to communities and networks. And it's the deals that I've gotten has really come from like the third, fourth, or fifth level down of what somebody knows.
Yep. Yeah, we'll do a little fun exercise. I got to start somewhere. Everyone starts with someone, but I'll just jump in with Lynn Rose. I met Lynn Rose, who's very well known in Southern California, and she introduced me to Diana Wentworth. And me and Diana Wentworth went on to work together since 2011, 2012, right? And her husband, Ted Wentworth, was a massive mentor of mine. He passed away a few years ago. But Diana Wentworth introduced me to Stephen Memel. And Stephen Memel is a very famous, well-known voice and performance coach. And, he's worked with everyone from Adam Levine of Maroon 5 to Drew Barrymore and Justin Long. And he introduced me to Eva Mendes. And I was actually at an event with Eva Mendes, and my daughter was there and taking a picture. And I could go on, but like Lynn introduced me to Diana, and Diana introduced me to Steve, and Steve introduced me to, Eva Mendes. And the point being is, you never really know who it is. And I'm going to turn this into a question for you, Eric. But what I tell people is, if you're not where you want to be, it's because you're not having the right conversations with the right people. You're not having enough of the right kinds of conversations with the right kinds of people. Now, some people, they're talking to great people all the time, but they're not having the right kind of conversation. And there's a real art to that. And then other people are having the right kind of conversations, but they're not really talking to the kind of people that can really reciprocate or playing a big enough, game for them. And when I see you, Eric, I see you as somebody who has the right kinds of conversations with the right kinds of people. And the question is, does that come naturally to you, or do you have some kind of formula that you've sort of invented and innovated over the years that have helped perfect that?
That's a really great question. I mean, I've been interviewed thousands of times, but I think that's one of the best questions, and I'm gonna have to think a little bit there. I think
thanks to you, I've been trained by Larry King, so that's what you get. And see, it came full circle back to you. There you go.
Exactly. Well, I definitely have to give props to God, because God definitely gave me a gift of tongue and a gift to listen. Mm-hmm. And I think listening is really the key, and being able to respond properly to people. And I think, again, it goes back to power of appreciation. People feel appreciated when you shut up and you listen to them, and you actually show them that you care about what they're saying and what they have going on. And so it did take me a while to learn this. And the more I learned that it wasn't about me, and it was really about serving everybody else, the more bigger people, higher level people would start to come around. And I think another big part of it too is the way that your perception and the way that you're perceived. I have to give props to my beautiful other half, Dr. Dante Sears, because, she made sure that, like, for instance, she told me, you can't wear a hat. My hat's sitting right here. I want to wear a baseball cap so badly. But she's like, no, this is a big stage. You got to go on properly. So I'm not wearing a hat, baby. But we
appreciate that. She gave you good advice right there.
My hair is not as good as yours, David. I don't have your barber. So, but yeah, no, I really think it boils down to listening. And I mean, I've been doing this for 23 years now. So you do pick up things along the way. Yeah. And I think I've learned different strategies and things like that. And I'll say this, a little tip for you guys: the power of the microphone with distribution behind it is a master key that can open up any networking door.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to let Simone ask a question here, but we're guys, so this isn't a taboo for women, but I'm 48, Eric. How old are you? I feel like we're the same age.
Close. I'm 44.
You're 44. Okay. I'm still the old man senior to you. Okay. Well, it's good we still have some young whippersnappers around here then. All right, Simone, go ahead. You got a question.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Eric Zuley. Thank you for being with us today. I have a question in regards to the expansion of your empire. So you mentioned that you're expanding into so many amazing platforms. What advice do you have for filmmakers who are trying to break out of just being filmmakers and get into the business? Map out distribution deals or first look deals and things of that nature. Any advice to give them that will allow them to, I guess, skip over into that area?
That's a great question. It's Simone, is it?
Yes.
Okay, it's the comment was there. I couldn't see your name. Well, pleasure to meet you as well. What I would say, filmmakers is another word for content creators. And nowadays, if you have a cell phone, you have the ability to create a film, and you don't really need a whole lot of money to do all that. I think that I've learned a lot from being around people. Like, for instance, I represent the CFO of River Rock Films, which works with CAA and top level people, Kristen Bell, on and on and on. And I recently just signed a deal as an official, producer with them, and we're partnering up, doing a lot of great things. And so, the more that you associate to people and you adopt, again, going back to listening. I remember when I was in these rooms. I remember when I was in a room with Kevin Dorsey, which is Michael Jackson's assistant music director, and he's done Lion King, and he's scored so many films. And I remember just being there at the Universal building and just keeping my mouth shut and just watching and listening. I think that the more that if you want to be a filmmaker, you need to, for one, it kind of goes along with branding. If you want a brand, you have to have a plan. Bottom line, if you don't have a plan to your brand, then you're gonna not have money in your hand. So it's the same type of thing with filmmaking, content creation. You want to know how you want to make your films, how you want to create your content, and you want to be around those types of people that relate to that market. And I think when it comes to content creation, market, making a film, TV shows, podcasting, anything, it really boils down to the market and the audience that you want to hit. So the more that you study your market and your audience, the more that you acquire affiliates that can help you get to that market and audience, the more you're going to really realize how to create that content that your market and your audience really wants.
And that kind of segues naturally into gaining funding as well, doesn't it? Because I find that that's another issue that filmmakers have, along with everybody else at every level. Funding is kind of an issue. So that kind of segues over into the funding area, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%. And I mean, without funding, you really have nothing. And funding is really, I think it boils down to your credibility and the way that you're perceived and how people are going to research you and that type of stuff. Because I mean, there's so much that goes into it. I could literally teach a class on this from just the people that I'm around right now. But what I've really realized is you could have the best deck, you could have the best people, you could have the best of whatever, but people are going to bottom line research you, and they're going to look at the exit strategies, and they're going to look at certain things to give you the funding. And if you're not positioned properly to close that deal, that's really where it starts from. Before you even get into the funding, before you even get into the decks, before you get into any of that stuff, it starts from what people are going to find when they research you, and then they decide to set those next meetings and so on and so forth.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to build and plan.
Lisa Nichols sometimes talks about the influence economy like me. Sometimes I like to use the term brand capital, but a lot of people are out there talking about how to borrow money, get money. That's all well and good, but when you have the right reputation, and brand capital, you'd be shocked at how fast the doors can open. And again, it kind of goes back to the right conversations with the right people.
Yep.
You know, you can't get blood from a rock, right? You know, some of these old fashioned sayings, well, you know, people can love your idea, but if they don't have the money, if they don't have the resources, so, you know, we've got to find those people. And I think you've done a good job, Eric, at finding people who are worthy of your talents and abilities. And a part of that worthiness is they can afford your talents and abilities. And that's something I think we've done fairly well at as well. But do you have a specific strategy in attracting the people that have the time, money, and resources to invest in the projects that you want to get out there?
100%. But before I answer that, let me also give you kudos, David, because you mentioned Lisa Nichols. You know, I ended up meeting Marcellus, her husband, and me and Marcellus are like this now. That's my boy. You know, and I also met Jeffrey Hazlett, you know, through you and your event. And so he's going to be on our stage. I think Lisa might be our big Influencers to Income Summit coming up. So I want to give you kudos for that. But Thanks. As far as how we attract people, again, I think it really goes into how you're perceived. You know, the way that your branding looks, the more that, you know, when we started getting to that next level of the look and feel of how people were seeing our brand, and we were being looked at like a Facebook or a Nike or like a bigger level brand, I started noticing, you know, those meetings getting more closed, those opportunities happening. I think also too, I think it really boils down to just being who you are, being real, and just being that person that you're coming across like you want to help others, and just being sincere and being humble. I think a lot of people attract to that. And also it helps when you have a couple 100 million viewers that you potentially hit, and you have distribution, and you have all this different stuff, and you have an empire, and you it's obvious that you have a real community. I think, you know, that's what it really is, David, is I think it's the community. The more that you have a true community that's obvious, like, you know, I see a couple of people that I know that are in here right now, and I send a text message, and, you know, and I always look at, like, if I'm ever going to touch a stage, if my brand, if my face is ever going to be somewhere, I'm going to hit it hard and make sure that I have a community that comes along with me. One, to reciprocate, power of appreciation, you know, power of association. I appreciate someone taking the time. I mean, you know this just as well as I do, David, being an event producer. We've both been event producers for a long time. You have to show that love. And I think what happens is the third party perspective of showing that love to other producers and other stages, other people go, oh, I want that love. I want that too, you know? And so they start to come around, they start to attract. And so what I did was I built an app that you can actually, when you get into the Easy Way Interactive app, you can see the community. You can see how quality of a community is, and you can see how it's going to benefit you and your business. And so I think the answer really is community, and getting even zeroing in more quality of community, building network.
Yeah, no, for sure. Let's talk a little bit more about your event that's coming up. We definitely want to share that and promote that. You know, ours, we like to say broadcast. This kind of thing, it's a broadcast. It's not an event. There's no PowerPoint, you know, nothing wrong with any of that. It's just, this is a broadcast. It's just a series of interviews. Is your event coming up? Is it more of a broadcast? Is it more of a traditional event? I know you have a very unique approach, and I also kind of know what it is, but I'm just kind of setting you up here a little bit. But tell us about that.
I appreciate it. Well, I mean, everything that we do on StreamYard. When we do virtual, typically it is set up as a broadcast, and typically pay-per-view. Or if you're a member, you're able to watch it live, which means if you have our app, if you're a user. And we do pay-per-view because we give 100% of the money we make on pay-per-view to Better Vision for Children, which is what my dad runs. I'm on the board. Dr. Sears is on the board, which helps children with early eye detection and prevention of future problems with their eyesight. And so this particular event is being set up as a 3-day summit broadcast that's really interactive, just like this is right now. You see every now and then people are coming with their comments and stuff. And ultimately we have a lot of things happening. And that, you know, as well as I do, the best way to broadcast to your community, to bring more community in, is to do a summit, because you're providing opportunities for your community. You're bringing in more people. And we have a new studio that we just closed the deal on. We have the syndication with cable and satellite television now. We have the River Rock new deal that we're doing, and so many more announcements that you need a 3-day situation to be able to make all those announcements. And at the same time, we love to give back. Again, community. It's one thing to build a community. It's another thing to keep a community. You know what I mean? Like when you to keep people happy in your community, you have to give them incentives. You have to give them appreciation and things like that. So when you do these big stages, we typically will go to our platinum members and go to our affiliates and our rock stars and things like that and say, hey, we got something great for you. We want to appreciate you. We want to say thank you. Same thing with the Easy Way Awards that we do at the end of the year.
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, I never approach an event as here's what I want to do. I always approach an event, a broadcast, any type of get together as what do people want to do? What do people want to be a part of?
Mm-hmm.
You always market the want and then give them what they need. I always market the want. There's always more that we're going to do. There's always more that you're going to do that never gets shared, because one of the brilliant things that I think a goal that we have in common is we want to market the want. We're not here to make it about us. We'll get our time when we get our time, but you do a great job at spotlighting people, which is what people want. They want a platform. They want an opportunity to share their life's work, their mission, everything that they're about, their talents, their abilities. And, people like me and you, we don't want to see these best kept secrets. So we're always talent scouting and talent searching, and then finding these opportunities to put them on there. I'm going to put you on the spot here in just a second, so just prepare yourself. Grab onto something here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't go politically correct on me, and I'll even go first. I have found some recent talent that I'm excited about. I could put a long list of people, but Simone Fairchild, I think that's some talent that I'm going to get some credit for having found. Right. All right. So who are some people that are maybe new in your world that you're excited? Not the big names. You got lots of big names. I got lots of big names. But who are maybe some of the people that we haven't heard from before that you kind of want to go out on the limb right now and document on the record of saying, hey, here's some people to watch. Their stock's on the rise.
You totally blocked me on my chance to tell people all the big names on this summit. We
can do that later. But I want to know some early predictions, so that next year when we do some of these things, or in December when we're at Top Talent Hollywood, it could be like, remember that we were on that call and Eric said da 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 da.
Yeah. I think. Well, I would say the people that I've worked with for the last 20 years that I've watched grow over time. Like Matt J. Doyle with Tap Interviews, watching him grow. I'm so proud to watch where he is at now. And watching him now get booked and paid to show up at red carpets versus trying to get on a red carpet. That's really awesome that we were able to support him with that. Jason Spann with expansion with Rhythm and Business. He's doing like an amazing like music artist and business collaboration type of like Shark Tank type of thing, and he's getting a lot of people that are attracting to him that are in the music industry. But then the business side, hey, we're going to help you find sponsors if you're in the music industry. It's an interesting thing that he's doing. And, like when we do the Easy Way Awards, the appreciation and watching the smile on their face because they're sharing the same stage with like AC Green or Ken Davidian or whatever. It's so rewarding to see that. Deb Drummond and what she's doing with the women's channel right now, like some of these women that they're working with is like, just mind-blowing, because they're working so hard on their show to help so many other people, and just knowing that we're just a little bit of that impact, a little bit of the powering behind that, that we can collaborate with people like you and Isabel, that you guys, you guys are superstars in PR, we're superstars in social media, the attractor factor and God being behind it. It's super rewarding watching. There's so many people that I'm thinking of, there's not enough time to talk about, but honestly, everybody in our Easy Way family that's not a 1%er.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be hard, and I'm glad you did.
I answered okay. Was that good?
You did answer okay. You gave us some actual names, which I know is hard to do because nobody wants to forget anyone. If I'm where you're at, I'm like, and I already know I'm in trouble, right? Like I picked out a few names, and I'm gonna have other people like, David, why didn't you mention me?
Yeah.
I
I
appreciate
get that
it.
all the time.
We,
In
gotta
fact,
take off.
the Zoom we just did yesterday, and we had
Yeah.
some mega names on there. I felt so bad because there's like 70 some people on there, and you can't find everybody, you can't see everybody. And then like I get all these text messages afterwards. You never mentioned me, and you never brought me up. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Let me do an interview with you and make up for it.
Yeah. We got to wrap up soon. I know that's why Isabel's coming, but yeah, tell us more about the big names. I know you got Jeff Hazlett. I know you got Greg Reed.
Yeah.
I know you got some really cool people.
Really quick, we got a minute left.
Yeah, well, I mean, Jeff Hazlett, Greg Reed, Secret Knock, the CEO of Napoleon Hill Foundation,
Don Green.
Omar Perry, who is the 30-time best-selling author, and we recently brought on River Rock. We're getting ready to bring on the CFO of River Rock. We're bringing the films and the A-list level films. We're bringing a big panel in. And Deb Drummond is and you know, Andy Monet. That's another one I met through you with the Trailblazers TV. You know, and you know, there's more coming in on a higher level. We're talking to Lisa Nichols right now. We're talking to other bigger names that are coming in. But I would say what I'm super excited about is the Hollywood panel, like Kate Linder from Young and the Restless, and Tina D. Lewis, what she does, and you David, you're one of the speakers on here, and Shala Day with the Women of Purpose. It's truly entrepreneurship. And what we're doing that's a little bit different than everybody else is, if you are attending the summit, if you're watching the summit, you get the possibility of meeting the people on the app afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's really what I was looking for, Eric, when I was saying who's that new person that's really going to take off. I was really hoping you were going to say it's me. I thought I was really I'm really coming into my own here.
But you're already there. Why would I?
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. Come on. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah. So it's influencetoincomesummit, by the way.com, guys, if you want to register. Influencetoincomesummit.com.
Influencetoincomesummit.com. Yep, we'll drop that into the chat. Thank you for coming. We'll give you the last word. Anything else you want to say that we didn't give you a chance to say?
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, God is good. You know, I want to give props to my dad and my Easy Way family. You guys, I mean, sometimes I wake up and I feel like I don't want to wake up, and I'm so stressed. But just knowing that you guys are behind me and seeing what you do on social media and seeing what you guys post on the app, it's my motivation. And so I welcome anybody that's watching right now to check out our Easy Way family. And I just appreciate you guys for keeping me going this long. And hopefully we see you guys, you know, on the Easy Way interactive app, Google Play or Apple Store. Thank you, David, Isabel. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll do more stuff soon.
Glad you so much. All right, we're just trudging along, day 4 of the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. Let's bring up our next guest, Dr. Colette Wayne.
Hello, you guys.
Hello, welcome.
Oceansofgrace.earth. I didn't even know we had .earth now. We got all these dots. Now we have a .earth.
And the .earth one just like, it resonates with my soul.
We're having just a little bit of trouble with your sound. You're sounding, I don't want to say
Can you hear
underwater,
me?
a little distant. I don't know. Yeah,
Uh-oh.
it's okay. It's just a little soft. But
All right. Well, I have a new camera, so I'll talk loud. If I speak loud, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
So for all the people who don't know, which is going to be a lot of people, how did we get connected? How did you get introduced into this? I mean, I know, but tell everybody else as well.
Yeah, we met at the Big Festoon, that amazing event that you and Danny hosted a few months back. It was spectacular. And then connected through Lisa. Actually, we've seen each other in different spaces. We were at Broadway together, which happened to be on my birthday last year. I'm in Lisa Nichols' community, very, very happy to be in there. And she speaks incredibly highly of you. So that instant respect and, you know, notoriety came with that referral. And so, and then you and I had a wonderful conversation after that.
We did.
Yeah.
So those of you who are new to Dr. Colette Wayne, she's done a lot of amazing work, all kinds of innovative types of therapy and healing, even including equestrian, horse, working with horses to heal and have therapy. I know that there's a word for that. You'll give it to us later on. But, working with all kinds of nonprofits and different organizations. You have been collateral damage of the most recent, I shouldn't say you, but some of your most thriving entrepreneurial activities has been collateral damage of the most recent administration. And a lot of people could just be like, well, victim, blame everyone else. But I've seen you do nothing but just like reinvent and innovate and pivot and shift and, tell us about kind of where you were and kind of how things have affected you. I want people to hear the stories of how people are being affected and kind of what you're doing now to sort of innovate and move into your next life.
Well, it's such a good question. My organization is called Oceans of Grace for a reason. And I think that reason is because life can either happen to us or we can take what happens to us and make it our life. And I feel like I've had this experience of life that has been adverse, right? I've had adversity from, born into it, right? And for me, grace has been about how do I overcome that to make that into who I was created to be, right? Like not this tragedy has happened or this adversity has happened, but how has that helped me? What lessons have I learned? What skills, what gifts, what talents have I learned in order to be able to really, truly thrive in that space? And so, from just the most recent is that, my background is endangered species biology. Actually, I have a doctorate in animal welfare, and I started in the agriculture industry helping try and help producers understand that welfare matters, right? When you have animals that are not experiencing positive welfare, it actually hurts their productivity. And then I went into the environmental space and was a high-level government official writing the Endangered Species Act, regulating the Endangered Species Act, and trying to get people to understand that, like, wellness matters. Like, wellness of ecosystems matter. Wellness of individuals matter. And it doesn't just matter because it's this woo-woo, right? It matters to productivity. It matters to our entire ecosystem. If one isn't well, then none of us holistically can really be well. And so, I've been in this environmental wellness space for decades, and I've been a strategic advisor to high-level government officials, the White House, DOD, Department of Homeland Security, and then it ends, right? Like no notice.
I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to have you just shut everything down, reboot, and come back on. What you're saying is so important. We can hear you, but we can't hear you as well as we want to. And after this is done, we have opportunities to put this on other networks and Bloomberg TV, but we can't unless the quality's good.
Okay.
So just shut it all down, reboot it, and come back on, and we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
I'm so sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It happens. We'll see you back in a minute. I'm going to bring up David Cunningham, and we've got time. Don't you worry about a thing. How you doing, my friend? You've got a great first name.
I know. Hi, David. Hi, Isabel. I love the spirit of this event. I'm loving the spirit of it. It's just great.
Oh, good. Yeah, this is day 4. We've had on Jack Canfield and Lisa Nichols and Sharon Lecter and Dr. DeMartini, and the list just goes on and on. And today's been just another great day. And you're helping us with the finale. You're like, you had all these warm-up acts, so no pressure or anything, but you're here with us to help really just bring it home.
Great. They've been great warm-up acts too, I must say.
Yeah, I would say so. So, David, tell us a little more about yourself. I've got a little intro for you as well, but like out of all these things you've accomplished, because you're another one of these overachievers, like what do you think is most important for people to know about you right now?
Well, I'm 73 years old, and
wow. I never would have guessed that. You look great.
Thanks. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm about to have the best 30 years of my life. The next 30 years are the best 30 years. Really fulfilling, David. What I'd like people to get is what I have chosen and committed to as the purpose of the next 30 years of my life is that love prevails as the preeminent way of being on the planet. And I'm not kidding about that. That really we can have love prevail as the preeminent way of being on the planet. And that's what I'm about. And that's everything I'm doing is organized for that.
Yeah, and I saw you just had a book come out in April of this year, Awaken to the Truth, Your Love Does Matter, exclamation point. So I can see that you're getting that message out there. You know, I guess the word love, it's one of those words that's used in a lot of different ways and maybe even overused. What is your definition for love? Like, how would you explain love? People have been trying to do it for thousands of years.
Very good, David. I really work with, and I think it's important people can discover love as a way of being, not as an emotion or a feeling. Yes, there's an emotion of love, like I feel love. All right. But there's also love as a way of being. You know, we have ways of being as human beings. We can be generous, we can be stingy, we can be tender, we can be cold, we can be loving. So and that's different than having the emotion love, because what's important to find out is we can be loving when we're happy. We can be loving when we're in love, quote unquote. But we can also be loving when we're tired, when we're irritated, when we're frustrated, even when we're angry. When you discover love as a way of being, you have access to generating something in life. As I watch people's happiness, David, people are happy when they love who they're being, and there's no way of being people love more than being loving. So it's the real access to their own joy. But to distinguish love as a way of being, not merely as an emotion or a feeling.
Yeah. Yeah. And we love being with people who make us love ourselves more, right? Like I love thinking about, like, I love who I am when I'm with you, right? I think that concept, like I'm guessing you're probably one of those people where when people are with you, it's like, I really like who I am when I'm with you, David. Like you make people feel good about themselves. I was looking at your website, and you just had an event, but you've got something else coming up September 25th that's online with you and Evan Lambert. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we've got a couple of things coming up, David, and people can find out about it at the website, yourlovedoesmatter.com. I've got two major projects coming up. One is I'm calling Love Goes to the Capitol. I am committed that we can infuse the current political system with an energy of love. So I've got two aspects of that project. One is I'm organizing people, starting here in Pennsylvania where I am, and then hopefully picking it up in other states around the country, to actually, we're going to go once a week to the state capitol and bring just projects of love. So for instance, 1 week we're going to take up a group of formerly incarcerated men, and they're just going to deliver an orchid to every legislator. Another week, we're going to take a group of trans teenagers up. They're just going to open the doors for the legislators. No political talk whatsoever, just acts of love. And I'm committed that we do a different project like that every week for a year. We will infuse, it'll just be impossible not to transform the whole environment of the political system. So acts of love going to the Capitol. It's called Love Goes to the Capitol. So I'd like people to know about that, because they can actually start that, do ideas of their own in their own states. And I'd love people to participate. The other event I've got coming up is I'm really satisfied, David, that I've been able to now to capture both the most powerful transformational conversations and bring in a whole spiritual aspect as well of an experiencing our divinity. I've been able to bring true transformational conversations and spirituality together in a course I'm calling The Awakening. It's going to be actually in October in Philadelphia, a live event, and in November in Los Angeles. People can find out about it on the web as well. But in that event, I'm committed that people, I'm saying that it's not just a workshop or a conference, it's actually an anointment. It's people having a whole new existence for themselves of who they are, who we consider ourselves to be as human beings. We've been educated about who we are in a way that, frankly, I think is disempowering. I'm committed that we can have people step outside of who we've been educated that we are and discover that who they are, discover themselves as a whole new possibility of love on this earth.
Yeah. So a couple of years ago, somebody came to me with an idea, and he said, let's just do a love event. And I was like, I really like the idea of that. Yeah, let's do a love event. And we worked for probably 7, 8, 9 months. And, it was a pretty good event, but I was both surprised at how many people wanted to talk about love. And I was also surprised by how many people just didn't care. it was such a polarizing opposite, venue. And it just kind of goes to show that, there really are a lot of people that want to put more love in the world, but they don't know how. They don't really know when. They don't know if they're doing it right. They don't know if it's making a difference. And sometimes they'll spend so much energy and not get anything back, or feel like they're not getting anything back, and it can be quite draining.
Yes.
So how do you handle putting out so much love and replacing that and staying charged up and staying so positive?
Well, I am inviting people to consider that just like we have a carbon footprint, David, we have a love footprint. And if people pay attention to their love footprint, I interact with a clerk in a store for 60 seconds, maybe. I walk away. What did I leave behind? Did I leave behind an argument? Did I leave behind a judgment? Did I leave behind indifference? Or did I leave relationship, communication, and love behind? Or I have lunch with my brothers and sisters for an hour and a half, and then I leave. What did I leave behind at that lunch with my brothers and sisters? Did I leave behind judgment, opinion? Did I leave behind some kind of resentment? Or did I leave behind an energy, an experience of real love? So if, as human beings, we actually started tending to, hey, we have a love footprint. And I have a love footprint after every single interaction I have with a person, but I also have a love footprint at the end of every day, at the end of every year, at the end of my life, at the end of my marriage. Suppose I'm married to somebody for 50 years. What can I look back and say I left as a love footprint in that marriage? So that we have a love footprint, I think, is a really useful thing people can bite into. And then the other thing, David, is people rely on something to get by. So if we're no matter what we're trying to do, if we're trying to be successful, if we're trying to resolve a conflict, you'll watch that people rely on something. Some people rely on their logic. Some people rely on being smart. Some people rely on being convincing. Some people rely on being charismatic. We rely on something. I'm inviting people to discover that the one thing, no matter what you're dealing with, maybe you're dealing with a teenage child that you're having real trouble with. Maybe you're dealing with a work conflict. Maybe you're dealing with getting a project launched. Whatever you're dealing with, we can bet it all on love. That if we bring love to the situation, it will carry the day and it will win. So betting everything on love is between having a love footprint and betting it all on love. Those are two things I'd offer people.
Absolutely. Love it. Everybody's saying, they got lots of different comments in here. A lot of people chiming in here. Look, I want to give you the last word to just talk about anything you want to talk about before we have to go. But this has been great. I look forward to getting to know you better and seeing how we might incorporate into each other's worlds. But you're doing some good work. And, sometimes we meet somebody and we're like, how did I not know that this person existed before? Right?
Exactly. Right.
Like, how did I not know about David Cunningham?
Yeah.
But what do you want to leave us with, my friend?
Two things. One is I'd like also people to know that part of the project of Love Goes to the Capital is I'm with my book that is now called, again, Your Love Does Matter, A Journey to New Consciousness and Expanding Your Love Footprint. That book, I'm on the end of August, I'm going to be sending a copy of that book to every member of Congress and every White House cabinet member. And I'm committed to get that in the hands of every member of Congress and every cabinet member. People can contribute to that on my website. Again, yourlovedoesmatter.com. They'll find out that they can sponsor one copy of the book going to Congress for $20. If people wanted to participate in that, I'm offering that to people as a way. If you don't think you can make a difference in what's going on politically, you can. I swear we can. And this is one way you can do it easily. Let's get a book in the hands of every member of Congress. That's one thing I'd like to leave people with. But if you listen to everything I've said, I think you can tell that mostly I'm committed. This is a grassroots movement, if you will. My early career, I got way back in the 1980s, I got a grassroots movement started for the prevention of child abuse. I was a director of the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse in the United States. And I know what it takes to get people in every state coming together for something important. So I'm committed that literally having love prevail as a preeminent way of being on the planet is something we can come together for. So I'm committed this is a grassroots movement, but not just in the United States, around the world. So I'm starting what's called the Love Matters Collaboration. And I'm going to be inviting people from every country in the world to participate in that and come together to bring love to the planet.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
So that's the next 30 years of my life. Let's go.
Well, thank you for coming on. We'll definitely have to talk more soon. How did we hear about you? How did we get connected?
Actually, somebody that knew Richard Kay on your team,
Okay.
right? So Richard Kay and I talked. So and Richard Kay and we actually didn't know each other, but we found out we had another extraordinary connection, a mutual friend and colleague from 30 years ago. And David, you and I actually have a call set up with, or not, for Monday. You and I are talking on Monday. Richard's putting us together. So
yeah. I think we're in the process of rescheduling that, but yes, we're going to do that. I have to. I'm flying out to Warsaw, Poland, of all places. We're filming a biopic for Bloomberg TV for a client, an hour-long special. That just got booked in the last 48 hours. Okay. But I told Richard, I said, hey, I'll still keep the call. It just might be, 2 a.m. where I'm at.
Hey, I'll go with you to Warsaw. I'm fine. I travel.
Well, thank you for getting on here, and we'll talk soon, whether it's Monday or when. I look forward to talking for sure.
Thank you so much, everybody.
It was very nice meeting you, David.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, another person where it's like, I thought it was Richard. Richard has a certain kind of quality person. I'm like, I bet David came from Dr. Richard Kay. Something else for David too. We're going to be in Vegas, I guess, for everyone. I'm just going to tell everyone we're going to be in Vegas the 23rd to 27th. We've got several different clients being interviewed on Vegas ABC. And then we're doing a little mini lunch mastermind on the 24th. So the 24th, clients on ABC Vegas, and then like a mini lunch mastermind. And then we got some things going on the Friday the 25th. But anyways, if you're around Vegas or want to be in Vegas, and we're kind of doing a little summit retreat. And I don't mean this like we're doing an event and here's a website. I mean, there's like a small group of 10, 20 people. But once I show up someplace, I'm like, well, I'm going to be here anyway. So why not just tell everybody I'm here? And if you guys want to hang out or meet, why not? The more the merrier.
I mean, look, they could come to Vegas, but they don't know where we're going to be at.
Well, we'll get you that information. If you're in, you're in. You'll know. We got Dr. Colette Wayne back. I feel like we need a drum roll or something. Let's see how this works. All right.
Right. Is it better? Is it working?
Oh, so much better.
Now I'm like too loud, right?
No, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Oh, wonderful.
As painful as that might have seemed to do, trust me, it was worth it. It was.
No, I appreciate it. And technology is great until it isn't, right?
Yeah. Well, we were just kind of recapping your background in terms of working at the White House, agriculture, working with animals. I mean, you've got quite diverse background, but kind of recap that a little bit for us again, and then I'll ask you the next question.
So I have a very eclectic background, but the unifier throughout all is wellness. And basically, I started in the military actually, and I'm a disabled veteran, and then went to college to get my PhD in animal behavior. And like I said, worked with the ag industry, and then went into the zoo world, and then went into government. And I've been in private industry and nonprofit world. I've really scanned the gamut. And the like I said, the unifier is wellness. And wellness is this kind of like vague black box. And what I've recognized in my life is when I don't really understand something, it's usually because it's not well explained. And it's because, I'm a fairly intelligent, competent person. And when I don't get it, it's like, oh, well, there's probably a reason. So we throw this word wellness around, but what does it really mean? And so I look at wellness from a systemic level, like a systems-based approach to wellness, whether it's an individual, an organization, animals, a community, or an ecosystem. And I've really brought foundational components and a framework into what wellness really is. And for animals that we can't ask them, like, are you experiencing positive wellness? A lot of times they can't tell us. So we have to look at it from a very objective point of view. And that has really helped me kind of bridge all of this eclectic background.
Yeah. So when you were first approaching this method that you are starting to use, did you do a lot of research? Did someone invite you to something and you did more research yourself? Or was it something you kind of grew up around and it evolved into this?
Such a good question. So actually, no, I did not grow up around wellness at all. In fact, it was the opposite. And, but my background, my education was on understanding the science of something. And I really went into like the science of wellness. What does it mean to experience positive or negative wellness? And what does that do to our bodies? What does it do to everything within our system and externally? And then, I had most of my career, like everybody else's, hands-on learning, right? Like all of these different scenarios. But what really happened is I had this academic background of wellness. I went through the highest level education I could possibly get. But in 2019, I realized I wasn't well and I lost everything. My wellness took this huge hit, and I was a wellness scientist with deplorable wellness. I mean, I literally had no physical wellness, no mental wellness, no emotional wellness, no spiritual wellness. I was devoid of wellness of myself. And I lived this very all be happy when performance-based life and overachieving life. And then realized like, wait a second, at 38, I had to go out on complete disability because I wasn't able to function. And so I started looking at wellness at a whole nother level. And that was like, how do I find it? And how do I get it? And how do I make it part of my everyday life? And so that's really enabled me to look at it from a systems-based approach. And then actually I just used the frameworks that I use in these big spaces. In the government world, I would help solve these national problems for really like huge environmental impacts that are costing us as a country, billions and billions of dollars. And like, how can we do this better? So I used those same frameworks of taking a big giant problem and breaking it down into the small component parts and chunking it together and measuring and, doing all of the things that I did in the science space for my own wellness. And the results were profound.
So when we throw on the word science or mathematics, a lot of people will start to think, oh, big words, I don't understand. I'm already tuning out of the conversation. So it takes an expert eye and ear to be able to translate a lot of that stuff. So it's more easy to consume. But so what I want to ask you is, in doing all of that, how have you seen individuals have their aha moments when they're going through and they're working with the animals to start increasing their wellness, whether it's mental, emotional, even psychological?
Yeah. So, experientially, what we do at oceansofgrace.earth is connect humans, animals, and nature. And really, we get back to basics, right? Like we as humans are created. We have a humanness of us, right? The essence of what a human is created to be. And in the animal world, I had to focus on that a lot. And there's a word, now I'm going to throw out a big word. I promise you guys, this is not it's a science. Well, it's actually a philosophical word, but it's called telos, and it means ultimate purpose or aim. And when we're looking at wellness in like the animal space, it's easy to make judgments of like, oh, well, their physical wellness is fine. But what about their social wellness? What about, their mental wellness? And so wellness is very subjective. But when you look at this word telos, and that means like your ultimate purpose or aim, what were you created to be? What was a chicken created to do? What was an eagle created to do? Because the wellness is going to be different, right? Like the telos of an eagle is different than a telos of a dolphin. And the telos of me has a humanness of it, right? Like I am a human and I was created to be connected to one another. I was created to experience love and to make a difference in this world. But there's also a unique component to me the Coletteness of Colette, and the Isabelness of Isabel, and the Davidness of David, right? And the thing is wellness is really foundational to us as individuals. And we've heard that a lot today. We've heard that keep coming up, like everybody matters, everybody's unique, you know, their own gifts, they have their own zone of genius. But when you look at an ecosystem, everything was created to contribute to that ecosystem. And as humans, we often get in this space of scarcity or competition. But in reality, if you look at your telos is unique to you. And then you add on top of that, like all of your experiences, your epigenetics, your DNA, like from a science perspective, like the chances of you being here and you being you and you having all of these opportunities, it's impossible. It's statistically impossible. You are only here for a reason, in my humble opinion. And that is what really helps people like to know, like you matter. Your contribution to the ecosystem matters. And if you aren't well, you can't be contributing to the ecosystem the way that you were designed to.
Love it. Perfectly said. All right. Well, part 2 of your interview is now concluded. You broke it up into 2 parts. I like it. We did a David Gallagher sandwich
Well, you know, it's funny because that's actually how we like to approach wellness, this sandwich, right? Top down and bottom up, like from the individual, and also can we change the systems at the same time?
Well, you got a lot of great comments. Melanie Soloway, who I know is a big fan of yours. You matter, Colette.
Yes, we all do. That's we all matter, and our wellness matters. And you know, just to kind of pitch one more thing, like I know you guys have talked a lot about this on this event, but this the teen camp, motivating the teen spirit, what we are have been talking about all this time. That's one of the things that we do with these teens is help them understand that their voice matters. So just final pitch for that. If you guys can make sure you come to that fundraiser on Monday, we would greatly appreciate it.
I'm going to be out of the country, but we're going to do our best to support it.
We're going to do our best.
And we're
and
also
we still have that donate link, you know.
Yeah, put that up in the chat as well. And Justine Rice, she gave us some videos that we're going to send out to our whole database as well.
Yes. Wonderful.
So we'll get both of those in there. Thank you, Colette. Thank you for coming on. I'm still going to take you up. I'm still going to take you up on some horse therapy.
Please bring your daughter out to that Ojai Ranch. We have a beautiful ranch in Upper Ojai where we connect people and animals together, and we rescue animals and then train them and rehabilitate them, and they become our animal ambassadors and helping people heal.
Perfect. I love it. Thank you. Great place to leave it at. All these people, I mean, we could do like hour-long interviews, but I think one of the things the audience likes is we keep it moving. We keep it moving. Sorry, Isabel, go ahead.
No, I'm just agreeing that there's just so much content that every single person here has contributed that there's always time for more. But this would be a much longer program.
Well, we went from 3 days to 4 days. I mean, next is up 5 days. I don't know if we can do 5 days.
I might have to quit.
All right. You've been listening to Inventors and Innovators 2025. Thank you to our other producers like Vince Caruso, Richard Kay for booking a ton of guests, people like Adora, Crystal Evans and the Diva Network, Lisa Nichols, Sharon Lecter, Jack Canfield, Jeff Hoffman. I mean, just so many great people. The list just goes on and on. Craig Bruce, Simone Fairchild for helping interview, Justine Rice. Oh boy, just look at the website, iibroadcast.com. Every time we do one of these, it's always different. It's always a different theme. So people already ask me, when's the next one? There'll never probably be another Inventors and Innovators ever again, but there'll be something else. We've had headliners and heroes. We've had Genius. We've had Trailblazer. We've had Think and Grow Rich. We've had the Money Forum. Maybe eventually we'll circle back to some of these. But my guess is whatever the next special broadcast is that's coming out with all kinds of media support, it'll have another angle. It'll have another approach.
Absolutely. I love doing things like this, spotlighting some amazing, incredible people and changing lives. But a massive passion project for me is anything to really help the children teens, young adults, so that they can have better options, have better solutions, have better means to get the future that they deserve, that they need, so we can have a better world. So I love doing things like this. Thank you, David, for creating such a wonderful team and environment where we can spotlight incredible people like this.
Yeah. We get a lot of credit because we're kind of face forward out here right now, but people say, how do you do all this? We have an amazing team. You know, Michael, our designer, has been with us for 8 or 9 years. You know, Jessica's been with me off and on for decades, if you can believe that. You know, things like the Wild Genius, you know, editing, writing, she's amazing. You know, Richard Kay on our executive team, Nate Lindquist, you know, a new addition. We've got so much help. We've got a whole team also in Kenya that also helps out and supports other types of editors and video editors, and the list goes on and on. I mean, this just doesn't happen with just me and Isabel. There's a lot of people behind the scenes supporting
it's a massive collaborative effort, and like everyone here that's been speaking, it's not just them, but they also honor their team and the people that are supporting them, and we do the exact same thing.
Okay. Is that your last word, Isabel? I'm giving you the last word now. We're out.
My last word is take care of each other, keep following your dreams, and this community was built on supporting one another. So if you're lacking in anything, need assistance in anything, that's what this community is here for. So thank you for being here. Thank you for seeing another tomorrow, and let's go on another journey together. See you guys soon.
Now you're helping others. You're helping others realize their potential in a healthier, more productive way.
I made myself get stronger.
You're speaking to me right now. You really are. You're speaking to me right now.
Loomland, it's an ethically made, eco-friendly furniture company, and it's fascinating how she got to this point.